Et le stream est lancé, les potes. On attend la team notif, hein, comme d'habitude. Alors. Comment j'ai pas de réseau, c'est un truc de ouf. Encore une fois, je suis en train d'utiliser ma 4G là pour streamer, c'est horrible. J'ai tellement pas de réseau. Bon, ok, dans 21 minutes, ça commence. Est-ce que la team notif est là, les gars? On attend que la notif soit envoyée. Est-ce que la team notif est là, les potes? Impossible de se connecter au chat. Je vois pas le chat, les potes. Je vois pas le chat. 2 secondes. Chat en direct, ouais, normalement tout est bon. Hein. Attendez, 2 sacs. Mon ordi a déjà des bugs dès le début du live, ça fait plaisir. Yo les potos, yo Cliven, yo Jennifer, yo Océane, yo Spin, yo Abeston. Comment ça les potos? Bon, aujourd'hui l'heure est grave. L'heure est grave les gars. Je suis pour Asylum et New York Subliners. New York Subliners, ils ne sont pas qualifiés pour aujourd'hui à Aveston. Asylum est qualifié, il y a 2 équipes européennes qui sont qualifiées. Il y a 4 équipes au total qui sont qualifiées, dont 2 équipes européennes. Asylum, où il y a 2 Français, Marx. Non, même pas. Shark et Marvel. Et il y a l'autre équipe, une autre équipe européenne qui est qualifiée, qui est Stamina, où il y a un autre joueur français qui s'appelle Narx et un autre joueur belge qui s'appelle Drari. Donc il y a 4 joueurs francophones au total. Ça va être extrêmement stylé, les gars. Donc il n'y a plus que 4 équipes en jeu et ils vont se battre pour débloquer et pour gagner 1 million de dollars, ce qui est énorme. Donc on va suivre cette finale ensemble. Et bien entendu, ça commence à 16h, donc on a 20 minutes devant nous. Donc on va sûrement se faire des petites games classées en attendant la finale, que ça commence. Et puis voilà les gars. Donc c'est plus ou moins ce qu'on va faire aujourd'hui. Il y aura énormément de trucs, ça va être les 4 du coup meilleures équipes du monde. Ça va être un truc de ouf les gars. J'ai extrêmement hâte. Extrêmement hâte. Désolé Adam, je serai juste pour te dire bonjour, sinon je retourne regarder des vidéos CODM pour avoir des récompenses. Ça marche mon pote, ça marche. Ok les gars, juste petite info. Si vous voulez venir jouer avec moi, c'est maintenant. Demandez-moi en ami. Je vais faire une game solo et après si vous voulez faire une game entre abonnés, je suis chaud. Juste, let's go. Crash hein. On va choisir Crash. C'est parti les potes. On va sortir la team 25. Pas le temps de niaiser là. Le mec il a 10 nuques. Ah dommage, il est one shot. Yo mec, je te suis depuis longtemps et j'ai grave progressé, merci. Merci poto, ça fait plaisir. Attendez. Putain. Attends, il est invisible le gars? J'ai pas capté. Mais qu'est-ce qui branle l'autre gland? Purée! Putain, y'en a qui savent vraiment pas jouer. Hein. Il y en a 3 devant moi. C'est un quoi ton appareil? C'est soit mon iPhone, soit mon téléphone, soit mon iPad. Bon, on va creux. Bon, vas-y, là, faut un peu plus tryhard parce que pour le moment. Mais genre. J'avais l'armure cinétique en plus. Encore par derrière. Oh. Ouais les gars, pour ceux qui viennent d'arriver sur le live, bienvenue dans 20 minutes. Dans moins de 20 minutes, on lance le live les gars. Enfin, on lance pas le live, mais on va regarder la finale de COD Mobile. Une finale où il n'y a plus que 4 équipes en jeu. Oh non, il a plus de balles que moi. Mais genre... Oh le noob. Oh, il y en a qui ont vraiment zéro self-respect. Je vais aller me préparer pour le prochain parce qu'avec ma team là, ils ont vraiment du mal. On va sûrement perdre cette game. Il n'y a aucun qui prend le point avec moi. Putain, je peux pas tout faire. Hein. Mais genre... Par derrière. Là, ça va être très compliqué. Il est low. Mais d'où il meurt alors que le mec... Mais mec, joue... Mais... Oh, mais qu'est-ce qu'il fait mon coéquipier? Quel putain de point de l'autre côté? Oh mais... Il y en a qui ont vraiment... Il y en a qui sont juste autistes sur ce jeu, c'est un truc de ouf. Je vais sûrement mourir là. J'ai plus de balles. Je suis mort. J'ai oublié de sortir mon Venetti. Attends, ils sont où? Je sais même pas où il est, je l'ai même pas vu. J'ai plus de balles. Faut que je sorte la nuque. Let's go. Petite nucléaire au calme. Let's go. Je suis un monstre. J'ai plus de balles. J'ai plus de balles. Mec, on va quand même perdre la game. Hein. On va quand même perdre la game. Oh, c'est chaud. Ah, c'est chaud quand même d'avoir des teams éclatés là. Je sors la nucléaire, on perd presque de 50 points les gars. What the fuck. Aïe 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 aïe, ça fait de la peine. Code mobile, ils se foutent de ma gueule, je vous jure les gars. Ils mettent avec les pires joueurs à chaque fois. Pas une fois où j'ai un coéquipier qui me carré. Jamais. Bon, un point. Aïe 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 aïe. C'est chaud. C'est chaud, c'est chaud. Allez les gars, qui veut venir jouer avec moi? Attends, Binge. Nicolas et Maître. Je peux que jouer avec les gens de la même classe que moi, les potos. Je vais jouer avec tous les gens que je peux. Bon, vas-y. Putain, mais on m'a demandé en ami et après vous êtes pas avec moi. Les gars, et vas-y, il y a Benjamin aussi qui est dans mon clan, je crois, lui. Vas-y, viens, Benj. Vas-y, on va lancer à 3 du coup. Let's go. Stand-off. C'est parti, les potes. Après, les gars, après, ce qu'on va faire, c'est on va regarder la finale. Et je pense pas qu'elle va durer très longtemps. Du coup, on va sûrement faire des games avec d'autres abonnés après. Avec tous les abonnés, si c'est possible. Les gars, dans 10 minutes, la finale commence. 1 million en jeu. Plus que 4 équipes, donc 2 équipes européennes avec des Français dedans. Mec, je suis tellement hype. Damien, dépêche-toi d'être grand maître. T'inquiète, t'inquiète. C'est prévu, c'est prévu. T'as vu, j'ai sorti la petite nucléaire en première game, mon petit Dreamad. T'es fier de moi ou pas, papa? Oh, ils étaient 3 devant moi. Il y avait un joueur AFK. C'est un des abonnés que j'ai invité dans la game en plus. Oula, ça... Putain, ça sent rien de bon là. Ça n'annonce rien de bon pour la suite de cette game. Ils sont tous... Mec, mais qu'est-ce qu'ils... Oh. Ouais... Qu'est-ce qu'ils vont... Ils sont... Ah, je peux rien faire là. J'ai préparé le prochain point. On peut pas perdre les potes. Il faut qu'on ressorte la nuque si on veut gagner. Putain, j'y crois pas. Je pouvais rien faire. Fier de toi mon fils, MDR, tu m'as tué. J'en étais sûr. Il était trop proche de moi. Oh putain, je suis en train de faire du sale, wesh. Vas-y, go next. Oh, mec. Oh, le gros noob. Oh, le gros noob. Il est où? Je suis stressé les gars, faut sortir la nuque encore une fois. Et non, ce sera pas cette fois les gars. Putain, j'ai pu sortir la nuque presque une deuxième fois là. Le seum. Ils sont tous, mec. C'est des gros campus de la life ces joueurs. Nous avons un joueur qui joue persistance, let's go! Pourquoi? Putain les mecs, nous avons des joueurs persistance mais no skill. C'est un truc de ouf. Nous avons deux joueurs persistance. Putain mais... Gros, ils ont remis une tourelle. Quelle bande de noobs. Ils en ont remis une. Il y a que des joueurs en persistance. Mais c'est horrible ces joueurs. Mais non. Qu'est-ce que tu peux faire contre ça? Mais... Aïe 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 aïe, c'est chaud quand même. C'est tellement triste les gars. Encore un... Mais mec. Encore un hélicoptère. J'y crois pas les potes. J'y crois pas. J'y crois pas. Si vous êtes des joueurs persistance, les gars, vous avez pas mon respect. Ah, c'est chaud. C'est chaud. Comment te perdre avec ces gros noobs en face? Fais la nuque, Adams. Ah, j'étais proche de la nuque. « 45 kills, putain, on a perdu. F. F dans le chat, les boys. Juste à cause des joueurs persistance. Bon, les potos, attendez. L'heure est grave. Attendez, les gars. Le live, normalement, va être lancé dans 30 secondes. Pourquoi je peux pas avoir... Bon, ok, c'est éclaté. Je vais devoir regarder sur YouTube directement. Let's go. Let's go les potes. 10 secondes. 4 équipes en jeu encore. Bon, vas-y, mon petit iPad. Putain, j'utilise la 4G, c'est tellement la honte. J'utilise la 4G et pour jouer, et pour faire le live, et pour tout faire. Let's go les boys. C'est parti. 4 équipes en jeu. Ah, c'est beau les gars. Ah, il y a Ed Fordes. La tête de Ed. Je suis mort. Bon les gars, quels sont vos pronostics? Attendez. Yo, salut Adam, ça va et toi mon pote? Yo Adam, trop chaud, game tout, tu gères, moi c'est NX Kev sur Code Mobile, je te follow, big up. Merci mon pote. Bon les gars, il y a 4 équipes en jeu.
World Championships 2021. 4 teams remain. It's the best of the West, and tonight we'll find out who will raise that trophy and walk away with our $300,000 grand prize. Welcome back, everybody. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, joined at the desk by some legends in the Call of Duty mobile universe. You know them, you'll love them. Let's start at the end here. We got Beef Mommy and Bobby Plays, a.k.a. Roberto Juegos. Bobby, excellent day 1. We're now here in day 2. And
le sondage est envoyé, les gars. Le sondage est envoyé.
We're seeing some insane Call of Duty.
Yeah, I mean, this is 2 years in the making, so you know every single one of these teams is going to be bringing their A game. They 100% showed that. We got some favorites coming into today, but I'm excited to see what the underdogs can do.
Beef Mommy yesterday was a huge
moi, en vrai, les gars, j'ai un Asilium. Ah, je me suis gouré. J'ai oublié d'écrire le I de Asilium. Mais pour moi, je suis tête pour Asilium. Je vais pas me mentir. Asilium et Stamina, si une des deux équipes gagne, je heureux. Vu que c'est deux équipes où il y a des Français dedans, et c'est les deux équipes européennes.
They faltered at the very end, unfortunately for them. They're not going to be making it here today.
This is stage 5. This is the final day in the
Dernier jour les gars, 2021. Dans quelques heures, on saura quelle est l'équipe la meilleure du monde sur Call of Duty Mobile. C'est stylé quand même. Ah c'est beau, c'est beau. J'adore la map Summit. Moi aussi je l'aime bien cette map. Donc déjà les gars, il n'y a plus que 4 équipes en jeu. Dites-vous qu'il y en a 8 qui ont été éliminées hier. 8 équipes éliminées hier, plus que 4 aujourd'hui. Let's go, let's go.
Day 1 action features round-robin style play to determine the top 4 teams, with those teams moving into a double elimination bracket on Day 2. Only the fiercest competitors will achieve Call
On peut rien qu'avec toi, ouais ouais.
24 battle-tested teams, 144 ultra-skilled players.
Aidam, salut. Yo Lucas, ça va BG? ARP, personne ne mise dessus. Ah, faut pas les sous-estimer ARP, hein. J'ai vu leur jeu, ils ont l'air quand même assez chauds, hein. Perso, je suis stamina. Ouais. Ah, moi, je suis pour stamina ou Asilium. Peut-être un peu plus Asilium, vu que je me sens plus proche de Shark et Marvel. Mais Narx aussi, je le kiffe, c'est un très bon joueur. Un joueur français aussi. Donc, ça sera ARP contre Asilium. Allez, j'ai vraiment envie de voir Asilium battre ARP par contre. Tribe Gaming, ils étaient très très chauds hier. Tribe Gaming, c'est l'équipe d'Iferg, non? Non, Iferg, il est ambassadeur de Tribe Gaming, mais ouais, c'est l'équipe... Iferg, il fait partie de Tribe Gaming, mais c'est pas son équipe, quoi. 2 ans, les gars. 2 ans, il fallait attendre ça. Première fois que c'est en présentiel et que c'est en LAN. Donc là, théoriquement, il n'y a pas de problème de ping. Tout le monde a le même ping. Il n'y a plus d'excuses, là, les gars.
So who's the front runner in your eyes after watching the group stages?
I know a lot of people are expecting Tribe, and yes, the players are going to be in the top 5, but
ils devraient mettre que des maps du rank. Ouais, je suis d'accord, mais c'est pas leur choix. Moi, je suis aussi stamina, ok. Aidams, BG, c'est toi le BG. C'est qui les favoris? Ah, l'équipe favorite, on va pas se mentir, les gars, c'est Tribe Gaming. Mais on peut tout voir, rien n'est décidé. Rien n'est décidé, les gars. Personne ne sait qui va gagner. Mais Tribe Gaming, c'est l'équipe qui a le mieux géré hier. Putain, Jesus Saves, il est tellement chaud. 1.5 de KD. Impressionnant, les gars. Dans quelques secondes, on commence le premier match de cette finale. J'ai tellement hâte, les gars. 4 des meilleures équipes s'affrontent aujourd'hui pour le cash prize de $1 million. C'est un truc de ouf. Stamina a le plus de chance, tu penses? Ah, je sais pas, Dreamon, hein. Je sais pas. Pour Tribe, clairement, si on regarde juste statistiques, et ben Tribe, c'est l'équipe qui a le mieux joué hier. Et ça a toujours été une équipe favorite. Mais ils ont perdu sur 16 matchs joués, ils en ont perdu uniquement un, les gars. Tribe Gaming. Ils ont perdu uniquement une game contre Asilium. Sinon, ils ont gagné toutes les autres games. Ils ont gagné 15 games et en ont perdu seulement une. Donc ça montre qu'ils ont quand même un certain level. En tout cas, hier, ils étaient full confiants. Ils ont un level de malade, mais j'ai l'impression qu'ils ont plus de mal à gérer leur stress comme Asilium. Ouais. Tribe Gaming, ils sont habitués, je pense, à gérer le stress et tout, je pense. Inferno de stamina, 1.35 de KD, très propre aussi. J'ai déjà joué avec Jesus Saves il y a longtemps dans le serveur européen. Il a toujours été excellent. Ouais, ça m'étonne pas, frère. Il a l'air tellement chaud juste en le voyant jouer. Tribe, c'est les plus chauds, alors chez les Ricains, bah théoriquement, ouais. Tribe Gaming, c'est la seule... Tribe Gaming, c'est la seule équipière qui n'a perdu aucune team, qui a gagné contre toutes les teams. Ils ont perdu, encore une fois, la seule fois ils ont perdu, ils ont gagné 3-1 contre Azilium quand même. Ouais, chez Terbat, comment ça, BG? Hype, hype. Stamina deuxième avec 12-7. Mais vous voyez la différence entre Tribe Gaming et la deuxième qui est Stamina 12-7. C'est un truc de ouf. Stamina a perdu 6 games de plus que Tribe, alors qu'ils sont deuxième sur 14 équipes. C'est impressionnant quand même, les gars. Tribe Gaming, là, hier, s'ils continuent à jouer aussi bien que hier, il n'y a pas de question, c'est eux qui gagnent. C'est eux qui ont gagné. Mais moi j'ai vraiment envie de voir une team européenne gagner, on va pas se mentir. Hein. Ça a été toujours sujet au débat. Qui est la meilleure? Qui sont les meilleurs, les Européens ou les Américains? On aura la réponse tout à l'heure, les potos. C'est méchant, Sex, de dire Zibro c'est moche. C'est un très beau BG. Allez les gars, c'est parti. Tu penses que tu auras le niveau de jouer contre une de ces teams? Bien sûr, Anti. Je pense que je suis le meilleur joueur au monde, en fait. Non, pas du tout, mec. Alors... Clairement, déjà, niveau stratégie, je suis éclaté, je pense. Et l'autre truc, c'est que moi, je joue sur iPad, je joue pas sur téléphone. Sur téléphone, je me fais éclater, je pense. Contre ces joueurs. Enfin, c'est même pas que je pense, c'est que je suis sûr. Super bien, et toi, BG? Bon, ça va. J'ai bouffé une fondue tout à l'heure, mec. Et je commence un peu à le regretter, vu que je suis intolérant au lactose, là. Donc j'ai ultra mal au ventre, mais bon, c'est la vie, hein. C'est juste que j'adore tellement les fondus que j'aime bien me faire du mal comme ça. Sony Xperia, les gars, n'achetez pas ce téléphone, hein, il est éclaté. Achetez d'autres Fun Gaming. 15-1 Go Team. Ouais, clairement. Bon, c'est bon, frère. Là, il force hein, sur la pub du Sony Xperia. Hein, c'est un truc de ouf. On n'aura jamais le level. Si Dreamon, il a le level, je pense. Si Dreamon il tryhard, il peut avoir le level des meilleurs joueurs au monde. Sur téléphone. C'est juste que là, tu t'es relâché, mon petit Dream. Eternal aussi, c'est un super bon joueur. Sauf que maintenant, il allait sur iPad alors qu'avant il était sur téléphone. ARP contre Azilium, let's go! Azilium dans le chat, les gars. Tribe Gaming 28%, Stamina 33%, Azilium 35%, ARP Gaming que 4%. C'est serré entre les trois, mais moi je dis qu'il faut pas sous-estimer ARP Gaming. T'es pas bon non plus, Sax. Ah putain, vous êtes méchants les gars entre vous.
Both these teams had a very clear-cut kind of maybe one-dimensional aspect when it came down to what they did yesterday.
Et puis la cohésion d'équipe aussi, ouais, la cohésion d'équipe, les gars, la communication dans l'équipe, c'est tellement important. Tribe sont favoris, on va être honnête. Après, j'espère Azilium iront loin, moi aussi. C'est vrai que, genre, juste en regardant stats et surtout ce qui s'est passé ces derniers jours, Tribe, c'est les favoris là. Tribe Gaming, c'est les favoris. Et c'est parti les gars, c'est parti du petit point stratégique sur firing range. Ah non, pas la voix de cette meuf, j'ai déjà du mal. Mais je pense pas qu'elle le fait esprit, donc faut pas que je sois méchant. Let's go. Allez Azilium. Oh putain, mais Jesus save, il est beaucoup trop chaud, il fait trop peur ce mec. Marvel qui le voit de l'autre côté. Et c'est très serré pour le début. 20-20. Balance qui a aussi été très bien joué hein, hier. Et Shark aussi qui a fait des moves incroyables. Hein. Allez les gars, allez les gars. Allez Azilium. Oh non, Faints il a mal géré là.
every kill coming across the map for Asilium would be huge when it comes to trying to find some sort of an entry. 3 players for ARP currently inside
dommage, il a
the hill, 2 more
pré-shot.
trying to make their way from tires, and they do find a way to kind of reinforce this hill just before the hit gets there. Shark coming in late and
ouais, ça se
for
spam, ça se
ARP has been a little too comfortable, you might say, considering the fact that
Allez, Asilium, les gars.
exactly perfect to get this hard point started.
Shark unfortunately
putain,
taking
il
that
joue très, très
challenge
bien.
in long wasn't the best play. There's 2 players of ARP Gaming just kind of waiting for him. Andy was by himself, so no trades go out in their favor. Asilium seems to just kind of be throwing bodies at this hill currently. They aren't really waiting for each other to flood in, so this might be almost a full 60 in the hands of ARP, and this early in the matchup,
non,
this
ça
is
fait...
not
Ah,
what
ça
you
sent
want
pas
to give them.
bon.
Yeah, and we're seeing exactly why ARP played this map every single series yesterday and dominated in every single series yesterday. Asilium needs to find a way to respond. You would love to do it right here onto trailer, a hard point that you can kind of zone around the outside if you can find the kills, but there just aren't any.
Putain, ils sont déjà dans le prochain point, ça sent pas bon pour Asilium pour cette première game. Aïe aïe aïe.
Streaks, specialists, rotations, all in the favor.
C'est pas bon pour leur confiance en eux.
75 to 28. Asilium not getting any foothold here as Pengi finds 2, possibly 3.
Allez Marvel, allez Marvel.
Shut down. Death Machine is in the hand of Mago. We'll hopefully see that come into play here soon. 48 seconds still left on this hard point. Finally, Asilium seemed to break in for just a moment, but not for long.
Yeah, even trades back and forth, but eventually ARP get there with the numbers to once again repossess the hard point. 85-33 the current tally. Asilium looking for some sort of an entry, and actually Marvel's looking to do a little bit of floor banging, if you want to call it that, just underneath the trailer. Here comes the hit from the side, and it's just not really enough to really get a full foothold on this hill. One more member to deal with, and eventually Marvel joins his teammates, and that'll be good for a break for some scrap time.
That's a good 20 seconds, but they are still down about 50 points. Again, they have been
50
outbeat on
points d'écart pour le
rotations thus
moment.
far. We are
Moi j'y
only
crois au
in
comeback,
P3, by the way. However, it is
ARP a quand même très très bien joué dès le début.
So possibly going to get some time under their belt.
Faints needs to make life extremely difficult here for ARP. Keep them away from this rotation for as long
Allez
as
les gars, restez dans le prochain point, on y croit.
Kind of a sneaky play, number 1 in blue.
Allez, c'est beau, c'est très très beau.
Hard point just outside of Wood, and Peggy
Oh
gonna get
non.
activated. Finds one, gets the double,
non,
and with that, Jesus saves from the
putain.
front door, able to pull out the war machine. Unfortunately, Peggy can't get the thumper around the wall.
Ah,
The
ça
rest
fait
of his
mal,
teammates
ça.
are there, and the sneaky play pans out.
If you're Asilium, you cannot let one player, Pengi from ARP Gaming, completely lock down this Wood Hill. He was a one-man army, and that wrote off any sort of hope Asilium had for this hill time.
Well, an opportunity maybe to try to challenge this from the jungle pathway. Split spawns for ARP. No one can actually contest the hill at the moment. So you've got Death Machines out, but there's not a lot of area to really utilize this. So Pepe up top waiting for help. This counterpart of Pengi down low. They'll combine for only just the one. Shark comes and saves the day, just
GG Sharkou.
through the window.
Allez, ça se resserre les points.
For Asilium to try to keep themselves in this game before it gets too out of hand.
That was a big angle coming out of Shark there to kind of just take control
non, il a
of
très mal
ARP
joué.
spawn, because even though ARP is spawning close, he was watching the cross to give his team more time in the hill. 5 seconds left. Heading on
Allez,
rotation
Faints.
now as we head into the
Il
next
se
hill.
prépare
That's
pour le
going to be
next.
Asilium again, 106
Ah, il
to
s'est gouré
68.
avec
They're
sa
only
sa
down
gros.
40 points. A full here could flip this on its head. They could be heating up here as
Allez les boys, allez les gars. Allez Asilium.
Efficiency has to be the name of the game here for Asilium. Still down about 40 points. This first hard point you expect to
Les
be
points se
scrappy,
resserrent,
but
mais
their positions
on
are
se
pretty
rapproche de la
strong.
fin.
You've got a player top
Allez,
10,
allez.
one on the sniper tower, but Sia is
Ah,
able to
Sia
clear out
qui
one
prend-
of the 2 positions as
fait le premier
previously
kill.
called out. Now looking to get some work done on the hill itself, over the top of the barrel. He's got one,
Allez,
but
Valence,
Valence
allez,
able
Valence.
to fight back. Shark playing from the
Allez,
front
Shark.
side, gets
Allez,
one
les gars.
more, and as Faints tries to
Putain.
reinforce, he actually
Ils ont
comes
quand
a
même
lot
pris
of
le point,
information
là.
where ARP are trying to hit from, but Jazz cannot make use of the Death Machine.
Allez,
A
Marvel,
huge
Marvel qui a le
resource
trait.
down, and ARP
Et je
still
comprends pas
numbers
pourquoi
enough to
ils-
at least contest.
We see a flip on a 10. Marvel now in the
Ah,
position
très bien
of
joué de
juice,
leur
but he
part
will
aussi.
get shut down with the thumper. So this final
Chia
40
qui
seconds
prend des
should be
points
in
là
the
qui
hand
font
of
très
ARP
très mal.
and Asilium. You do not want to give this up, but
Ah
they
non,
are
là,
working on
là, c'est
rotation
horrible.
here. That's going to be number 5 and 3. That's going to be Shark and
Ça sent
Marvel
pas
now.
bon.
They actually both get shut down. Jesus
Putain, Chia
and
qui est en train
Pepe
de
on
prendre
the
des points.
rotation. There's
Mais
only 8
qu'est-ce qui
seconds
se passe
left
les
and
gars?
136. Only 20 is needed for ARP Gaming to go up in this hill.
Someone has to go massive. Someone has to pop off. Jazz was the top KD for Asilium yesterday, and he was barely in the top 25 when it comes to the comparison of the
là, ça va être
leaderboard
chaud.
that KD started to pan out.
S'il vous plaît, là il reste qui comme équipe depuis hier? Tu peux voir dans le sondage que j'ai mis. Aïe aïe aïe. Ah, ça sent pas bon. Et c'est RP Gaming qui gagne la première game. Très très bien joué, rien à dire. Mais encore une fois les gars, ARP, moi je les ai vus jouer hier. Clairement pas une team à sous-estimer. Loin de là. Loin de là. Marvel qui reste à voir pour cibler les mecs qui spawnent, mais pour ne pas tuer les mecs P1, grosse erreur. Ouais, mais c'est très dur de tuer les mecs P1 quand il est dans le tower Nensai. Je peux à peine les voir. Allez, Asilium, les gars, là on y croit là. Allez, allez. Putain, on est trop nuls, ça fout le seum. Ah, c'est qu'une game dynastie. Hein. Rien n'est joué là, rien n'est joué. Mais c'est vrai que je crois que RP Gaming a gagné cette map. En point stratégique sur Firing Range, les a gagnés 5 fois hier. 5 fois de suite. Ils en ont perdu aucune sur Firing Range. Je crois qu'ils savent très très bien jouer cette map. Et c'est pour ça qu'ils sont aussi chauds. Nova, ils sont sortis, ouais, Nova sont sortis. Ils ont pris assez cher hier. Malheureusement. Et RP niveau tactique sont grave chauds, ouais. Niveau tactique, mais aussi niveau skill. Eternal, il suffit de voir Jesus Saves, le mec est monstrueux en termes de gunfight. Allez, recherche et destruction sur stand-off là, Asilium, je les sens. Je pense qu'ils ont plus de chances de gagner en R&D contre ARP. Ouais, mais là rien à dire, première game, ARP était meilleur. Et Shia qui est monstrueux. Je pensais pas que Shia c'est un peu un YouTuber streamer. Je savais pas qu'il était aussi chaud. Le mec joue très bien niveau stratégie là.
And this is a team that, you know, let's be candid, we weren't really sure what to expect out of our North America regional champions because on their pathway in stage 4, they never had to play
Nova n'est pas qualifié FIB. Nova a perdu, je crois, au moins 3 équipes ont perdu contre 3 équipes et en ont gagné soit une, soit deux. Nova a perdu 3 ou 4 équipes contre 3 ou 4 équipes et on a gagné une ou deux. Je sais plus exactement. Ils ont perdu plus qu'ils ont gagné, Nova. C'était pas ouf leur prestation hier.
So I'm wondering if they got the jitters out, they got that first heat done, and now they coming into Championship Sunday, they aren't looking to drop a map.
So far, so good. And you look over towards the standoff search and destroy, as mentioned, for Asilium, firing range was their bread and butter yesterday. Every other map that they played.
Est-ce qu'il paraît la meuf à droite, elle est autiste?
They got smoked on. So anticipation.
J'ai regardé son Twitter.
Their map choice going into the search. On the other hand, you know, we did see the map series layout. Raid is waiting for us for map number 5. That has also been ARP's.
Il y a pas moyen d'avoir la traduction en français? Bah si. C'est moi qui te fais la traduction en français. Le problème c'est que moi ma traduction c'est oh putain il est trop chaud. C'est oh putain Shark il fait du sale. Voilà, ça c'est ma traduction là. C'est la seule traduction que je peux t'offrir mon pote, je suis désolé. Allez c'est reparti les gars. Et RP qui est déjà en position d'avantage là. Faints qui a failli sniper quelqu'un.
Zia just kind of trying to feel things out. This is what I like to call the hook spot because all last year he would just go
Zia. Tu dis Shia ou Zia?
Anybody who tries to challenge him. Mago nades over the top, not going to connect his balance, is playing inside the cubby. Counter nades starting to come through just to see if maybe balance can be freed up to make a play.
Mec, oublie pas Nova, ils ont eu un changement de joueur de dernière minute aussi, ouais. Je suis totalement d'accord, c'est ce que j'ai dit hier plusieurs fois. Mais bon, je me demande est-ce que, même avec... Oh putain, Marvel, monstrueux avec ce wallbang. Oh le monstre. Qu'est-ce qu'il est fort. Allez, mon petit Marv. Fais du sale, mon pote. Ah putain, Jesus Saves, qui est monstrueux avec toutes les armes, ce gars. Putain, c'est scandaleux. Allez, oh, c'est juste à côté. Non, non, juste en dessous.
And the big problem is you have Jesus Saves who's watching over the corner of this hill.
Allez, allez.
Right from inside tractor goes to the
Oh non, mais mec, je suis désolé, mais Jesus Saves est juste monstrueux. Ce joueur est juste trop fort. Oh, mais putain, ce mec. C'est lui, Jesus Saves. Il ressemble à Jésus en plus. À part ça, son pseudo, ça m'étonne qu'il soit accepté. En gros, c'est Jésus sauve, en gros. Le mec, il fait l'apologie de Jésus. Pour moi, tout ce qui est caractère religieux, t'aurais pas le droit, mais bon, je sais pas. Je sais pas ce que vous en pensez. Waouh, j'adore cette traduction. Merci Dédé. Teste, faut que je change mon pseudo, c'est un compte super. En fait, je suis une girl. D'accord. Bah, mais tu sais, girl ou pas girl, vous êtes les bienvenus hein, sur mon chat, sur mon live. Ça se dit Chia, pas ça se dit Zia, pas Chia, du coup. Ok, ok. Bon, attends, on se reconcentre sur la game, les gars. Oh. Mago, qui est aussi un joueur monstrueux avec son snipe, hein, on l'a vu hier jouer. Il a fait beaucoup de ça, fais gaffe. Oh putain, Marvel qui va mourir sous les balles. Oh, il l'a vu, Balance, il l'a vu. Allez, let's go. Oh, mais Save, c'est juste trop fort, mon dieu.
The trigger discipline was solid, but honestly, I think it's one of those positions you have to wait for the rest of your defense to start to rotate before you let that flank unfold.
Ça sent pas bon encore. Ok, Jazz qui remonte l'écart là. Allez, allez, Asilium. On perd pas espoir. Let's go, Fates. Allez, 2-2.
Splitting up how they're going to hit this retake are Asilium. Fades from the back. And you've got Jazz from the front, and they're going to completely isolate Zia inside Cubby, or are they? Zia for one, pistol out, Fade's able to get the kill. Now a 1v1. Time becoming a problem. 14 seconds on the clock before the defuse will no longer be available. And as nades come through, that's extra clearance, a little bit of space for Jesus Saves. Let's see if you can find a way to get this kill and then get back. No, not enough time for the defuse. Shot's not clean for Jesus Saves, but it doesn't matter. He's already secured the round.
Dommage. Putain, ils auraient pu la gagner. Ils auraient pu gagner ce round. Là, c'est dommage ça. Allez, Asilium, on laisse pas les bras là. Putain, Shark qui meurt d'un coup là. Ça sent pas bon. Mago et Jesus Saves monstrueux, oh, putain.
Because if ARP just did their homework and they say, hey, Asilium, they're only good at playing firing and search and destroy, that moniker seems to hold true here so far through these first 3 rounds as First Blood once again
Jazz qui va remourir. Putain, ça sent pas bon pour Asilium. Ça fait du mal de voir ça. Baisse le son, je suis obligé de le répéter plein de fois. C'est la première fois que je vois ton message, tout le monde me disait d'augmenter le son. Quel son je dois baisser? Parce que sinon il suffit de baisser ton son sur ton téléphone. Ça sent pas bon. Marvel.
2v4, Bomb still does need to go down, but life advantage in favor of ARP Gaming. Pepe, though, he's on a big flank right now. He might catch timing on Marvel here if he decides to get aggressive.
Le lance-flamme.
For ARP to really force any sort of a play here. Just wait to see what exactly Pepe can find. Because even if he falls, information is there. But little do you know, from the back, he finds Marvel free. And Faint's not able to get the first shot off against Mago.
Ah, ça sent pas bon là. Ça sent pas bon.
Very dire here for Asilium with still a crossfire domination waiting, which has again been a
la remontada, on y croit. Ouais, j'y crois encore. Mais putain, 0-3. Ils ont perdu déjà la première game. Asilium sous pression là.
I want to say the rounds are close, but they are anything but 3-0 ARP Gaming.
Allez, Asilium, là, on se ressaisit un
why
petit
they
peu.
are the first seed in NA thus far.
It's just, you have to do your homework against ARP. And right now,
Au niveau
Balance
stratégie, ils sont monstrueux.
throw some monkey wrench into the system here by getting aggressive, playing over by statue. He does have help to watch his back here. Smoke comes out. Jazz gonna try to push through that, but Zia reads it, finds the first blood once again, and now all of a sudden, Asilium are kind of committed to this play. There is no exit strategy. There's nobody to watch your back, so between Shark and Balance, they have to just duo this up versus 2v5.
Le kill de Shark magique, par
contre. Able to take down a car for a car bomb onto Jesus Saves. It turned things into a 4v4. And now the pixel peek over the top of the tank cannot convert on the kill, and things come to a bit of a standstill as Marvel finally turns the tides in favor of Asilium for the first time.
4v3, they are up in lives.
Première fois qu'Asilium a un avantage. 4v3. Allez Marvel, allez Shark, allez les gars. Rien n'est joué, rien n'est joué. Non, c'est pas mort les gars, c'est pas mort.
In the hands of Asilium, but a 2v4 is not possible. But again, 40 seconds on the clock. Bomb needs to go down. Penke is actually going to go into bottom blue. He might get timing on Feints here.
Faints is playing on the rooftop, so he can't avoid this.
Fais gaffe, il l'a pas. Mais non!
He's hard focused on what's happening over the top of the A site.
Mais
and
non!
in the same breath,
Du 2v2. Ah, ça sent mauvais.
Able to find one more. Now the crossing.
Allez Shark, allez Shark.
Turns it into a 1v2 situation for Penke as he comes around the corner.
GG.
Marvel gets the read.
Oh putain, j'ai eu peur. J'ai cru qu'ils allaient reprendre. Ils allaient regagner une nouvelle manche là. 4-0, ça sentait vraiment pas bon là.
Good shots out of Marvel, able to close it down. 4 and 3 for him. Jazz 1 and 4, a little bit of a slow start.
Enfin, ouais,
the other side,
enfin,
though,
enfin.
even across the board for ARP Gaming, everybody's showing up today. Championship Sunday,
allez,
up
allez.
3-1 in the SD, 1
Putain,
and 0
Shark
in the series.
remord.
First blood also in favor of ARP again. Zia has
Dès le début,
just
ça
been
sent
on
pas
top
bon
of
ça.
it lately.
Chia qui est monstrueux aussi. ARP les gars, je les trouve monstrueux. Rien à dire. Balance qui a réussi à faire un kill contre PP. 4v4. Oh le turn! Balance 3v2.
Now Balance, maybe an opportunity to hop onto this defuse, and quickly, here comes ARP trying to challenge it, but Balance gets caught trying to pick up the bomb. Marvel chasing right around the Rosie. Pistol, sniper rifle, how about the sniper rifle for the no-scope? Maybe a quick scope here as they know exactly where Mago is. Faints is trying to help, but he's got a scope as well. Nobody can hit the shot, eventually the pistols get the job done. And Asilium will win the final 2 rounds of the half to keep it relatively close.
Oh, c'est serré, putain. Oh, j'étais sous pression là. C'est Marvel là qu'on voit ou pas? Je sais pas si c'est la cam de Marvel. Là.
The fact that Marvel hits that snipe saves them so much in that round. Now 3v2, they have 2 rounds on the board, 2 rounds in a row.
Ah putain, je suis tellement stressé. Putain, il y a 1 million en jeu là, $1 million en jeu les gars. Si moi je suis stressé, j'imagine pas comment ils sont eux. Il y en a un qui est juste à côté là, mais Marvel l'a pas vu.
And assistance from Balance, who has gotten all the way forward towards the entryway. He's going to see a barrel, but
oh
no, Jesus
saves me, il est monstrueux ce gars.
Not sure how that one unfolded, but Jesus Saves able to tally up first blood, and now Jazz stuck with Marvel on the side, and
Et encore avec une grenade contre... Il est monstrueux ce mec. Ah ouais, là ça sent pas bon. GG Faints, un double kill très très beau. Mais non, c'est mort.
Is so far away and
c'est
caught
mort.
Up a creek without a paddle.
GG.
That's going to be 4-2 as ARP secure the defuse.
Balance's aggression there really
Jesus Saves est monstrueux les gars. J'ai pas d'autres mots.
Balance should have just played that corner, waited for the push-up, played for the easy kill. I mean, they could have just played really slow and defensive there. But because Balance pushes up, makes the chow, and doesn't win the gunfight, tries to get 2, that instantly opens up the map for ARP Gaming to collapse onto this site and just start picking the pieces.
Mais là la cam c'est celle de Jesus Saves ou de Marvel? Ils les mettent à chaque fois au même... J'arrive pas à savoir si c'est Jesus Saves, la tête de Jesus Saves ou la tête de Marvel là en bas. Bon allez Asilium, allez Asilium. Allez GG Shark. Très très bien joué de la part de Shark. Ils vont aller sûrement peut-être par le back du coup.
You think he'd at least got a lot of information from that.
Allez, par le back.
Rotation from ARP Gaming as Bomb and Jazz make its way over to the B site.
Il regarde pas à droite, il est fou. Il est fou, Jazz.
Get timing, but number 3, that's gonna be Pengy actually pushes out. He might find somebody on the back, but Jazz finds one. That's now a 3v5. ARP not in the driver's seat currently, but Mago's trying to find one on top of.
Oh, très bien joué. Allez, les gars.
1v5, a great play out of Asilium, a round they really needed.
Pengy.
C'est bien lui, c'est Marvel du coup.
That kind of fell asleep at the wheel a little bit, if you want to say it. It was really just poor COD timing. Jazz just ran right into bottom grandmas, and Pengy just never had a chance to read it, but keeps this round alive maybe. Finds the first 2. This would be a 1v5.
Mec, si Pengy fait le 1v4, là je pleure, je crois. Mais bon, ça m'étonnerait quand même. Contre 3 joueurs professionnels, s'il arrive à faire un V3. GG. Allez les gars, allez Asilium. Ça se resserre. On y croit.
We've seen crazier things.
3v4. 3 rounds contre 4.
1v5 and a bomb defuse, but there was only 20 seconds left.
Rien n'est joué pour le moment. Asilium sont encore. Ils sont encore en jeu.
It looks like a pretty hard A push here, and ARP actually has put most of their cavalry on the B
Allez,
side,
Marvel.
so this could be a free plant should they read this and push up fast.
Look at ARP, they're just like, yeah, we're not going to let them sneak through again. They've got 3 members sitting over towards back alley or inside diner, and now a 4th will join them. It's just Mago who's making their way over, and Zia, who was the only defender even remotely close to the A side, is still kind of watching mid-map. So the bomb goes down successfully. The post plant is very sturdy. From Asilium. You've got a player mid-map, you've got one watching the flank, and then the other 3 are just watching over the first point of ingress.
Putain, Shark va se refaire sniper par Jesus Save. Marvel contre Mago. Oh, très bien joué. Allez les gars.
Looks more than stalwart here. ARP 2v4.
Ah, dommage.
Trying to work their way in. Pepe for 1.
Allez, balance.
But turned aside, and now it all falls onto Jesus Saves, who will not have time.
Ça va être très compliqué pour Jesus Saves.
It was scary for a second there. Jesus, Pepe, and Pengy all rotated through mid and found 2 kills, but thankfully Jazz and I believe
Non, c'est la cam de Jesus Saves, hein, c'est pas la cam de Marvel. 4 à 4. Oh, c'est tellement serré. Mec, j'ai mal au ventre. De stress. Et aussi parce que j'ai bouffé trop de fondu à ce midi.
But we move on now, tied up 4-4. A lot more life out of Asilium in this S&D than we saw previously. First blood though, it's going to be in the hands of Shark. He will find the kill onto Zaya. That's a big player to get down right off the start of the round.
And just kind of looking at ARP defensively over the last 3 rounds, it almost feels like knee-jerk reactions. 2 rounds ago, Jazz slips through, and ARP say, how do they sneak through? Let's throw 4 members into back alley. And now this time, it's 4 members over towards A. And, you know, here's the thing. As much as we're crediting ARP for this map set,
encore un petit avantage pour Asilium.
They're 4-3 on search from the day yesterday. 3 of those wins coming on raid. So,
allez, Asilium, on y croit. Mec, s'il gagne cette map, clairement des chances de pouvoir gagner cette team. Feint qui fait un kill, mais trade contre Marvel.
Beautiful pick there is used, taking a little bit of a cruddy angle, but the trades go through. 4v3, they're still up and lives. Bomb is actually by itself, trying to make its way over to the A side right now.
Shark.
Shark could make a big play here if he pushes through B, but Pepe's going to be the one on the deep flank, but it's being watched over by Feint.
Allez, Shark.
A couple of gunfights going their way.
Oh, GG, Feint.
Not that Feint needs it. He finds the kill onto Pepe. 3v2.
Oh non! Ah, il aurait pas dû, Shark.
Top building. Now in a 2v2. Bomb still needs to get planted. It hasn't made its way all the way over to the A side. It actually backtracked in the building.
Yeah, after you find Pepe, the whole call is, all right, B's open, let's go. But they lose track of what's happening over at A. And Pengy, who had gotten over to Tractor, reads the rotation, collects 1. So now a 2v2. 22 seconds to play. Feint's switching out the pistol for a Type 25. And would he actually get down to this, or will it be Balance be the first one to check? If you lose your bomb planter here, you pretty much lose the round. This is a very important round. As the bomb will finally make its way on to B. Mago, topside grandmas. Maybe hears it, wants to check, but doesn't get an angle. Over the top, though, finds
par derrière.
From behind. The trade is going to be there in
Ah, ça sent pas bon,
break
putain.
up the deadlock at 4, and they're 1 round away from
je suis stressé.
Man, as soon as Feint was up in that top window, you heard me. I was like, I do not like him checking this boldly, because I know the second Mago gets wind of it, he is gonna get sniped, and that is exactly what happened.
Allez, les gars, là.
Put the sniper away,
C'est pas le
and
moment,
Mago
là.
capitalizes on it for the trade. 5v4. ARP looking to go up 2-0 in the series. Pengi sitting at 8 and 7. Jesus saves 8 and 6. Zai 8 and 8. I mean, across the board, ARP Gaming just dominating. Cillium, it was a good run. Bomb needs to go down to the A side right now. There's a little bit of pressure by ARP, but should they win this first opening gunfight against Pengi, they're going to shut it down. This should be a free plant.
Ah non, putain, Jesus saves encore le gars.
The bomb plant still coming out. That stun will connect. Nade over the top. Does that find any value? The answer is no. Defense trying to stack up, maybe to contest this plant. It looks like Mago's going to try to stiff out maybe a quick scope. Takes a shot, backs away. Balance watching over from Tractor. Very huge position for him to just lock things down and make sure that any push that comes from the front is met from multiple angles. But as he gives it up,
je suis méga stressé, les gars.
Starting to stack. Zia around the back, maybe trying to group up with Pepe for a flank, but this is a 2-2 split in a 4v4.
Je stresse sa mère.
You better go if you're going to go and do this play. Zia's going all the way around the long flank. No kills have come out. Jesus saves, finally gets an angle. The trade, not going to be fully there. Mago for one. Now it's down to a 2v1 situation, but ARP are running out of time. 10 seconds. Asilium's hope of staying alive in this map come down to balance. Thumper comes out, desperate play, 5 seconds. It's going to be close, but I'm pretty sure ARP have it. Yeah,
Mais non, putain de merde.
ARP put themselves
Oh
up 2-0 in the
putain
series.
de merde, frère. À la seconde près, c'est quoi ce scandale?
All the way deep through spawn with literally 20 seconds left on the bomb
Putain,
defuse.
la
That was probably the
malchatte.
most stressful thing I've watched all day. I mean, it worked. It worked. You
Ah,
know?
la malchance.
It worked.
À la seconde près.
Everyone's a critic until it doesn't, until it works. That's really how it comes out. But look, here's the thing. At the end of the day, Asilium must win map right there. That's your search and destroy pick. You haven't been great on search throughout the weekend. Now all of a sudden you have to reverse sweep ARP through their preferred dom pick.
Faut qu'ils gagnent les 3 prochaines games, Asilium, s'ils veulent pas être disqualifiés à aller dans nos brackets.
Miraculously, you still have to play ARP on their best search map, which is Raid.
I mean, well, then we have to talk about Dom, right? Both of these teams are incredibly good at domination.
Ah non, ARP, les gars, putain.
However, you can't just look at the statistics. They are down 0-2 in the series now. They are looking at getting set in the losers bracket in our round 1. Now, that is a lot of weight on your shoulders. But again, Game 3 is always our flip mode. There's always room for a reverse sweep, but ARP Gaming are looking to close this out very quickly. They went up 3 on that S&D like that shift. And Asilium, they got a couple rounds in, but it always seemed to be in ARP's hands.
The best way that I can frame up both of these two squads is whoever can showcase the best flexibility.
Mec, s'ils avaient gagné le 5e round, ils auraient gagné cette match.
Ce match, cette map.
Ils auraient gagné cette map. Ils ont choc l'avant-dernier. L'avant-dernière manche. Et au lieu de perdre 5-4, ils auraient gagné 5-4. Et ils auraient gagné le dernier round, je suis persuadé. Mais putain, Marvel monstrueux hein, comme snipe. Mais Jesus Saves, les gars, rien à dire. Jesus Saves a toujours été un joueur monstrueux, mais encore maintenant on peut le voir. Mago et Jesus Saves monstrueux en recherche et destruction avec leur snipe. Marvel aussi.
ARP, I mean, Pepe was always on flank every single time. Every single time he was going on a long flank, and the fact that Feint or Jazz would never read it or try to counter it, I think that was really the downfall of Asilium because they were always trying to stack on top of each other.
Faut toujours y croire, les gars, faut toujours y croire.
They fell apart. They were looking at the same lane, and they would just get shot in the back.
Balance, il a trop tiré, il a trop.
And you started to see this in the last couple of rounds. The last one in particular, ARP was dominating the kill feed just that much more than Asilium yesterday. You've got 2 players for Asilium that just based on the day 1 KDs were outside of the top 50. We only had 60 total players, so that's never a good statistic when you're looking at a playoff run to try to win $300,000. And when you find yourself in those face-up gunfights, and
je sais pas ce qu'il aurait pu faire Balance à la
things like that last round are going to happen.
Là en situation de 1v2.
Now we have to talk about going into our domination, kind of the win conditions for both these teams. ARP, just keep doing what you're doing at this point. ARP is used to doing what you're doing. Asilium, I need to see a little bit less aggression or at least patience out of Balance. There's multiple times where Balance would push very, very far by himself, and he would be in a good position, but he would
n'empêche pour moi c'est Tribe qui va gagner cette finale.
Peut-être.
J'ai jamais compris le décompte du recherche et destruction. Mec, la décompte en recherche et destruction, j'ai l'impression que même s'il te reste 3 secondes, et ben tu peux diffuser la bombe. C'est un peu de la merde.
Well, we'll see. We've framed up Blue Star ideas, but the brilliant minds of the desk have more to say. So Puckett.
Non, s'il te plaît, spoil pas, Shaouch, sinon tu vas te faire ban, frère. Il est pas stratège balance. Ouais, j'ai l'impression qu'ils foncent un peu trop dans le tas.
We saw Asilium making a comeback, but then they shut it down, Bobby. They're looking really strong. You're in a power position now at 2-0. You just got to kind of cruise from here on out, right?
Yeah, you would think so, especially with the map picks that we're looking at right now. There's so much that's favoring ARP, and right now we're going into a crossfire.
Bobby plays avec sa chemise qui est méga ouverte. Je suis mort. Il a pas mis les boutons, le gars. Il a peut-être trop chaud, hein, qui sait.
Beef Mommy, I know who you're cheering for in this match, and it looks like they could finish it here. ARP versus Asilium. Map 3 has started as we send it back to our casters. I hope it's an Alley.
All right, digging on in, and yeah, the statistics, again, they're not the greatest sample size in the world, but I think you can still get a notion of how all of us are leaning as we jump on into the crossfire dom. And the biggest thing about it is really the decision-making that comes with this map. Asilium, a strong start with a very quick A-B hold, but the big thing is, how do you get across and maybe try to get those favored sides, which is towards C?
You say favorite side, but they're doing pretty well so far. Again, ARP Gaming are 4.
J'espère que ça va leur donner la rage de gagner là, Asilium.
The fact that Asilium is already out the gates with the first couple of seconds of lead, I think says something about it.
Definitely does. But now Pepe, he's been a catalyst for a lot of the break attempts on respawn for ARP. First one forward, finds the first blood. Good start here. Now numbers starting to mount up for the hit. ARP winning on the trades and the kill feed. The dominance that they've showcased over the last couple of weeks now since stage 4 has definitely been. And with that, the B flag very quickly snatched back up by ARP.
That was a big play out of Pepe to get those two inside a building for control, but now it's him by himself with the thumper. The trophy is going to shut that down, and finally some the progression is going in favor of Asilium. They need to get some bodies on this B site to stop it. Pangy's going to be there. He finds one. He'll get shut down. No help from the side of ARP. But Jesus saves, looking to go on a long flank. Hopefully cut the cross off for the
Jesus saves, même avec ses grenades, elles sont monstrueuses.
The last 2 kills, and with that, once again, retake the B flag. ARP starts to get numbers coming, but no one reads Jazz.
Ça passe par le back.
He's able to pull from the bottom side of the shops. Now turning his attention over towards Laundry, but recognizes the threat of a multitude of different players, and that will be enough for ARP to stack this and likely take back the B flag. Streaks have been earned early, but ARP's numbers starting to come through. Shark with 2,
très bien joué de la part de ARP.
And ARP able to
C'est tellement serré, les gars.
Asilium is stacking a lot of kills here. I'm surprised B hasn't been more in their control, because every time I look at that bottom side of the map, it's at least 2 or 3 blue players pushed on up, but it's going to be Zai actually that D progresses this B site 46 to 39. Stay on board here. It looks like balance is 6-6, and Shark as well. Shark is definitely somebody to keep an eye on when it comes to Asilium in respawn as he's going off again. They are taking the lead currently.
Love this decision making coming out from Feints and Shark. Trying to put some pressure down the middle of the map, and it's going to be Shark, long range. Would love to see him just play his life, just get around that safe flag, and maybe throw a second consideration for ARP so they just kind of get broken up.
Putain, le mec il joue la Fennec ici, c'est un truc de ouf.
Wins a couple of key gunfights with Jazz. They work their way on in.
GG
able to stack things up, and once again, an A-B hold comes out from Asilium from the weak side, and the spawns for ARP are all the way in the back corner of the map. Not at all where you want to be is what I'm getting at here, but Jazz coming back over to the B flag, a 1v1 to maybe try to save the flag. Not quite able to do it, and with that, Pepe able to turn things aside, but all of that said, a pretty favorable scoreboard, all things told, for Asilium.
ARP qui font la triple feed là.
60 is still fairly a close game as B goes into possession of ARP now because of that unfortunate spawn flip. Forced a lot of Asilium to back up and protect that A flag. As we play on your mini-map though, that's going to be Feints, who was trying to go on a long flank 2C. He will get shut down, so now there is just no presence on the side of B map for Asilium.
Get both these teams.
Si ARP reste et garde le point B, ils vont gagner de 2-3 points cette manche. C'est extrêmement serré.
For ARP throughout the day, you cannot rule out Asilium what they can do on the third game mode. In my mind, whoever won this map very well may win this series. That's a tall statement to make now, considering Asilium would have to be taking their first step in a long line of 3 very deep steps towards reverse sweep.
Bon, allez, Asilium là.
Nonetheless, from the weaker side, now they spawn from C, and if they can find a way to win the opening engagement on this B flag, they will be cruising to retake the lead.
75 to 74, loading into our second half. Already 3 members of ARP have made to this B site with only 1 contest from Asilium. 3 of them are actually stacking their bodies inside of the hill. 1 does get taken down on the side of ARP Gaming, and Pepe gets shut down as well. The possession going in hands of Asilium once again in the early moments of the second half.
Oh, big thumper comes out though. Zia, 1v3 just did a lot of chip damage. Now can maybe make a play forward to try to repossess this B flag. Has help from Pepe. Pengi over the middle.
Oh non.
And as they try to make
Oh,
this
ça
play,
sent
we
pas
go
bon.
into an experienced island with ARP.
Allez, Marvel. Oh, oh ce laser. Putain, ça gueule, hein. Ils jouent leur vie, hein. Normal en même temps.
With that, now it's on to Asilium to try to make this response play. Look, the C flag is typically where you want to be, but so far both teams putting on a lot of pressure from the A home flag side.
Jazz and Shark here investing a lot in trying to get on a deep flank for the A side, and they're getting punished here for it. 97 to 97 still. The game is tied up, but so far in the driver's seat is going to be ARP Gaming. There is going to be split spawns, so that's going to be Jazz and Shark that spawn deep A, but instead, looks like they push straight through mid to get a couple kills in the back, and unfortunately, that goes down. We're looking at possibly a triple cap here, as it's going to be Zaya by themselves on the C flag, getting some progression.
He finds two, and now help is here. Mago's going to make the play for C. This is the worst place you can be spawning for Asilium. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to making key time decisions on this map mode combo. When you find yourself spawning out, you decide, what are we committing to, Asilium? Do you want to play for A? Do you want to play for C? I can't tell you the answer because there's players all over the map, and while this is happening, ARP are putting this game out of reach. Cluster Shrek's going to go down on A, and they haven't even fully taken the C flag yet. Even though they're going to get it, it took such a darn long time that this game may be out of reach at this point.
It's absolutely out of reach. That was a triple cap for just long enough. There's death machines galore. Strix are going to get called in from side of Asilium as they finally cap the C flag, but 134 to 105, they're going to need a perfect hold here of all three flags, and ARP are just not giving anything up.
Yeah, look at the defensive setup, I'll say, from ARP. They've got a couple of members that are sitting inside of Broken, although one off spawn for number 3. In blue, that's Faints. He's trying to come back over to the B flag. They know they need this, but realistically speaking, you got to split your resources. You have to play for all three flags at the same time. And ARP, positions in laundry, positions out by store. There will not be a chance for Asilium to come back in. It really, for me, just comes down to that one moment where you see ARP sneak via over towards the C flag. He makes a huge solo play. Spawns for Asilium go out into no man's land, and from there, no sniff of a decision was made, and ARP will cruise their way through a 3-0 series here in their opening round.
Honestly, the biggest play of that entire series, and I think what ended up winning ARP the game, was Zaya push out to the C flag, the triple cap. They push it out, not only did it win all three gunfights, but that then spawns out Jazz and Shark right next to the A flag. And not only did they have the opportunity to go for that and then go for B, instead Jazz and Shark push in through mid to go for the B flag. And because they did that, because they made no commitment to the other side when they realized they were they just got shot in the back from people spawning at A flag. And then they got nothing from it. Yeah. They got nothing from it, which then allowed Zaya to get the triple cap, and then just, that was it. That was ARP running with the rest of the map.
Look, ARP, that is a solid start for you, and I will have to credit not just the overall play.
Tu m'avais dit ARP avec la team de Miney, cerveau. Non, je déconne. Non, mais je sais, hein, ARP, je sais qu'ils sont monstrueux. Tribe aussi. Après, moi, j'y crois pour y croire. Hein. Zilium et Stamina, c'est deux très bonnes teams aussi. Hein. Et j'aimerais bien qu'il y ait une team européenne qui nous représente, quoi, aussi. Elle sera quand la finale? Elle est maintenant la finale, mon pote. Mais une finale de finale, je sais pas. Dans peut-être 30 minutes, 1 heure, je sais pas du tout. Mais ils sont pas disqualifiés encore, les gars. Ils passent dans le loser bracket à Zilium.
Clean sweep. We saw our firing range hard point. It was no question there. There were a lot of points in between, 70 points. That is not a joke to actually go and pull off in this competition. Not only that, they really dominated in every single matchup that they had. And from yesterday,
parce que le prochain match c'est Stamina contre Tribe Gaming, et ça aussi ça va être du lourd, les gars. Ça va être du lourd.
As we take a look at some of the highlights throughout this series, we had highlights on both sides of the ball here, right? I loved what we saw in Game 2 from the snipers, but going back to firing range.
Ça va être très lourd, Tribe Gaming et Stamina.
Early from ARP because Beef Mommy said Jesus Saves is in the MVP running. He was playing well, but he wasn't the only one.
Yeah, she definitely had a really good point on that. I felt
Mec, si Stamina bat Tribe Gaming, franchement, ce serait magnifique. Ça va être chaud, mais ce serait magnifique.
ARP was at a pretty big advantage just from the start on this map, especially if you look at the overall map.
Ouais, même ça. Mais ils ont perdu un joueur aussi.
Domination, their go-to was Crossfire, where they were also undefeated.
C'est vrai qu'à un moment, Nova était imbattable. Hein. C'est plus du tout le cas maintenant.
Such an easy way to start the day.
As we take a look at standoff, this was all about the snipes, and you can see ARP early finding success.
J'ai débarqué dans le gars de Call of récemment, et juste comme ça, la Haribo, Team Call of, elle est bien ou pas? Oula. Alors là, Audrey, j'ai pas capté ce que tu m'as dit.
Going in for the kill, especially going into that round number 8. But unfortunately for them, they just dropped it at the very end, couldn't really keep up with how ARP was playing.
Bobby, as we go into this final
à part ça, c'est quand même, je déteste la map Crossfire, mais elle est très stylée à regarder en domination. Quand tu vois les joueurs pro, des va-et-vient entre le point B, c'est un truc de ouf. Le nombre de captures qu'ils font par minute, c'est un truc de ouf.
They just have found this unusual strategy to be able to use it to their advantage. Whenever they hit that triple cap, it was basically game over.
J'ai récemment débarqué dans la game de Call of et je voulais savoir s'il y en a qui connaissent la Haribo. Team Call of. Non, je la connais pas de vrai. C'est une team française.
They're going to fall 117 to 150. That completes the 3-0 sweep for ARP and that sends them forward. A big shout out to our sponsor.
Avoir Beef Mamie comme pseudo, c'est ouf. Ouais. Nova éliminé, je suis déjà choqué. Non, moi ça me choque pas du tout là. Nova, ils étaient en train de pas performer ces derniers temps. Ils avaient du mal à gagner. Du coup, je suivais un petit peu la scène compétitive en Europe. Et Nova avait beaucoup de mal ces derniers temps. Je sais pas pourquoi. Impossible de triple cap, bien sûr. Juste dans la game d'avant, il y avait eu un triple cap, hein, si jamais coup de 7100. 1 plus 1 Idams, 3. Bon allez, normalement dans quelques secondes, on arrive à la game de Trap Gaming contre Stamina. Stamina, équipe européenne hein, les gars, dont plusieurs joueurs francophones, Nax et Drari. Et Trap Gaming, la team favorite depuis hier, qui promet du lourd. Mais on y croit, hein, Stamina. Ne les sous-estimez clairement pas, les gars.
Don't worry, they're still losers bracket and they could make that run. If Asilium is going to make the run, is it Marvel? Is it Faints? Who we got eyes on, Beef Mommy?
I got my eyes on you, Marvel. He can pop off.
Bolou, c'est Boris Luna. C'est son prénom et son nom, cerveau. Ouais, c'est ça, une team FR qui a l'air cool en ambiance, mais je sais pas ce qu'elle vaut réellement. Ah bah clairement, ça va pas être une très bonne team, hein, mais c'est clair, je pense. En tout cas, je la connais pas, donc c'est clairement pas une team compétitive. En tout cas, dans le top en Europe, mais bon, si c'est une bonne ambiance. Après, mec ou meuf, j'imagine que toi non plus t'es pas un pro player ou une pro playeuse. Donc tu peux pas rejoindre une des meilleures teams du monde quand t'es pas un des meilleurs joueurs au monde aussi quoi. T'es chaud au snipe? Non. Je connais pas le Haribo mais la carambar oui. Je suis mort. Allez Stamina. Putain ça ferait mal de voir deux teams ça ferait mal de voir les deux teams européennes se faire éliminer dès le début, hein, les gars. Allez, on y croit.
Somebody is going to be raising that trophy. One team will be taking home $300,000. And we have Pingy who is hoping to be in that running at the end of the day.
La première team remportera 300 000 dogs, donc chiens et pas dollars.
Very excited for today.
Well, you should be. You were looking clean. The whole squad looked to be dialed in. So tell me about this morning. After you guys got into Championship Sunday, what was the mood this morning? How did you guys get ready for your first
Après, honnêtement, les gars, je me demande, le décalage horaire, est-ce que ça joue? Le décalage horaire, sachant que toutes ces teams, elles n'ont pas de décalage horaire au Mexique. Il y en a même des teams qui viennent du Mexique Donc, je me dis déjà, je sais pas quoi penser. Je sais pas si ça joue un rôle. Le fait que les teams européennes sont un peu dépaysées au Mexique, hein, quand même. Et toutes les teams NA, les teams qui viennent du Mexique, sont habitués, quoi. Je sais pas.
Oh, definitely, we are. We came here to win. We didn't came here to lose. And yesterday, we started with a rough start. Honestly, that skate match, we should have won that. We made silly mistakes. It happens. It always happens in high competition like this. But we improved. We got top 1 like we wanted to.
Son père est PhD en ingénierie, style PFL.
Winners finals.
Well, you are on showcase in front of the globe right
Ça veut
now.
rien dire PhD en ingénierie. Non. Il a fait un PhD en quoi? Ingénierie, c'est ultra vague. Dams, c'est possible Stamina versus Aziliam? Ouais. Si Stamina perd contre App Gaming là, ce sera Stamina contre Aziliam en loser bracket. Oui, Explicit ne s'est pas qualifié, Brice Perron. Explicit qui a très bien joué hier quand même, ne s'est quand même pas qualifié. Et ouais.
Thank you, man. Oh, can I say one more thing?
Yes. Real quick, Peggy.
Since I was like 12. Okay.
We're bringing it back. Shout out to our production team. We hung up. We answered again. Pangy, what do you got for me?
Chris Puckett, I've been seeing you since I was like 12 or 11, like back in MOG Dallas, like 2012, back in the World Championship. I'm a big fan of you, man. I've always been watching and supporting. I love your voice. I love your cast. I love your energy, man. You're awesome. I'm fucking amazing that you're here. I'm sorry that I cuss and everything, bro. I'm just excited.
Yo, I'm freaking pumped too, bro. This is only my second COD mobile event, and I will be back for plenty more.
Penny ultra stressé qui dit hey les gars, je peux dire un dernier truc. Il dit au caster, je t'adore mec, je te regarde depuis que j'ai 12 ans. T'es un caster fabuleux, je t'adore. Et il a même dit un gros mot, il a dit ah c'est marrant, c'est marrant. Allez, Stamina contre Tribe Gaming. C'est wholesome comme ils disent les Américains. Peut-être oui, mais surtout la bouffe. Je te dis, ils ont eu tous la tourista. Hier, on a fait des hypothèses avec les abonnés. Peut-être les joueurs européens, ils ont eu la tourista quand ils sont arrivés au Mexique et du coup, ils sont moins performants, les gars. C'est pour ça. Ça va faire mal les deux teaming contre. Ah ouais, ça clairement. Si Stamina perd et qu'on voit Aziliam contre Stamina en loser bracket, ah ça va être dur. Ça va être dur. Bon, c'est bon là, on s'en bat les couilles de cette Xperia X1 tout pourri. Putain, c'est la 15e fois qu'on voit cette pub en quelques heures là, c'est trop chiant. Aziliam a perdu et se retrouve en loser bracket. Et ouais, perdu contre ARP. Allez, Stamina. Bon ben, les gars, ça retourne dans 3 minutes. On a 3 minutes pour faire une game. Trois minutes, ça veut dire qu'on va faire un match à mort par équipe. Dans 3 minutes, on retourne voir le match, les gars. Allez, let's go stand-off. Stand-off, je crois que c'est ma map préférée, et ensuite c'est Firing Range. Bon, pas grave, on va faire Firing Range. Gotti la zone. Vas-y. On a 3 minutes pour gagner, les gars. Trois minutes top chrono pour faire 50 kills, les gars. Allez, let's go. Pas le temps de miser. Ils sont où? Wesh. Ils sont où? Je suis du père. Mais non, les deux sont low. Oh, j'ai le seum. Oh, j'ai le méga seum. Assistance mineure, wesh. Vas-y, on n'a pas le temps, on n'a pas le temps.
Contact with enemy. Changing mag, cover me. Contact with enemy.
Oh, le laser!
Enemy contact. Get down, sniper. Enemy in sight.
Ready for deployment. Friendly shock RC is ready.
Enemy contact. Contact! Enemy in sight. Contact with enemy. Target in sight. Shot.
Friendly shock RC is coming.
Oh, ces campeurs. Oh, les campeurs.
Target in sight.
Mais mec, c'est le plus gros campeur du monde, ce gars.
Enemy contact.
Le mec restait allongé dans son spawn. Au calme.
Target in sight.
Mais y a que des campeurs.
Enemy in sight. Reloading.
J'ai tellement pas de chance là. 2 fois de suite, c'est un mec qui vient.
Contact with enemy. Enemy in sight. Changing mag, cover me. Target in sight.
Recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is standing by. UAV online.
Viens me voir, mon pote.
Contact with enemy.
Friendly shock RC is ready. Friendly shock RC is coming.
Cover me. Enemy in sight.
Mais non. Je comprends pas. J'ai arrêté de tirer vu que je l'avais laser, mais non. Il est pas mort.
Enemy in sight. Enemy contact. Changing mag, cover me. Enemy in sight. Target in sight.
Par derrière encore. Ah, ça me saoule. Je comprends pourquoi je fais pas du team deathmatch, du match à mort par équipe.
Contact with enemy.
À chaque fois, c'est comme ça.
Enemy in sight. Reloading.
Mais non.
Objective almost complete. Keep it
Dès
up.
que j'active mon armure cinétique en plus. J'ai trop le seum.
Enemy contact. Contact with enemy. Enemy in sight. Reloading. Cover me. Contact with enemy. Enemy. Contact with enemy. Target. Reloading. In sight. Target in sight. Enemy contact.
Arrête de te casser, espèce de fragile là.
Contact with enemy. Reloading. Contact with enemy.
Coucou toi. GG.
Friendly shock RC is ready.
Vas-y, on se casse. On se casse les potes. 3067, let's go. Et on passe grand maître au calme. Oh, ça c'est beau ça. « 23, cette mort. Bon, vas-y. Putain, heureusement que j'ai fait une game, hein. Ça a toujours pas commencé. Ils avaient dit dans 3 minutes. On a fait une game qui a duré 6 minutes. Allez les gars, stamina compte, try gaming, parfait timing, et c'est reparti. C'est reparti les potes. ARP a gagné ou pas, s'il vous plaît? Oui, ARP a gagné.
Because like what they said at the desk, firing range for hardpoint, that is going to be scary because Tribe is absolutely perfect there.
Allez les gars,
But for Stamina, that is
let's go.
also their best bet. They
On y croit les gars. Allez Stamina, allez montrez. Moi, ce que j'aime pas de Tribe, c'est surtout Bolo. Le mec est tellement narcissique, hein. Je suis désolé, mais ce mec est juste trop narcissique. Alors peut-être ça fait partie du show, etc. Mais moi j'ai du mal. Hein. J'ai beaucoup de mal avec Bolo. J'ai beaucoup de mal à apprécier son caractère. Allez Stamina. Allez Bolo. T'as l'air un peu nul Bolo là, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Allez, allez, let's go. Allez, Narx. Allez, les gars. Moi, j'y crois, j'y crois. Oh yes, Grise. C'est quoi, il utilise quoi comme arme, Grise? Je suis pas sûr. Oh yes. Allez, la stamina là. Montrez qui c'est les patrons. Allez. Let's go, let's go. Allez, Grise. Oh, yes.
So that's a really good start for Stamina here so far. You can see 42-0. But you know,
il a la R9. R9, un des meilleurs pompes au monde. Hein. Enfin, sur code mobile. Hein. Mais putain, mais la Stamina, ils sont on fire là. Allez, moi je veux voir ça ces 3 prochaines games. Oh, Inferno monstrueux.
Taking this map off a Tribe and be able to push it for the break right there. That's going to be a clean one. 3 straight kills, make it 4. Trying to make it 5, but Inferno going to be able to make that rotation up. SKS in hand. One of the few players that we've seen rocking that and doing it to absolute perfection as he's made his way into the top 10 KDs so far throughout the weekend. Grizz going to try to make the break here with the R9. Finds one, not going to be able to connect the shots though, and Band is absolutely slaying as Tribe is looking to flip this game on its head.
Allez les gars, allez Stamina. Continuez comme au tout début là. Mais mec, comment c'est possible ça?
And just like that, Bobby, things are quickly turning out really sour for Stamina.
And there's a reason he was my MVP.
Bolu qui a 1 HP, c'est quoi cette chance?
He's doing it right there. Bolu and Marshy holding down the OBJ. Stamina looking to push in once again, but that lead has dwindled quickly. Tribe back in control right now. We saw off the start. Stamina winning the majority of the gunfights, but right now it just looks like all Tribe in the feed. It's Band, it's Childs, both getting doubles right there. Bowler's only got 2 kills, but it's because his teammates are soaking everything up for themselves. Narc's gonna try the play right here. Backdoor tries to get the shutdown on the Death Machine, but he gets turned on. Drari finally gets the break on in, and now an opportunity for Stamina.
Big kill from Drari, and he's going to be able to get 1 more person. Bolu, though, with a very great prone, pulls out the Death Machine and not able to utilize it very well. Gets taken out. That is big kills by Marshy, and that is the reason why he's the MVP right now for Tribe, because of his amazing gun skills. And take a look at that. Rotation needs to come through.
And your operator decision making has got to be just incredible if you're going to take out Tribe. That was not good from Drari. You're in a bad position. You know people are about to push in. Pulling out the Death Machine in that spot's not going to cut it. Looking at the KDs, Childs, lowest KD on the team throughout the weekend, but he's 15-7 right now. That's
par derrière, qu'est-ce que tu regardes pas derrière, frérot?
Man, Tribe has found their groove once again.
Non, putain, c'est chaud.
Pretty sure he saw one guy coming, pulling up through B long, but fortunately Jungle Leaf's gonna be a little bit too thick here at the very end,
Stamina,
but
là, on baisse pas les bras, frère.
Really having a fighting chance. Contests the hill. Now that's going to be very difficult, as Childs definitely has been performing well with 17 to his name. XS1 Goliath have yet to be called in, and now Drari doesn't quite make it, and Tribe all over again.
Inferno pushing for the flank right here. He's got a Death Machine to work with if he wants to. Finds one. Peeks out the window. Band's there. Envy there for the trade. Stamina getting a little bit of scrap time out here. It's not out of reach yet, but it definitely still feels like the momentum to a certain extent is in the hands of Tribe.
Pourquoi vous êtes pour Tribe, les gars? Pourquoi vous êtes pas pour une team européenne? Je comprends pas.
That was in the hands of Childs, if I'm not mistaken, and Marshy not having quite the same impact. What? Marshy! He saw him. I'm pretty sure
Qu'est-ce
he
qui
saw
s'est
him on
passé
the
là?
line
J'ai rien
right there.
capté.
Not entirely sure. He's definitely going to see him that time. Still didn't get the kill. It looked like he flew up into the sky. That was one of the most unusual engagements I've ever seen.
Okay, hold on. Can we just unwrap that for a sec? We see here Marshy right here at my tower, sees Rari, takes a look back, and then Drari drops down. Drari yet again with the peek, and that is just an amazing show of, I don't even know what that was. But again, very strong start here for Tribe Gaming, 122 and 95, but Stamina always there behind their backs, always trailing behind though, as Tribe is going to be a couple steps forward.
Est-ce qu'on peut voir les accessoires sur leur type 25 à ces joueurs?
But I feel like that should have been inside of the hill instead.
Right now, it just feels like there's too big of a gun skill differential. Tribe's going to be able to get back on the hill, continuing to build on that lead, and every time we look at the KDs, it seems like Tribe keeps climbing higher and higher. There's only so much that rotations can do for you when you're not winning gunfights. I don't know how Drari got taken out right there. It looked like he had the perfect shots with the Death Machine, maybe another Tribe player going for trades, but they're going to be able to stay alive, and now a solid Death Machine usage for Drari. We saw him waste one early on.
Allez les gars, allez les gars.
But this looks like a solid hold by Stamina, and still an opportunity for them to turn this game around.
Allez Stamina.
Climbing slowly up, operators on the hill,
Riz
in the surrounding area. Couple kills in the feed for Tribe, but they're not going to be able to find that one. Marshy finally pushes on in, but the Death Machine, 1 HP, clutches up, but it doesn't matter.
C'est tellement serré, c'est tellement serré.
28 to his name.
Oh, le Goliath de merde.
This is done and dusted. With that XS1 Goliath right in the way and 2 players into the OBJ, you're going to have a very hard time.
Oh, le kill de Goliath de la part de Inferno.
Go and get rid. One big push, all left for them. They need to contest this very easily, but no, it's not going to be enough time.
Oh, c'est tellement serré.
Very great start for Tribe Gaming, but Stamina definitely didn't make it easy for them to go and have.
And it's just tough to give recommendations of like what Stamina can do differently when you're getting outslayed that hard. There's so few options. Obviously, a lot of it can come down to map
Putain, Stamina qui avait 50 points d'avance au tout début.
Kind of do or die for them, especially given
ils se font remonter direct après.
S&D throughout the weekend, but in the past, that has been their weakest game mode.
Hardpoint went down pretty okay for Stamina. Okay, we're gonna give them credit. Rotation was key. The positioning was pretty prime.
Bon, après, je pense qu'ils ont sué. Je pense que Tribe Gaming, ils ont sué quand même cette première game.
They were looking pretty solid, but every single one of their Slayers just dropped like flies, and you really need to leave it down to your OBJs to really just deliver that. They're supposed to be the last line of defense. The Slayers shouldn't let any of the players go inside, and that is why
150, 127. Même pas 25 points d'écart, donc franchement c'est serré.
We're getting ready to hop into Hackney Yard Search and Destroy. This is not one that we've seen a ton throughout the weekend, but obviously we want to look back at the highlights as well. Stamina
Putain, pourtant Stamina avait tellement bien commencé. Je sais pas ce qui s'est passé.
But by the second hard point, Tribe had already flipped things on their head, and I don't know. If Tribe keeps playing like that, I don't know if anybody can beat them.
And this is supposed to be Stamina's perfect map that they probably could have had a lot of time, and I kind of expected this to happen. I really wanted to be close, but I knew they weren't gonna win this unless everything was gonna be perfect, and we already saw them kind of falter into P2 and trailer as well. The fact that they had early control into P2 and dropped it into every single round that they had, that is definitely a sight for the future. But
putain, c'est moi, il est torse nu, Bobby Plays. Il est torse nu ou il a un t-shirt en dessous? J'arrive pas à voir, les gars. Non, il a un t-shirt, non? Il a un t-shirt, non?
A little bit unsure who their sniper is going to be. Obviously, Child's really dominated in stage 4 for them, but he had been absent for a while, returned to the team, obviously playing his best. Bolu filling that sniper role as well.
J'ai cru que le mec, il avait une sorte de chemise, le mec, il est en mode débardeur. Je suis mort.
And it seems like Tribe has really learned how to adapt in Search and Destroy. That's going to be tough for Stamina to counter, but they also have a whole lot of tools at their disposal. Just a lot of different snipers, players that can play different.
Allez, allez, on y croit. Stamina, franchement, ils ont pas dit un dernier mot, je pense.
we'll just have to see what it comes down to.
S'il perd, je me suicide.
I mean, obviously, before going into our search and destroy,
Putain, dis pas
there's
ça,
still a
Zed.
lot of things into consideration with that hardpoint matchup. We saw really good positioning. Now, this is what you should take in going into search and destroy, right?
Le fameux mythe où tout le monde disait Yu versus Ena, c'est eux qui gagnent, c'est donc faux. Pour le moment, rien n'est décidé encore dans Inside.
They know their angles, but in a map like Hackney Yard where they haven't really had much of a play,
on pourra dire ça quand Tribe ou ARP sera première du monde, mais pour le moment ce n'est toujours pas le cas.
Inferno will be that guy. He is the IGL of the team.
Putain, ils ont l'air tellement...
Narcs, he needs to pull up.
Le mec, il a un oreiller, Inferno.
And looking at the team right now, they don't look too terribly
stressed. Narcs, il a l'air ils ont l'air tellement... Grise, il a l'air déprimé, frère. Grise, il est en train de toucher ses câbles en mode putain, j'en ai marre de ma vie. Drari, lui, il reste full concentré. Inferno, bouge pas sa tête. Allez, ça commence.
Hopefully they can bounce back and make something happen here because obviously the micro decision making matters that much more in the search and destroy.
Absolutely. See, now that is going to be very, very impressive to see. And you know what? From the start of the game, we already knew that Tribe kind of had the advantage from hardpoint and also in search and destroy. Now, we need to see Stamina pull it through, have a better decision.
But just as I said,
that Bolu with that double kill, but Stamina with the response as well.
Big response right there, and that's exactly what we need. Even in regards to confidence coming into this, I think Stamina, as long as they feel like they've got a shot, Narcs just doesn't hear the audio. Child's going to be able to find that one. He's not even filling the sniper role for them right now. And it looks like he doesn't need to. What just absolute steamroll off the start right there. That, I don't know what the exact time on that was, but that had to be less than 30 seconds.
Pour toi le meilleur sniper actuellement du jeu. Putain, c'est compliqué. Ouais, j'en ai pas un. Pour moi, les snipers monstrueux, c'est Narcs, Marvel, Jesus Says, Mago. Il y en a plusieurs.
And now, again, a very aggressive push from Stamina going in here. Why would you challenge that? Why are they just letting go of all the opportunities that they can take just to have this? Now we are at a 3v1 situation. Everything's just too fast. You've learned from the past round that going in there aggressively, guns blazing, isn't going to work out for you.
Yeah, I just don't know about the gun pick right there for Grizz, rocking the R9. Like, I understand he likes his shotguns.
Yo, ça dit quoi les BG? Bah là, ça dit rien de bon là. On est en train de prendre cher du côté européen.
You gotta think they gotta be able to adapt right here. Off the start, 2 very quick rounds for Tribe, and also no real different type of looks for Stamina.
C'est vrai qu'ils arrivaient. Non, je pense qu'ils étaient juste ultra concentrés. Allez, Stamina là, Stamina, vous pouvez pas nous faire ça comme ça là.
And right now, Stamina very desperately needs to find a different approach.
But taking a look at this, we already see a 4v2 situation. So slowing down works out for Stamina, and that should have been the case in round number 2. But here in round 3, we see that Tribe struggling just a little bit. Ban gonna be a little bit sneaky here in bottom L. Doesn't quite get the information, but unfortunately for him, Inferno spots him.
Yeah, we got a sniper in Narcs looking over at him. I think there's the entire team's just shooting at the forklift.
Inferno, tu l'entends spammer sa SKS.
Trying to clutch a 1v4,
GG les gars.
You see, you can get a one-shot from that range with the R9, but once again, it comes down to consistency, and it's just so risky to do that knowing the time delay after those shots.
I want Stamina to go to B right now, because going into A, that's going to be a little bit more predictable, and I don't want that to happen, especially if you give Tribe the opportunity to get there first.
Ils vont gagner 125k. Qui va gagner 125k, Dreamman?
But the bomb's still going at the very outskirts. Shift will have that. Band gets 1. That is going to be a trade, but Envy getting 1 as well. So 2-man, and no, there you go, 2-man advantage from Tribe.
This flank from Childs, it's happening every time. I'm not entirely sure how Stamina hasn't gotten a read on it yet, but he's thrown 0 different looks. That's going to be Shift dropping there as well. Childs trying to find the last one. It's going to be Envy picking up the shot onto Narcs.
Ils ont plus de stamina. Oh la vieille blague toute pourrie, Lucas.
Now this is what I was scared of going into the search and destroy. Stamina seems like they're not really that confident.
On a déjà vu une remontada avec la stamina, c'est vrai.
Over and over
C'est
again,
vrai.
sending one person here in office and sending the rest in work. That's not gonna work out.
Mais comment,
You keep doing the same
comment
mistakes over and over. It's like deja vu. And Grizz loses his gunfight against Bolu.
Le mec regarde même pas devant lui.
You keep going for it. It's not going to work out. You finally got one round there, but you already know that Tribe will go into a heavily stacked because you won that one round.
And based on the way they're playing, it just looks like Stamina has no confidence. You got 4 players jam-packed into a tiny area. You have no visibility across the map. You're let Tribe running all over you. Childs is on that same flank that he's gone on.
Ce soir, le giveaway, Levi.
Right around the corner.
Ce soir, le giveaway sur mon Discord.
Waiting for him to make the push. Inferno on the inside. Allez. Slides away. Child's not able to find him. Perfect play. Nearly gets turned on, but Drari now finds a 2-piece and an opportunity for Stamina to take another round. Marshy in the top side trying to find Drari, but he's being sneaky. It doesn't matter. Marshy fire lands. Stark's going to hit the snipe, and now all the pressure onto Envy to clutch up. Inferno coming up this stairs.
Mais non, pourquoi être solo comme ça? Ils sont 3. Je comprends pas. Mais que là, s'ils perdent cette manche...
See? Stamina, when you slow things down,
Tribe, ils sont rejouables là, mais non. Faut pas se dire ça, sinon ils vont perdre confiance.
Every time they keep all of their plays in alpha very solid, especially with a very big opening kill from Bolu, that could have been one matchup, but Narcs obviously had a very essential kill, as well as a guy named Rari going in through mid. But here we go, Tribe yet again going down.
Allez les gars.
One player at a time, but Drari always making the difference.
Le petit comeback.
Gotta get Drari some help right now. My man's got 9 kills through 6 rounds of search and destroy.
Allez Drari là.
He is single-handedly keeping Stamina in this game. Child's gonna not.
No,
he drops
merde.
down, but the timing's not there. Child's gonna be able to find. It's gonna be a 2v2 right now. Marshy and Childs versus Shift and Inferno.
Allez Stamina, gagnez cette manche là.
Map right here. You can see one Stamina player in Shift on the wrap. Back L. He's gonna go top side. Inferno on the wrap to the outside, but I believe there's a Tribe player on the flank. He's gonna get shot, and that's gonna put all the pressure onto Shift. Top L right now has an angle, could potentially find Marshy, but the timing is not there.
À droite, regarde à droite, derrière toi.
It looks like they might make the wrap back toward B, but they might be able to find the kill before it even matters.
Putain, un kill
really
Shift.
tough spot here at top L, and bomb's gonna go on over.
Shift, je sais pas ce qu'il branle dans la stamina. Je vais pas être méchant, mais il a l'air du père.
This is going to be very tough. Marshy's at a very good spot. And yes, Shift could probably take out Childs, but that is going to be very difficult with Marshy into the information into that rooftop over here. But Shift not making any chances, looking at every corner that he can take. And now with 21 seconds left, you can see that he's going to have a harder and harder time. And here he spots Childs with the information, goes into Marshy. And there you go. Very great teamwork and comms there by Tribe Gaming. And we already knew that Marshy up top was going to be very, very deadly.
Yeah, that was a perfect setup for the defense for Tribe. And there's once you're in that situation,
Putain, ça va pas les gars. Il y a que Drari qui carry la stamina là.
Right now, combining for 14 of what 18 kills for the entire team. And they've got to find some different type of look right here. You see Tribe changing things up already, making their way on over to the B site, and there's pretty much nobody there to defend for Stamina.
Je pense la pression.
No defense at all in Bravo. I feel like Stamina is allergic to Bravo. They just don't want to go there. Don't want to go there. Don't want to touch it. And I mean, unfortunately for them, it's a good thing they win their gunfights.
Allez Drari. On peut que dépendre de toi là, frère.
Making those essential gunfights possible, but we need one more person going down here in office. One more person, because Bolu is the king of that B hill.
Allez Stamina là. Vous devez gagner ce round.
Very, very easy. But again, that's going to be a very interesting push from Envy. Stamina making the right calls at that last half, knowing very well that the Tribe boys went in there very early on. So the rotation for me from Stamina here, it was good. But when you start the round, always leave one person in Bravo.
Right now, you got a lot of information being gathered by the Stamina players. Looking at the map, obviously Tribe,
Ils vont planter sur un.
They're going to get a free plant right here, and it seems like Stamina is pretty confident in their ability on the retake. You got Drari top offices
Faut
right
clairement
now.
pas qu'il perde celle-ci.
Obviously, the indicator on the bomb going down, gonna go in. And
Oh mais putain.
what a quick scope shuts down Drari, and he's been the only consistent weapon so far for stamina. You got Inferno left, so you got a shot, but he and Shift have got to make something crazy happen right here, and you really got to hope Bolu's not hitting those
Putain, mais
quick scopes
Shift, il sert à rien, frère.
Envy spotted by Inferno.
Allez, GG.
Huge opener right there. He's got an SKS to work with. Shift gonna shut down Bolu.
Ouf.
And Stamina's gonna
J'ai eu
stay
peur.
alive. Beautiful play on the retake right there for them.
Allez, Shift.
El Capitan doing the big shots over here in Inferno. What a big kill. 4 and 3.
Magnifique le
point
kill
in
de
between
Inferno.
them.
Rien à
And
dire.
Tribe Gaming looking a little bit shaky in that round. And yes,
Allez,
Bravo
Stamina,
did
là,
look like it was
putain.
good, but Stamina with a really quick rotation coming in from A definitely did them a really good job. And now Tribe Gaming going
Pourquoi
in
il a
for that
été banni
A
des
push, showing
compètes
very well
déjà,
that Bravo is
Dreamman?
gonna work out for them. But you can see here, Drari always having such a presence through mid. That's gonna be very big for them
GG,
if he goes in
premier
for the
kill.
flank.
Inferno, huge opener with the thumper. Looking at the scoreboard, it is two very different tales. You got the 16 or 18 kills for Stamina. Meanwhile, everybody on Tribe is within 1 kill of each other. Every single player either 5 or 6 kills. Inferno gonna take some damage right there as the bomb goes down. They're in position for the retake. Bolu sitting way back. That's been his go-to strat.
Allez,
Drari
Drari.
gonna find
Allez.
the opener onto Childs as well.
Allez, Narx.
Finds Band. Envy finally gonna be able to find
Allez,
the
Drari.
free
Putain,
Drari
Drari,
time and time
monstrueux.
again, and obviously Bolu gonna be left to try to clutch up, but he's way in the back of spawn, and there's no way he's gonna be able to contest this in time. Easy
GG.
to fuse. Goes in for Stamina right there, and they're looking
Allez,
a
Stamina.
whole lot more confident over here on the defense.
It's the one-man show here. Drari has been delivering. And
Drari,
take a look at that
13 kills.
13K, the most out of
Allez,
anyone
Drari.
here. Tribe
Mon
cannot
qui c'est
even
le
touch that
papa,
number.
là.
Bolu in that particular round couldn't really rotate early enough, standing a little bit way too back, too passive for my taste. Being aggressive works out for them, so they need to do the same here.
Yep. You see Tribe getting pushed into the A site, but it's so far
Allez,
Sam's
Drari.
been all right with that. And Drari's
Putain,
gonna
je-
find another opener onto Band. And he's making a pretty good case for MVP himself, especially if they're able to take out Tribe.
Oh, encore un
Obviously,
kill
you got a
avec
whole lot
Drari.
more games you gotta
Drari, je
win, but
l'adore.
Man, oh man, is he finding everything. Marshall
Ah non,
there
ça
for
sent
the
pas bon
trade.
là, ça sent pas
He and
bon.
Bolu push very far back. They got no map control. Narx.
Allez,
Outside
Narx.
Snipe onto Marshy. Now it's a 2v1. Bolu slides inside right by the van. Doesn't have the read. He's taking a little bit of damage right here, and that should be one player at least able to hop the bomb. We'll see if Bolu decides to chow right here. He does, gets the first. Narx gonna stick
Diffuse
it.
de
Another
Narx.
round in for
Magnifique.
Stamina, and now only one
Allez,
away
Stamina.
from
Allez,
taking the
Stamina.
map off of Tribe.
We are at
Drari
match
fait des dingueries, 15 kills mi-mort.
against Tribe Gaming.
Allez,
is
Stamina.
up one.
Allez, Stamina,
We
gros, on y
would
croit,
not
là.
have expected this, but I am so glad
Allez,
we are at this
Stamina.
point.
J'en ai marre de Tribe, là. Tribe ci, Tribe ça, Tribe meilleur, Tribe caca, Tribe ci. Oula, par contre, j'ai pas capté, là. Inferno avec le double. Oh.
Doing a lot of shots here, but then with the 3 and 3, that's going to be very difficult to call.
Wow, big two-piece trade out of Inferno to even things up, 3 apiece, and
Allez,
that's been
Drari.
exactly where
Allez.
Stamina wants to be. Drari's alive, anything can happen. Thumper comes out, 3v2 on the retake. He's going to be able to regen fully. The chow.
Allez, Drari.
going to be there
Allez,
for the
Drari.
trade, and now Envy all alone. 6 kills,
No.
wins the first one, but
No,
his
no.
last opponent, the final boss, Drari going to hop the bomb right here. I don't think he can chow. He's going to go ahead and...
Let's go.
Then it
Let's
goes
go.
through.
C'est Drari,
17
le
kills.
monstre.
Drari
Le
is the king
monstre.
of Hackney Yard.
What a way to shut up the top
Aïe, aïe, aïe,
honchos
aïe,
in
aïe,
this
aïe. Oh, c'est
competition
beau.
with a
Allez, let's go.
beautiful 5 and 4.
Oh putain de merde.
6 and 4, that is
Drari, je veux du Drari dans le
against
chat
Tribe
là.
Gaming.
Je veux du Drari
And
dans le
knowing very
chat
well
là.
that you've defused the bomb right beside him, just like that. Tribe Gaming.
Je veux
seems to
du
be like
Drari
pretty
hype.
much underestimated stamina at this point.
Drari hype dans
Man,
le
I
chat.
think the difference in the size, the offense.
Oh, c'est beau. Allez, Stamina là. On y croit, on y croit. Putain. Putain de merde.
Once Stamina got over
Let's
there, they
go.
were pretty much untouchable, and it was largely on the backs of Drari.
Drari 16K to his name. Last time I saw it was 16K, but it was 17 at the very last round, got 1. And now taking a look at that, what a response from Stamina firing range, obviously going in for the side of the 150 and 127.
Putain, la hype que j'ai, frère, je suis en full hype.
Stamina did such an amazing job, had a very rough start in the beginning, really just having one-dimensional plans and not really wanting to touch Bravo at all, but it quickly turns around when we see Tribe at the attacker side.
Revenu issu du chat. Il y a quelqu'un qui m'a fait un don, les gars? Putain, mais Dreamon, t'es fou, mec. Garde ta thune, frère, achète-toi des skins. Merci à toi, gros. Merci pour le don de 10 €. Pas le petit don, le gros don de 10 €. J'apprécie beaucoup, mec, mais tu devrais pas, mon pote. Un max de GG dans le chat pour Drari et Dreamon. Oh mais... Oh là là, Drari monstrueux. Monstrueux, Drari. Merci encore à toi, Dreamon. Dono hype. Tu offriras des Battle Pass à la communauté s'il gagne un verre. J'offre un pass de combat à la communauté grâce à ton don. En plus, Aidam, si tu pourras me répondre sur Discord, je t'avais écrit par rapport à un problème sur l'ancien giveaway. C'est quoi le problème, Val? J'ai déjà payé, j'ai déjà donné les cartes cadeaux aux gagnants du giveaway. De mon ancien giveaway.
Dropped 2 of those rounds on the defensive side. That really ended up being what it came down to is Stamina. Just absolute beauty of a match. And I mean, obviously Drari got some help. You got to give some credit to Inferno as well, but in the next matches that we're going to have, those other players got to step it up.
Oh yeah, we saw Nox also have very important shots as well. Not as much as we usually see him have, but still nonetheless very important shots. And yes, obviously Captain Inferno with big kills and the diffuses as well.
Tribe sont forts sur Red, Stamina ont toujours du taf à faire. Je sais qu'ils ont du taf à faire, mais bon. Stamina a gagné une game, une manche, ça fait plaisir. Ils étaient en train de perdre 2-4. T'es un shift. Drari monstrueux.
CCC, calm, cool, and collected like they should be. And I feel like this kind of mindset really got them that search and destroy round.
Yeah, and if you look at these guys, like,
il est en train de faire quoi, Max, sur son iPhone, là?
Pretty much zero difference between them following a loss, then following a win, which I think is super crucial. You don't
il est en train de FaceTime sa mère, je crois.
That's what they got to keep doing if they're going to be able to take out Tribe. They've looked like the strongest.
T'inquiète, c'est rien, et puis je préfère faire ça que donner à Activision. C'est gentil, Dream, merci à toi. Il y a justement Xé, c'est pas moi le gagnant du tirage à 21h, mais j'étais tout de suite.
Is the best map for Stamina right now because they had a
bah, je regarderai sur Discord, mais passe par mes modérateurs, hein, parce que moi je reçois trop de MP sur Discord, donc je regarde rarement, mec.
But from this performance, they need to take every single point seriously. And speaking of serious content,
allez, j'arrive. Prochaine game dans quelques secondes qui arrive. Tribe Gaming contre Stamina 1-1 pour le moment. Let's go. Je vais prendre de l'eau de sec.
Cat and I hold Shift joining me for this breakdown. And Ali, I wanted to start with you because you highlighted some players coming into this matchup who's shining, who needs to step up as we have maybe 3 more games still to go here.
It certainly was the Drari and Inferno show during that entire matchup, but I do want to give a little bit of spotlight to Grizz specifically because a lot of times during that S&D, he was pushing up mid. Sure, his KD wasn't particularly impressive, but he pushed up into mid and got a lot of information in the backside of their spawn on the side of Tribe, and even though he usually fell, that was enough to give Drari and Inferno those opening kills and give them the information they needed to rotate through the back of mid into warehouse and get a lot of those free kills. And especially, I love the bomb defuses that we saw during that entire S&D. I said it yesterday, it is a 4-second defuse, and a lot of players, when they have that bomb down, they don't expect you to stick it if somebody is still alive. So usually they'll play the safe route, they'll maybe go for a long rotation to hit it from another angle. So you have plenty of time to stick it, and that's exactly what Stamina did, and they capitalized on that.
I loved it. They did it back-to-back, and you know that is something that can throw a team on.
Qui comprend l'anglais, les gars? Qui comprend l'anglais?
Knowing that raid is coming up, though, Shift, are you concerned for our top dog coming into day 2?
Look, the way that I could frame up the first 2 maps leading into the next 2,
CODM n'est plus le plus important dans la vie.
should be a 2-0.
n'est pas le plus important dans la vie. C'est quoi le plus important dans la vie, Magix?
If he doesn't earn that Goliath, Stamina have a pathway to get to that second hard point and very well probably break. So Chald stopping that rotation maybe saves that first map overall. Stamina's looking really darn good.
Et Stamina a failli gagner. Là, ils font des analyses. Stamina a failli gagner la première game. Si Childs n'avait pas eu le Goliath, c'est ce qu'ils disent. Donc ça montre que Stamina sont vraiment très très chauds. Surtout, on a vu Tribe jouer hier. Ils ont gagné pratiquement toutes les games sauf une. Ça montre que là, Stamina sont très très chauds aussi.
Is map 4 that's going to be coming up as well.
Allez, on y
have
croit.
that as a guarantee for the Summit Hardpoint, and for me, Stamina needs to win this in 4 if they're going to beat this Tribe team, because Standoff Search and Destroy is not where you want to meet this Tribe team at.
À ce qui paraît, recherche et destruction standoff, le 5e match, ça va être très très compliqué contre Stamina, parce que Tribe Gaming sont ultra chauds sur cette map. Allez, allez. Bon, vas-y, lancez la game là, les gars.
The lead and bring the lead here for Europe.
I feel like
moi j'y crois, moi. Je crois en Stamina, les gars.
I think Tribe still take this one out just because.
Moi je veux voir Bolou pleurer. Non, je déconne. Non, je déconne pas. Je trouve que Bolou, alors je pense pas que vous les suivez sur Twitter, mais Bolou c'est un des joueurs de Tribe Gaming et le mec se la pète énormément. Je pense qu'il est atteint il a un négociant démentionné et ça me tend un peu. Genre le mec il se la pète à chaque fois en mode ouais putain c'est trop simple. Non, calme. Allez, c'est parti. On voit Grise.
Starting on your screen, it looks like it's going to be the Stamina crew going up against Tribe. Raid is ready as we head over. It's going to be Bobby Plays and Beef Mommy in just a moment after a restart. I thought something might be up when the player removed the audio from his ears. You kind of need that at the start. Raid's a classic though, right? We've been watching this since Black Ops.
Putain, il y a encore eu un bug de map. Ils doivent relancer le truc. Le plus important dans la vie, c'est la famille, les études, le travail, enfin je pense. Le plus important dans la vie, c'est la famille et la santé. Et c'est d'avoir une copine aussi. J'ai pas de copine, j'en ai marre de ma vie. Non, je déconne. Enfin non, je déconne pas, mais... Gazo, s'il mérite ton message, j'ai arrêté les cours en 6ème. Je suis mort d'être ça, ouais. Mais la plupart des gens qui arrêtent les cours en 6ème terminent pas aussi riches que Gazo. C'est une exception, je dirais.
And don't call it on your teammates, guys. All right, well, I think the game is officially loading up. We're going to go round 2 on this one. Raid domination is going to be the swing game. If you're just joining us, this is winners round 1. We only have 4 teams left in the bracket. This win will guarantee you $50,000 if you make it to the next round.
Here we go. Really great start so far for both sides. Tribe Gaming taking 1, Stamina 1 as well.
Oh, putain,
and now both of these teams really want to end it right here, right now. Big kills right now from Bolu. Really great nade. Gets rid of Drari. Now, you don't want Drari right beside that B flag because you know he can slay with all of those kills.
Ban just misses that last shot onto Inferno. Gonna get the major assist anyway.
Allez, Stamina! Allez, Stamina! Un double kill! Stamina on fire, frère! Putain, Bolou très bien joué aussi, rien à dire. Le mec a fait un...
Typically not the strongest spot, but he's going to be able to hop up. Inferno wins the gunfight.
Et Stamina qui a pris le point B.
Absolutely lethal. It's been his go-to all weekend, and he has been carrying the team, no question. Chald's in a really nice spot.
Putain, Tribe Gaming qui a repris le point B. Hein. Ah, c'est tendu, c'est tendu. Ça sent pas bon là.
Ban does enough damage at Charlie to distract the players of Stamina to go into Charlie and eventually bringing a lot of those teammates into
Team Célib,
Bravo.
ouais.
That was a really good push.
Aiden qui cherche toujours une copine depuis 2019. Depuis 2000, mec. Depuis 2000.
And that's why it's so scary to have Tribe here in Raid. And even though, yes, Stamina does a really good job, they're up against other teams that didn't even make it here anymore. So, like, obviously, Tribe is a different kind of beast in total.
Aïe aïe aïe, ils sont chauds quand même, Tribe.
Some map control. They are just absolutely spawn trapped right now. Shift in top red, able to get an angle right there, but players still drop left and right. Drari finally able to get a kill right there. Tribe starting to build up on some of those score streaks, and you cannot allow that to happen heading into the second half. We got a Pred missile on the way in. I believe a drone called in as well, and right now, Tribe just raining absolute terror. Drari gonna hop to the top side, but Bay's there waiting for him. And until Stamina makes a push and gets top laundry control, they're not gonna have any type of a shot at getting beat. No player is able to push through anywhere. Finally, a big kill going in for Shift, but he's gonna be traded as well. And it looks like they tried to make the wrap and maybe flip for the A flag, but not gonna be able to do that either.
Finally, I get to see some sort of movement coming in from Stamina. They really needed to have that central guard in control and finally sent in 2 players after a long time. I feel like it took a little bit too long for them to try and control mid, and unfortunately for them, they weren't able to utilize that very well. But finally, Drari obviously doing a solo capture in Alpha. Now that is what they needed. They needed one more person, and obviously Drari will be that guy to deliver. He's just going to be sitting pretty over here, really. But then it's going to be his lasers that might go away, but still winning all the gunfights.
He is the do-it-all man right now.
Drari, mec.
Childs as well, and he's on a 5 spree. He's got full streaks right now. Might be looking to capitalize, especially if he's getting ready to cycle as well. Bolu on the flank right there.
Dommage. Allez, il faut aller sur B, Allez, bien joué, Narx, bien joué.
Tribe. Every single player within 3 kills of each other. You got Drari up at 14. You got Grizz down at 1 and 9. And it seems like right now Grizz having a tough time adjusting and figuring out what he needs to do to help his team. Tribe going to enter the half with the lead, and they might be able to get some points right here for the A flag. Not going to be able to get it. That's going to be big for Stamina, as that prevents a lot of points from going towards those streaks.
One question on my end: whose Predator missile was
Les roues sont en voie de disparition apparemment. Ben, je suis encore en vie donc
right now watching, please let us know whose Predator missile that was. That was absolutely crazy.
Ah, force à toi, Adams. Pourtant, t'as une particularité, tes roues, c'est quelque chose en plus, non? Ewan qui dit non, quel enfoiré! Ah, ça va être chaud, c'est dangereux.
And that is not a good sign for Stamina. Grizz gonna drop as well. A little bit of time on the hill on the point for Stamina, but Tribe has all the map control in the world, fortunately for Stamina. Inferno still in top laundry right now. Envy gonna slide the corner, finds one right there. Inferno able to get the trade. Envy holding down mid-map, and that is now 2 operators off the table for the Stamina team. But they get smokes down, they get a couple of kills, and a big opportunity to get the cap, but it doesn't matter. Bolu shoots through the smoke right there. Narc's trying to capitalize on his death machine. We'll see if he can find more than 2 kills right here. Envy hopping up there, making 3 in a row for him, and that is absolutely huge for Stamina. They've got the map control. Oh no, maybe a disconnect. I'm not sure what happened. Oh no, that could be absolutely deadly. Grizz still going to be able to hop on right here, able to get more kills than he had in the first half, which is definitely a good sign. They're so close to getting B, the contest. It's not going to happen.
Oh, attends, mais Narx, il a disconnect.
That is crazy. And that is the reason why you need to win your individual gunfights, but it's still not very bad. You can see the Bravo site is still pretty much open up for keeps, but with the Nexus 1 Goliath right in your midst. Oh no!
He missed the Tempest!
He missed the Tempest! Not being able to shut down
Narx, il a disconnect.
The very infamous Nexus 1 Goliath that this man always brings to the table.
Putain, le Goliath, scandaleux, frère.
Shot that seals the deal right here. Right now, if you let that Goliath get into top laundry, it is game over right now. Stamina doing everything they can to shut it down. Grizz drops. He's going to rotate right here, staying out
mec, le Goliath, il devrait être banni du jeu. Je suis désolé. Goliath, c'est scandaleux, mec. C'est no skill. C'est no skill, le Goliath.
From every direction, Inferno and Drari once again doing everything they possibly can to get this team a win. But you gotta have more contributions from the rest of the guys. They get the beat.
Allez, Stamina.
Wow, what gonna push down right there, and Stamina's gonna keep their hopes alive.
This is the comeback. You don't see a lot of points in between them.
Putain, on y croit, on y croit.
See here, it's only 19 points down in the drain, and that is very doable if they keep this hold.
Allez les gars, faut pas le perdre le point B. Allez, on y croit.
You need to find a way to cap A, and they are sending 3 more folks over
Ils
there.
vont sur C. Ils vont sur C.
Oh, that's
Ils
gonna
vont
be
sur
very
A.
big kill right now from Shift. That is 2 players down.
Ah,
Will
non.
stop the push here in Alpha.
They gotta be aware of Chalice. They cannot allow that A flag to go back in the control of Tribe.
Ah non, ça sent pas bon.
There as well, just not his game right now.
Allez, Shift.
6 and 20 is the man, and a big kill on
Allez,
the backside to preserve that.
Non, non, faut pas perdre le point B. Non.
Players over here. The operator's gonna come on out. A lot of progress over on B. Tribe looks like they're gonna be able to do it.
Ah, ça sent pas bon.
Finishes off the
Ah,
cap
c'est
right
tellement
there.
serré.
Control back in play for them. Once again, Drari
Aïe,
and
aïe,
Birdo
aïe,
doing
aïe,
everything
aïe,
right now,
aïe,
but
aïe,
Chal
aïe.
tops up to the top side, Death Machine
Oh,
in
le
hand. We're
seum.
nearing triple cap territory right now, and it seems
Oh
even
man,
when the deck was
putain
stacked against
de
them,
God.
late in the game, they lose their Goliath.
Mec, s'il n'y avait pas le
Tribe
Goliath,
still finds a way to get that
s'il n'y avait pas le
P-flag
Goliath,
back, and man,
ils auraient pu
gotta be
gagner
a
Stamina.
heartbreaker for Stamina.
They can't even go really close. And Bolu, that was a very
Non, c'est
big
mort, c'est
play
mort
on
pour
his
cette game.
end to really cap him by himself. And yes,
Putain
there
de
were 3 of
Goliath de
them
merde,
there,
ça devrait
but
être banni de ce jeu.
unfortunately, that just couldn't really pull through for Stamina. Now that second half was really close. Stamina was supposed to have a lot more points in that
Entre
Bravo
Narx qui
flag,
disconnecte
but I
et
feel
le,
like once
et
they
le, et le
had that
Goliath,
Bravo,
mec,
they should have
ça aurait
probably
pu,
pushed for C, knowing very well
ils auraient
that
pu
Tribe
gagner,
is gonna
honnêtement,
go
très honnêtement.
really hard for Alpha.
Yeah, and it seemed like they had a good setup.
j'ai
Inferno
le seum.
prone behind the rocks right there as the rest of the team was slaying out. It seemed like they were in a position to get the hold, but just too much Tribe at one time.
Balle de match pour Tribe. Et Stamina, s'ils perdent la prochaine game, ça va en loser bracket et affrontera Asilium.
When you got a guy at 6 and 20, it's just going to be so
2 teams européennes en loser bracket. Mais là, je suis désolé, ils auraient pu gagner Stamina. Stamina, franchement, ont failli gagner la première et la troisième game. Ça joue à quelques points. Ça joue à quelques points. Je peux vous dire que Tribe là, ils sont en train de suer du cul. Hein. Comparé à ce qui se passait hier, ils étaient en train de rouler sur les autres teams. Stamina, clairement, je dirais qu'ils ont le même level que Tribe. Encore le Goliath de mort là. Les deux, ils ont utilisé le Goliath et dans la première game et dans cette game là. Mec, s'ils n'avaient pas ce Goliath, Stamina serait clairement serait en train de lead selon moi. C'est tellement de skill de Goliath. Faudrait que ça soit ban. Drari monstrueux, ouais. Stamina peuvent aussi l'utiliser le Goliath. Peut-être, je m'en fous, c'est juste que c'est un truc no skill le Goliath. Je trouve ça trop nul. C'est tellement du mauvais jeu. Ça me donne envie de vomir. Voilà pourquoi CODM sera toujours dernière en e-sport. J'ai disconnect en plein champs. Ouais.
Because that's going to raise those KDs as well. That's going to lower the gap. That's going to prevent Tribe from getting as many score streaks, as many operators. And once again, it's those tiny decisions that make the difference at this level.
Now this is going to be very scary because we're going into that hardpoint matchup and
j'accuse pas le Goliath, hein. Ils ont très bien joué Tribe. Je dis juste que de voir du Goliath sur des matchs compétitifs, je trouve ça trop dommage. Ça nique le beau jeu, je trouve.
What Stamina needs to do, and this is the most essential play that they have, is to perform here in Summit. We already know Tribe. They slay.
Mais bon, par contre, le disconnect de Narx là, ça c'est dommage. Ça.
You need to win every single one of your gunfights, right? But that R9. We saw a player yesterday really
Marché et Childs, il y en a deux qui utilisent le Goliath dans la type de Tribe. Au final, persistant, c'est banni ou pas du jeu, vous savez?
They need him to be at his A game for them to be able to beat Tribe, and like you mentioned, this is a big opportunity. Summit is just absolute heaven for the R9.
And with that said, let's take a look at what all of these guys look like. Salmon obviously.
Ils ont l'air tellement... Ils sont gourés de personnes. Mec, il y a que Inferno qui est juste... Drari, c'est celui à gauche, en bas à gauche. Narx, c'est celui en haut à gauche. Grise, c'est celui en bas à droite. Je suis mort. Ils sont gourés. Je suis mort. Ils sont gourés sous tous les noms sauf un. Grise, il a l'air... Le mec Grise, il a l'air high. Je sais pas ce qui se passe. Il a l'air dans les nuages, Grise. Je suis mort. Aidam s'inscrit, toi, tu leur pètes la gueule. Oula, calme-toi, poteau. Mais non, pas du tout. Je peux te dire un truc, c'est que c'est moi qui me fais péter la gueule si je joue contre eux. C'est facile de péter le Goliath. Oula, détrompe-toi, mon pote. Pas quand t'es contre des pro players.
Part of the risk of the shotgun, yeah, if you land your shots, it's a one-shot, but there is not a whole lot of room for error with that. Child's not going to be able to find Inferno over the hop-up right there. Contested point right now. It's going to be Tribe coming away with the time, but Drari hopping on down, looking to have himself another game like we've seen him do all day. Marshy with the shutdown right there. That's going to be a crucial one to maintain for Tribe, and they have complete control of Control Center right now.
That is not going to be good for Stamina. They need to win all of their gunfights right now. And going back to that shot,
très bien joué par Tribe à ce début-là. Rien à dire.
Going down, and you actually don't get to see Grizz sport that from far away. That is actually pretty impressive to have that sort of range, but it's not going to be a one-shot type of shotgun. You need to have that fast.
Très bien joué par Stamina là.
You need to make every single hit count. But now finally we get to see Stamina with the scrap points, but they need to have 2F control, Bobby, or else P2 is going to be very hard in catwalk.
This is a huge break for Stamina right here. Grizz finding some momentum, but those are shots you can't be missing those at that close of a range. Marshy's off to a really strong start, 6-1 so far. Stamina had a solid break right there, but you got to be able to maintain, and right now that's what Shift's looking to do on the bottom side. Whole lot of Tribe players up above him. If you got any type of utility in your Stamina, you want to make sure that you're completely raining down on that top side. And Tribe taking a while to make the push on down. Inferno is going to drop it. Envy.
Stamina qui reprenne le niveau. Grise monstrueux avec son R9, son pompe R9. C'est épisode de voir d'autres armes jouer que la Type 25 Narx, un double kill. Bolou qui se prépare déjà pour le prochain point. Il m'a dit donc.
Basically open for the last how many seconds, and no one was able to push, and Stamina still was able to go in there, but finally
aïe aïe aïe, Envy qui fait le quadruple kill, ça fait mal. 13 kills de Envy. Ah, ça c'est vraiment chaud.
Envy just wiped their entire team off the map. Oh my goodness. That was a high value concussion nade right there. Pred missile going to come
in. Et le double kill du Pred. Ah, ça fait très très mal là.
From that big time feed, and he is 16-4 off the start. Grizz on 11. We knew this was going to be his opportunity to start warming up. We do have Stamina on the point right now, but they don't have spawn control. Nade going to drop Grizz off the point.
Allez, Stamina, allez.
Tribes back on, and this is where they want to be. Spawning on strong side, and they've got one player in the back anchoring things in Bolu. Gonna be tough for Stamina to get a break from this side.
See, this is what happens when you're too busy looking at the minimap. You miss a 5-piece.
Allez, Stamina.
Then you know what? Then I'm not going to be able to
ils ont toujours pas le point, ça c'est chaud ça.
I'm for sure with that one. We get to see Stamina trying to go in there for the contest, but unfortunately for them, Tribe a little bit too strong on the hold. But then one person coming in from the flank, it's going to be Shift, making a difference. Tries to win that gunfight, and finally, just 10 seconds on the clock though. Scrap points all to you, my good sir. But there's going to be 2 players already from Stamina poised and positioned to take the next hard point.
This is a big opportunity. They get that scrap time. They had players pushed out. One of them's on the point, and who else but Drari? On top of the hard point, getting the kills, and able to get that initial time for his team. He's going to get dropped by Marshy right there. Nobody on the point for either team right now, but Envy's still got a lot of streaks to work with. It's going to be Stamina picking up some more time right here, and Chels wins the break right there. It's going to be the Thumper coming on out. Players from Stamina from the top side pushing on in. This is definitely going to be a really back and forth one, and Grizz finally finds that momentum. A two-piece can't make it 3. That would have been huge to shut down.
Allez, Stamina, ils peuvent clairement le faire.
But still,
Stamina Drari avec le. Allez, allez.
Need those other players to show up, and right now.
Allez, Stamina.
Now this is surprising to me. Tribe had every single one of advantage over Stamina in this hill. They had spawn. They just had a little trip going in there, but then Stamina was already
par derrière.
Yes, even though they were able to get flushed out. in return, they kept going inside and contesting and eventually getting a lot of points. 74 and 89 already to their name. Rotation needs to come back into control room where everything will go down. This is going to be a very hard hill to go and have, but this seems to be like the worst hill for Stamina because they barely got enough points in that first half.
Bolu's going to have to deal with a whole lot of Stamina players right now. Shift slides the corner. Will he be able to get the kill? That was a huge gunfight, but Bolu's going to win it. Inferno's there for the trade. Huge drop down. Grizz on the way in as well. Banned right around the corner, but it's Tribe players getting the right angles. They're going to be able to find the kills right there. They're back in control on P1. Envy, the king of this map right now. Last time we checked, he was triple positive, and there is just no stopping him right now. Child's gonna find one as he hops down as well, and Grizz, the only hope for Stamina to get a break right here with Death Machine in hand. Contest goes in for Drari. Once again, you need more help from the other players, and right now across the board, just too much consistency for Tribe, and look at Envy. 33 and 11 right now.
33-11. You already know that that guy is going to be fully streaked out by the end, especially going into Catwalk, where it will be raining missiles, cluster strikes, spread missiles, will give it whatever you want. It's going to be so difficult to go in here, but 116 and 83 will definitely be a score that's not going to be hard to catch up with your Stamina.
Yep, Shift pushes on in. Big gunfight win right there.
Allez, Stamina, on y croit, on y croit.
They need that information.
Putain,
they
ils vont
don't
se faire
seem to have it.
doublement
A
tuer.
3-feed goes in for Tribe again. And it just seems like the communication was not there for Stamina. They had the guys, but they couldn't find the kills. Bolu's going to pull out a Death Machine as well. It just feels like too much Tribe right now. Drari's going to try to push his way in now. Death
moi, je veux voir le
Machine in hand.
comeback.
Some more time. You
Je veux
gotta
voir ce
hope that there's not
comeback.
too many streaks in play for Tribe with the amount of kills that they've amassed. And honestly, incredibly impressive that Stamina is still in this given the KD gap. I don't think anybody's in the negative for Tribe right now. Their rotations have been so good. Finding those breaks and making the most of those one-man pushes.
Allez, Grizz.
It's going to be Grizz with that shotgun in hand. He's got 24 now, but time keeps ticking on down.
Child's monstrueux aussi. Hein.
Three-piece. That should seal the deal right here. Bolu on the hard point. Narc's going to make that one final push. Grizz there as well, but it's not enough.
No.
Tribe Gaming overwhelms Stamina, and they take the win 3-1.
Ce sera Asilium contre Stamina prochaine game du coup.
Always been here in the first place. Hashtag fear
Envie,
the
rien à
tribe.
dire. Hein.
And there you go.
Rien à
With
dire.
one more game, Stamina definitely didn't really take it very well. There were a lot of bright points for this team. And
Les deux teams européennes en loser bracket, ça fait mal au cœur. 3-0 et ben putain.
One of their players just lacked the rotation, lacked the power position. 2F, there was
Si la Stamina perd, voilà, je quitte le stream.
It's really tough to counter a guy going 33 and 11. Like, yeah, you can do everything you can. You
S'il
can
te plaît,
have the
quitte pas
early
le stream,
rotations, you
Mensai,
can
ça me
get
fait de la
power position,
peine.
But if you're getting outgunned every single time, there's just no counter for it, and I think that's a lot of what it comes down to for this run from Tribe that we're seeing. Any one of those players can pop off. We have seen every single one of those guys have a pop-off game at some point in the tournament. There's just not a lot that you can do to counter that.
I mean, you get to see 33 kills, but with Bolu with 19,
La scène You, voilà. Niquez-vous. Ok, je vais pas dire le gros mot quand même. Densai, à toi de rejoindre alors. À toi de montrer que la scène You, elle veut plus. Putain, j'ai envie de pleurer là. J'ai envie de pleurer les potes.
Gaming, one summit hardpoint 150 and 97, but taking a look at firing range 150 and 127 into the favor of
À part ça, rien n'est joué. Hein. Stamina et Asilium sont pas éliminés. Hein. Ils sont loser bracket. Mais ça veut dire qu'il y aura que soit Asilium, soit Stamina qui va gagner le loser bracket. Et là, putain, ça va faire du mal. Deux teams européennes qui s'affrontent, ça fait mal au cœur. Ça fait mal au cœur. Très très mal au cœur, les gars. Putain. Et j'y croyais, hein. Stamina, ils ont bien joué. Mais on va pas se mentir, Tribe était supérieur. Cette dernière game, ils étaient au-dessus. Il y a moyen que RP gagne, ouais. Je pense aussi. RP a gagné 3-0 à Asilium, alors que Tribe Gaming a gagné seulement 3-1 contre Asilium. Enfin, seulement.
Make your own point, why don't you puck it? Everybody from Tribe
Prochaine game, du coup, c'est Stamina contre Asilium, les deux teams européennes. Mais ARP qui est monstrueuse aussi, les gars. LVM, Nevermind.
I think it was a 4-1 start, or at least 4-2, Ali. This was Stamina just clutching up and Drari.
Mais ça veut dire quoi, Nevermind, la scène EU?
Yeah, we touched on the S&D a lot.
Ça veut rien dire.
Inferno really just kind of put their team in the backpack there. Sure, there was some information, like I said, from Grizz pushing up in the spawn multiple times, but it really was just those two, even going into the domination and the hard
quel âge,
as well.
meuf?
Unfortunately, there's only so much they can do. There was 3 key points in that domination. It was a Goliath call on B by Marshy super early in the game, and then Narcs actually gets a death machine, finally seeing some life out of the rest of their teammates, but none of his teammates push up on the B site. So he's sitting there getting control of Lambo Street, getting all these kills, and nobody's going for the
300k pour Tribe sur USD par
and then
joueur,
Tribe
pas
do
mal
the call to
pour...
push A site. They all fall except for one player, and Chalids was the
Du
one that was
coup,
still alive.
300 000 $ à se partager à 5, ça fait quoi? 75, 75... Donc ça te fait 60, c'est 60. 60k par joueur. 60 000 $ par joueur. Pour la première team. Ce qui est pas mal. Hein. Ce qui est pas mal du tout. Putain. Sachant que le SMIC c'est environ 1000 balles. Quelqu'un qui fait le SMIC en payant les impôts et tout, il se fait 30 000 balles par an. Il se fait quoi? Il se fait 12 000 balles par an. 15 000 balles par an. Là, la team qui gagne ce championnat, ils se font 4 années de SMIC, les gars. Ce qui n'est pas rien, ce qui n'est pas rien. Stamina va gagner.
On this is unbelievable. It definitely throws mobile esports into the top tier conversation for what the capabilities look like.
And I was talking to Ali a little bit about this. We have been amazed of the shots that we are seeing these players make. The slide shots that they are hitting. I did not know you could play this level on a cell phone, the Xperia 1 Mark III, making it easy for our players. Moving forward, we've got 2 teams in the winner's bracket. 2 teams, though, are still in the loser's bracket. And again, if you win this matchup,
en recherche de destruction, ils sont pas forts à Tribe. Bah c'est sûr qu'ils ont perdu contre Stamina, mais bon, ils sont forts un peu partout, je dirais, Tribe. Hein. Ils ont gagné toutes les recherches et destructions hier, hein, donc faut pas dire qu'ils sont nuls non plus en recherche et destruction, les gars.
Our next match, though, I want to talk with our champions, and we've got Bolu on the line to break down his last game. Bolu, welcome to the show. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. How about you?
Awesome, man. I gotta be
Avec
honest,
sa tête, le mec est tellement un gros ego quand même. Regardez sa tête. Avec les yeux plissés. Mais il est fort, hein, on va pas se mentir. Non. Non. Mon iPad aussi n'aime pas Bolu, il veut arrêter là. Pourquoi ça me fait ce bug?
Mechanically, but I have to give them credit for the strategy they brought.
The whole fan base was worried about you earlier this year. When you suffered your injury, are you back at 100%?
Yeah, my arm is fully straightened out, if you can see, so we're 100%.
All right.
So when I was playing when I was playing stage 4, my arm was like this, like in a 90-degree angle, but I've made great progress with my arm to play at 100% at this event.
À part ça, si vous ne savez pas, là, le mec il demande si son bras ça va à celui de Bolu, parce que il s'est pété le bras, il s'est pété plein d'os de l'épaule et du bras, je crois, en faisant un bras de fer avec son coéquipier. Je suis mort. C'est génie.
Envy, definitely a great guy. He's sitting right there. I appreciate him carrying that game. It's. For me, I was just sitting back, holding spawns. I kind of wanted to push up against some kills, but I saw him getting all the kills, all the teammates here. I was like, okay, you guys can do whatever. I'll just pick up the scrap time and hold the spawns.
Well, Bolu, the chat is going wild for you right now. Is there anything you want to say to the Tribe fans who have been cheering you on since the start of this season?
I wanted to say that, you know, going into this tournament, I didn't
54 000 euros par personne, ouais.
Hopefully we can keep the momentum
C'est
going
énorme.
in against ARP.
Bon, après, je pense qu'ils doivent payer des taxes et tout, mais bon.
We're excited for it. Congratulations on your win. You're banking 125K, still on the road to
Il est russe, Bolou, il était un espoir en tennis.
Look, Bolo.
Servo, c'est le plus âgé d'entre nous, mais il connaît mieux les joueurs compétitifs que nous, les gars.
The 3-1 victory in our first round of the winners bracket. They'll be playing APR a little bit later, or ARP, excuse me, a little bit later. We still have our lower bracket matchup still to come, but before we get to that, we want to give a shout out to one special player who is making a statement throughout this series. He didn't come from the winning team, Ali. Drari was doing some insane stuff despite the loss.
You know what, the second you said that, obviously Drari instantly came to my mind. We saw him really start popping off during the S&D. Didn't see a whole lot of him during the hardpoint, but as you watch replays now, I mean, he's just constantly getting 2-3 kills for his team to put them in a favorable position for this S&D, and that's why they are one of the only teams to take a map off of Tribe Gaming. Again, Tribe Gaming have only lost 2 maps. One has been somehow considered a troll, but this one was definitely on the competitive level.
And Drari, of course, not only dropping the big kills, he had the ninja defuse towards the end. He just stuck it, and they were able to lock it in for the S&D victory. We hope to see Stamina a little bit later, but that's Drari making a statement. And of course,
c'est aussi sponsor par hasard, hein, ce tournoi, faut croire.
If you don't have the Black Shark V2, check it out online right now. I guarantee you are going to love this headset. I rock it at home, especially when I'm traveling, especially this little knob on the left side. You can crank up your audio any time of day, depending on how much music you want to go with your Frag Fest. Shout out to Razer, shout out to all of our sponsors, and shout out to the fans who are tuning in from around the world. 2 matches are done, and this is how the bracket is looking after our early action.
Prochain match, du coup, je crois que c'est Azilium et Stamina, si je ne m'abuse. Ou soit, ouais, je pense que c'est ça, ou sinon Tribe Gaming contre ARP.
Yeah, I think expectations were largely just off of what maps that we got. I hate to kind of put that in one dimension, but that's the thing that we were looking at ARP and Asilium, they kind of rode,
Stamina ou Asilium, il n'y en a que un qui va réussir à ressortir vainqueur. Et ça fait de la peine.
Led to that 3-0. The cleanliness they showcased on Search and Destroy was very notable, and that's going to have to be there again when they get to that winners finals matchup versus Tribe.
Ali, we got that winners final, we've got that losers final now with Stamina and Asilium. How do you feel about the 2 EU teams matchup in the losers bracket?
I mean, I'm feeling bad. I mean, both of them, I mean, even though the games on Stamina were maybe a little bit closer than Comfort for Tribe, both teams lost series out 3-0 and 3-1. So going into this losers finals, they have got to change something up. Both these teams, neither of them went on the full run in the winners bracket, and now it is do or die.
Sérieusement, 54 000 euros par personne,
for
ouais.
them to compete for $300,000.
Ouais, sérieusement.
I want to hear your predictions, chat. Put it in there right now. I'll be reading it during the break. When we come back, another series coming at you from the World Championships of Call of Duty Mobile.
Bon, on va faire une game, les gars, et on va revenir. Marre d'attendre. Vas-y, on est enfin grand maître, les potes. Je pense que ça va lancer dans, je sais pas, 3-4 minutes. 5 minutes. Du coup, on a le temps de se faire une game rapide. Première fois que je suis grand maître sur ce compte, let's go. Entre Asilium et Stamina, et Dams, tu soutiens qui? Putain, je soutiens. J'aime beaucoup Narc, j'aime beaucoup Marvel, j'aime beaucoup Shark. C'est compliqué. J'ai pas vraiment ça me fait juste de la peine de voir Asilium et Stamina s'affronter en loser bracket. J'aurais préféré les voir en winner bracket, les deux s'affronter, les deux teams européennes. Mais malheureusement, ce n'est pas le cas. Tribe Gaming et ARP sont juste trop forts.
Contact with enemy.
Test match.
Allez les gars. Comme j'ai vu des pro players, maintenant je suis pro player aussi les gars. Il est ultra low.
Reloading. Cover me. Get down, sniper. Sniper. Enemy inside. Ah. Enemy inside. I'm hurt. Enemy.
J'ai failli le tuer. Pourquoi t'es pas dans le tournoi? T'as un gros niveau? Parce que j'ai pas le temps d'être pro player, mon pote. Et j'ai un gros niveau, il y a plein de joueurs qui ont un gros niveau et qui sont pas dans le tournoi.
Changing mag.
Putain, mais c'est moi ou il y a que moi qui fais des kills là?
Target inside.
Standing by. Repeat. UAV recon is standing by.
Dommage. Putain, tout le monde me demande. Les gars, je vais faire une vidéo sur ma classe type 25 parce qu'on me la demande toutes les 2 secondes. À chaque fois, je la monte toutes les 2 minutes sur mon live. Je vais faire une vidéo.
Contact with enemy. Enemy contact.
En plus, j'en utilise plusieurs de classe type 25.
Target in sight. Enemy contact. Target in sight.
Ah, je suis en train de choc là. Arrête de cheat, Idams. Ouais, bah t'as vu, je suis en train de perdre tous mes 1v1 là, donc je pense pas que je cheat.
Sniper.
Putain, mais j'ai tellement pas de chance. C'est quoi ça? Je me demande ce que c'est.
Enemy contact. Sniper.
Il a eu de la chance, hein. Il avait 1 HP. Mais attends, il est pas mort? Putain, il y a de ces campeurs, le mec il bouge pas. Le mec ne bouge pas.
Targets in sight. Enemy contact. Reloading, cover me.
Putain, mais... J'ai cru qu'il y en avait un... Enfin, il y en avait un à gauche qui me tirait dessus. Mais il y en avait un devant moi. Du coup, j'ai... Laser. J'ai plus de balles. J'ai plus de balles. Putain, j'ai fait du sale là par contre. Putain, mais mes coéquipiers, mais... Faut arrêter d'être nul, hein. Putain, j'ai pas une fois où un coéquipier carry. Je pense qu'il spawn de l'autre côté. Hein? Hein? On m'explique ce qui s'est passé là, les mecs?
Enemy in sight.
Oh aïe aïe, le turn, lui doit me détester.
Friendly shock RC is coming.
Targets in sight.
300 HP. C'est quoi la facecam? Les gars, je vais m'acheter bientôt. Je vais m'acheter bientôt un setup gaming, les gars. Putain, ça casse. Mais oh, ce laser. Ah, le laser. Oh, aïe aïe aïe, ma team éclatée au sol. 100% Call of Duty Mobile me met avec des joueurs éclatés, ça c'est sûr. Comme je gagne tout le temps, ils me mettent avec des joueurs... Le mec a fait 6-16. On va voir si on est reparti, les gars. Ouais, donc c'est Asilium versus Stamina maintenant, les gars.
It's time to find out. Let's
Allez.
send it over to our casters. We got Alley Cat and I hold shift.
Pocket, I'm not gonna lie to you. The series layout does
Allez,
not
allez.
look all that
Ça fait de la
great
peine, les gars, de voir deux teams européennes au loser bracket. Deux teams que je voulais voir en finale. C'est toujours possible, mais on a une qui va être éliminée. Une qui va être éliminée incessamment sous peu. Vous êtes pour qui, les gars? Asilium, Team Asilium ou Team Stamina? Et c'est parti. Point stratégique. On se retrouve en Europe. Et c'est dur pour nous. Très très dur pour nous.
Maybe not so much on Summit. We'll see how things unfold. Let's just get into
Allez,
this
on y
action
croit.
here, though. Standoff first and
Enfin
foremost.
là, y a rien à croire. Hein. Je sais même pas pour quel team je suis. Je suis pour les deux teams.
They were just kind of, it was a series of misses, and I won't even say from their shots POV. It was missed opportunities and miscues that really kind of was the thorn in the side for
Marvel et Inferno qui jouent tous les deux la SKS. Deux joueurs monstrueux hein, avec la SKS, rien à dire.
30 seconds to 5, 20 seconds left in this hill. Need to start worrying about
T'as un Stamina qui a très bien commencé ce pont strat.
Really good positioning, waited for their teammates, but unfortunately there was no help, and when they overchowed, they just got taken down for a little bit of contest. And as you can see on your mini map, this is all of Asilium just trying to get the scrap time and make their way across the map for
Team Stamina.
but first one's that's going to be their Stamina.
Yeah, they've got a great
Stamina.
zone just enveloping this entire hard point. Spawns for Asilium are all the way up to the top right-hand side. One player trying to sneak around the back denied as Stamina will walk on in and start soaking up even more hard point time. The next tip.
Stamina qui gère très bien ce début de point stratégique.
From the front, and Faints does find a first blood. This is going to open up some space here, especially with a little bit of pressure lurking from Jazz all the way back by White. So, hey, how about it? A little distraction play from Jazz and Asilium are able to get a pretty easy break.
That's something I wanted to see from Jazz is they are really good about getting behind the enemy lines and just kind of patiently waiting in corners. So to get in that top control, which allows all of Stamina having to kind of go for the hunt here to get their spawns back. That was great play out of Jazz to gain Asilium some time on this hill. But again, it's going to be Stamina that's
Stamina qui reprend le point. Les Balance qui arrivent à faire le kill contre Grise.
Down top window, 20 seconds left. Still with the 20-point lead is going to be Stamina, but Asilium's not letting this run away.
Yeah, Balance, really nice job here just to play his life and do what he can to make sure this hard point stays contested, and the rest of his teamers
sais pas, Julien, je l'ai
while
pas
they
reçu.
go on rotation, trying to win over by hay bales, shift the first
J'ai
player
jamais testé un fan gaming.
following up, able to clean things up, and Faints was really the last hope to make much happen in the middle of the map. So now, the next hit, 3 members for Asilium, back around towards where the A site would be, and really they're just being hard blocked out by where this tank is. This has been a near flawless hold for Stamina, and Drari's going to add in a death machine just to help block it down.
Man, I'm a big fan of Marvel, but he was hitting old as New was getting popped, and he was in a pretty useless gunfight from the last player of Stamina that was just holding that scrap time, and that really hurt his team, not only spawn-wise, but pressure side on the front side. side of the hill. So the first 20 seconds is going in the bag of Stamina here.
Oh, il y a Stamina là qui fait du sale. Hein. 60-80 contre 28. Stamina, tu sens, ils ont pas envie de perdre, hein, putain.
Split up across the entirety of the map. Sure, a couple of players will spawn close to the hard point, but they just don't have the numbers. Faints and Shark are already
dans mes souvenirs, Stamina est à chaque fois battait Asilium si je ne m'abuse. Peut-être que je me trompe. Hein. Peut-être que je me trompe avec Nova. Mais là, pour le moment, Stamina qui a clairement l'avantage. 50 points d'écart. 50 points d'avance pour Stamina et Drari qui fait le doublé. Va se faire tuer par Faints. Mais est-ce que c'est assez pour Asilium? On ne sait pas. Asilium qui arrive à reprendre le point. Rien n'est terminé pour Asilium.
Puts it down and Drari punishes. That will be good enough for not just the neutralization of the operator, but also a repossession of the hard point. Balance has to commit an operator of his own, but
se faire tuer par derrière, malheureusement.
Foil by hitting the flank. Shark looking to YY the reload, not going to happen. It's 3 straight kills for Grizz, and Stamina looking close to being able to break past that 100-point mark, and as they eventually overwhelm, they will do just that.
50 points d'écart encore pour Stamina. Et l'écart s'intensifie. Stamina qui s'approche de la victoire petit à petit, point par point. Et c'est dur pour Asilium là. Grizz qui sort le Goliath.
Goliath getting called down by Grizz. It looks like he's going to leave that for a teammate as Narks will pick it up. Nice little scan over, looking for where this cluster strike will be best placed, and says, why not just go ahead and throw it right onto the hard point. Number 4 in red is Drari. He will step on in as soon as his hard point opens up, and Stamina are putting this game
C'est très bien joué de la part de Stamina. Ils peuvent rien faire.
As this starts to wind down, Asilium's hard point has been a cluster, really, you know, outside of their firing range and maybe their takeoff, but
131-58, ça fait mal. Les millisecondes, ça dépend de la co, ouais, ça dépend de la co. Et un petit peu du téléphone aussi. T'as des téléphones qui ont une meilleure réception. Asilium qui reprennent le point. Faints très bien joué avec sa machine de guerre. Est-ce que ça sera assez? Je ne sais pas. Il reste plus que 19 secondes. Pour Stamina, pour gagner ce premier round. Narks qui est déjà dans le prochain point.
Do or die time right here for Asilium. They do have the opportunity to try to play this through gas station, but more red arrows than blue ones as we open up the hill. Stamina able to use those numbers to open up the hard point favorably. One more to clean up, but hold on a second. A couple of proximal spawns and Asilium
qui reprend le point avec Balance, Marvel et Faints qui font un kill. Triple feed de la part d'Asilium. Oh, c'est serré, hein. Ça devient de plus en plus serré, les gars. S'ils arrivent à garder le point jusqu'au bout, ça sera ex aequo. Mon Dieu, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Est-ce que c'est le comeback de Asilium? Ça m'a tout l'air, ça m'a tout l'air. Stamina qui rage quitte le point et du coup qui se prépare au prochain. Oh, c'est bien ex aequo, hein. C'est extrêmement serré.
They have a death machine called out mid. Why are you nowhere near the hill? Why is Balance mid-map in the top building? Why are you not putting the pressure on? They need 8 seconds to take this game away. You are moving way too slow. They are calling everything in and they just can't contest.
C'est chaud, Marvel, il pouvait pas bouger.
Breath of life back into that series, just absolutely choked it.
Wolf freeze bombs in the doorway.
Marvel, il s'est vénéré aussi, moi.
Series just way too slow. They are calling everything in and they just can't get up the stairs to contest. Asilium, what was a breath of life back into that series.
Ah, je comprends la frustration de Marvel, mais bien joué à Stamina.
I definitely agree in the
Bien
series
joué à
that we saw
Stamina.
Stamina. It was a lot of just itty-bitty missteps, but for the side of Asilium, they were just getting scrap time. That entire game, it was simply just them continuously getting scrap time and 20 seconds here and there, and that was enough to barely keep them in it, and it took one hill to tie up the game, but they were just playing way too slow. They were way too far away from hill. There was literally a death machine called top mid building. The hard point's across the map.
Yeah.
At least wait till you get to bottom steps to walk up with it, do something, but they were nowhere near the hill for the next rotation.
16 points d'écart, c'est très très peu.
And again, I look at this map series layout as we'll look back over what was.
Putain, ça fait de la peine de voir Asilium et Stamina se battre quand même.
Asilium worked their way back in, but the thing is, you've got to get to that map forward. And even still, Stamina's not a bad firing range team. Like really, they got both of their preferred hardpoint picks in this map series set, and that's the second time that we look back towards the veto and pick process where you have to question how prepared was Asilium to go into today, because they're not even getting their own preferred picks based on the statistics that we saw yesterday. It's still encouraging though to look back over and say, hey, you just made about a 70-point comeback almost be reality, just missing out on one rotation at the end.
I will give it to them that this map was 100% in favor of Stamina going into it regardless. Again, 3-0 win ratio coming into this specific hardpoint. However, Asilium is really bad at respawns. They're really bad at hardpoint.
Yeah,
so if they're going to go anywhere, they can go in the SD. And I would say Stamina has
Les cryogrenades, ça fout la rage. Je suis d'accord. Asilium, ils se sont fait rouler dessus. Non, ils se sont pas fait rouler dessus. Rouler dessus, c'est 150 à 50 ou au moins. Là, c'était 150 à 136. Pas du tout. Ils ont failli faire le comeback, Asilium.
Yeah, it's a changing your stars type thing, because again, I believe you when you say that, hey, the hardpoint needs to be much more tuned up. Good sign of life from Asilium there in map number 1, but a missed opportunity to maybe steal away a map that Stamina would have felt pretty comfortable taking. You look at the head-to-head matchup here between these two squads, and really the big thing, I look down towards that overall KD, because for Asilium, 2 of their players outside the top 50 total players that we had from yesterday, not even getting past a 0.9 KD. That's not good when there's only 60 total players. Someone has to step up today for Asilium to realistically help where Jazz set the tone.
Là, Cryo beaucoup trop bien placé. Ah ouais, là, il pouvait rien faire Marvel.
Solid, but somebody else needs to step up if they want to try to keep pace with the Stamina roster.
Heading into this SD, I'm looking at player matchups right now, and I think for the side of Asilium, I'm looking at Marvel and Jazz to match the aggression of Inferno and Drari again. Sure. If you are going against Stamina right now and you just watched that last series against Strive, it was all Drari in Inferno. So heading into this S&D, that's going to be their win condition at this point, is do not let them start getting on a spree.
Yeah, you know, this is the other thing. You look back at my notes, it's like Asilium's best map yesterday, and the only map they found wins on Search and Destroy was firing range.
Yeah.
So if it's been vetoed out, good on their opponents to be doing their homework. On the other front, you know, what does the depth of your search and destroy pool look like? Because you're absolutely right. Stamina's weakest mode, at least historically across the course of yesterday, and even dating back to stage 4, has largely been circling around the search and destroy. But
je déteste le mode hardpoint. Moi, je l'aime bien. J'aime bien regarder le mode hardpoint, en vrai.
Thing about it is, this is not hack the yard.
Allez, prochain match très bientôt.
Now, I know I talk about player matches, but players to watch going to S&D for both of these teams. Again, I already said Marvel and Jazz it is for me. More specifically at Marvel in his snipes. Maybe put feints in there as well, as we've seen both of them pulling out the snipers when it comes to their search and destroys. Stamina, though. We're hoping for the wake-up from Grizz specifically. Are you on the same page as me for that?
Yeah, and hey, looking over Team Stamina, they have been in their element, even throughout the loss that they were kind of suffering through Tribe. And a lot of it, I think, just comes down to, can you take those very specific moments where you had a couple of missteps and miscues and then immediately correct them?
Allez, Drari.
Again, map number 1, but still, the fact of the matter is,
Grizz, il a l'air tellement chill.
Fully. Nice recovery through that third hard point. We saw them kind of coming into the matchup versus Tribe. Even after a loss, looked like they were getting good comms from the coach. They were kind of communicating what they wanted to set up. And one of the things that really was largely successful for them, talking about Search and Destroy specifically, was their set pieces in the back half of the Hack D yard. So can you come out with some good executing strategies here to maybe take an edge early against this Asilium team?
Well, as we see, fist pumps across the board for Stamina. I'm assuming that means we're about to hop in to our game 2. And as I say that, here we go. Stamina
Good luck Azilium, good luck Stamina, que le meilleur gagne. C'est parti pour le deuxième match. Recherche et destruction. Oh Marvel, ce snipe. Magnifique.
Topside raid, so first 2 kills, good for Asilium, and some really good early defensive pressure being established here.
What an incredible first round for the likes of Asilium. That's exactly what they needed. They ended up taking down Inferno, but we've seen Drari and what he can do. He takes 2 down before Jazz gets the hit. The trade is there. 3v2,
Drari, mais Drari est exceptionnel.
1v3 balance, so finishes the last kill on shift. A good answer for
Asilium, je trouve très bon aussi en recherche et destruction.
Another thing I want to kind of bring up here for Stamina as they take the first round is, sure, we continue to mention that their search and destroy is their weakest mode, but none of the losses that they suffered yesterday were bad losses. Everything went to at least round 9, if not round 10 and 11. And with that in mind, it just goes to show that they are staying competitive through each of these maps. So let's see what they have in store here. How about a set nade from Shift? That works for first blood, but immediately countered as Faints finds a pick over toward the middle of the map. And with that, a split setup here for Stamina. They need to figure out what they want to do.
Avec sa grenade.
A lot of over-aggression on Drari here, but he is able to do it. As we've seen most of his gunfights go out so far, he pulls out the thumb for maybe some information on the B side. I think he gets it.
Faints qui ouvre le kill contre Narx. Ça fait mal.
4v3. Bomb's actually going to rotate through mid. Shift almost gets caught out. He manages to stay alive. That is going to be Faints on the chase, though. Gonna see him pushing up through mid. He might get traded out here. Inferno's looking down. Faints knows that he's here. He's gonna try and take the gunfight with the Calamity.
Jazz, come help. There it is. Finally, I was about to say, Faints has been sitting inside this rock garden for the entirety of the round, and the fact that he was able to find
Asilium avec un petit avantage, 3 contre 2. Et Shift qui arrive à poser la bombe sur le point B. Manque 40 secondes pour diffuser la bombe du côté de Asilium. Marvel qui contourne la map, qui a failli se faire tuer, qui ressort son 50 GS. Drari qui tue Jazz, mais Marvel qui trade. Drari va-t-il faire l'impossible? Mais non. Mais Marvel, kill magnifique avec le sniper. Et c'est du bad manners. 2-0 pour Asilium.
Position there to get both of them, but unfortunately the shots just weren't connecting in his favor. Marvel was able to hit the sniper shot to put them up 2-0 in the SD, and absolute blindsided from their first hard point.
Man. And I've looked first and foremost the fact that Faints should have been isolated in the middle
Qui pense que ça va aller en 5 games? Je pense pas qu'il y aura du 3-0. Ça serait... Ça m'étonnerait en vrai. Balance encore un... Putain. C'est un très bon début de la part d'Asilium sur cette recherche et destruction.
Bomb has been planted at the B site. 40 seconds now on the clock. All 5 members of Asilium, you're making it way.
Gris qui refait un kill avec son R9. Il l'a pas vu derrière, il va se faire tuer par Jazz. Ouais.
Look at the red on your minimap though. They are just waiting for this fire as they slide right in.
Drari qui fait le kill contre Jazz. Narx contre Shark. Et pour le moment c'est Stamina qui est... GG. GG. Stamina qui reprennent cette manche. Ça m'arrive tout le temps. Attention flash, lancer raté, run. Tellement Victor. T'inquiète, moi aussi, c'est pareil quand je lance une grenade et je la lance mal et elle revient sur moi, je suis... Oh, merde. Fuyons. Oh, c'est tellement serré. Stamina très low du coup, 2v4. Très grand avantage pour Asilium pour le moment. Inferno qui est extrêmement low. Oh, aïe. Très bien joué de la part d'Asilium pour cette manche-là.
Okay, Asilium. Corrections from yesterday looking much better because, like we continue to mention, outside of their play and firing range, all of their losses came with really a label and a brand of humiliation. But here on the defensive half, solid stuff on raid. More aggression, this time from Stamina. Looking to once again just flood on in towards the A site. First one forward is Grizz, of course it is. Balance up top, shots good for 1.
Balance qui ouvre le kill.
Still made its way into basketball. The next one up would be Shark. A couple of shots trying to deal with the trophy system. I don't know if he actually fully depleted it, and with that, Shift gets a free plant off.
La bombe est plantée, plus que 40 secondes de la part de Azilium pour diffuser la bombe. Shift qui fait un kill contre Jazz, 4 contre 4. Trari qui fait le double et c'est Stamina qui gère très bien ce round. Et ça va être très compliqué à Azilium de gagner cette manche. Fainz qui est tout seul derrière.
Yeah, love the setup
Avec son snipe.
and not to pause after you lose first blood due to the player sitting in money window is really good discipline, just committing to the execution. So Stamina respond, close out the half just down one. We swap the
Est-ce que le gyro est populaire parmi les pros? Non, pas parmi les pros de COD mobile.
If at all, is Azilium going to be able to rock these double snipers for offensive aggression?
Pas en multijoueur. Compétitif en tout cas. Putain, Inferno à 0 kill du côté de Stamina, ça fait mal. Et Drari encore monstrueux, hein. 9 kills, 3 morts. Drari qui a l'impression de... J'ai l'impression qu'il gère très bien la pression compétitive. Va se faire tuer contre Jazz. 4v3. Azilium, petit avantage.
Smokes will start to dissipate, but Inferno gets pushed off the angle towards top laundry. Trying to pixel peek through the side window, nothing there. Grizz still holding on to mid screens, while the last
Grizz contourne la map.
Stamina would be Narcs, who's starting to finally make his rotation over to play the outer edges of the laundry building. Inferno for one.
Premier kill de Inferno.
Azilium still have two players playing passively behind and around red. But with that, the trades allow now a 2v2 opportunity. Shark down low, does not find the elimination.
Grizz très low. Et Stamina reprend le dessus.
No one's on the defuse as of yet though, but of course Faints does not know that, and as he goes to check,
C'est mort.
it's Inferno who plays the gatekeeper to win the kill, and with that we're going to be tied up as 3. Defuse coming through from Grizz.
First of all, I want to know why Faints was just sitting mid for that entire engagement.
Stamina qui reprend le dessus.
With a sniper.
And he was just sitting there. He was literally not doing anything. And so then Shark goes for the 1v2 jowl for literally whatever reason instead of waiting for his teammate.
Vive la QQ9. La CBR4, tu l'as mis dans la top 3 SMG. Ouais, là, ils auraient... Ouais. En tout cas, dans cette saison-là.
Stamina's pulled it right on back.
Shark qui fait 2 kills contre Shift.
Up where he wanted to play aggressively over towards B, taken down as a Lambo explodes. Marvel Faints trying to double scope through mid map, but Narcs gets the best of one as he picks through
kill Marvel avec son sniper.
Long flank. Grizz trying to clear out Zig, which means all the rest of the defenders can focus forward. Drowry the one of them. Grizz able to get one off the flank, and look what that's done for Azilium. They're completely split apart.
Drari monstrueux encore une fois, c'est un truc de ouf. Oh, mais cet homme est un laser.
While carrying the bomb through laundry, and technically speaking, he should know the last two players are behind him, so a free rotation to A is on the cards.
It's not impossible. Bomb down 1v2. He has plenty of time to do it. The biggest problem is that he's going to have to go against Drari and Grizz, and again, Drari has been absolutely on one today.
He's going to play for the kills. That was a free plant. He knows that the challenge would have to come through mid-map, so he takes a corner inside of money, thinking there's no way they double chow this. Maybe I get one for free and then have an exit to rotate back to B. But on the opposite mindset, Stamina says, go ahead and plant. We'll just play the retake once we know where you are.
I'm not a big fan of this play shift. This is a very scared play, out of balance right now. If he just got that lay down, he could have taken a power position and back and watched for the player that would have rotated through spawn, but instead he gets caught out on the rotation over to the B site.
Et c'est Stamina qui est en train de prendre de l'avance et qui s'approche de la win.
It's a woulda, coulda, shoulda moment, I think, for balance, but when you've got a minute 5 on the clock and you're sitting there thinking,
très serré pour le
maybe I can
moment.
pull a timing somewhere. It's tough. It's really, 6 of one, half a dozen of another, because we obviously get the information he had a free plant today, and like you mentioned, I agree with you, he would have had a free power angle to take maybe somewhere back by jungle, but regardless, that does not happen at this universe, and as we jump into the next round, opening kills come through for
deuxième kill avec le sniper pour Azilium.
Getting a little bit punished here for maybe a bit of over-aggression defensively.
After Faints gets that kill in deep spawn, I want to see him push up and
Drari 12 kills, hein, monstrueux ce mec. Monstrueux depuis la game d'avant là contre Tribe Gaming. Ce mec, je sais pas ce qu'il a bouffé, mais va se faire tuer par Marvel encore. Et là, Azilium qui a l'avantage. Marvel, 3ème kill. Très bien joué de sa part. Et c'est 4 contre 4. Très serré.
You let the scopes kind of watch over the push, and so far they've provided the majority of kills on this offensive half. The thing is, the second page is a bit of a draft, where okay, first page doesn't really work out. What are we going to do to adapt? Our scopes aren't really in good spots to watch over the post plant, things like that. So we'll see how that unfolds here as they still need 2 more rounds. And they being either team in this instance, tied up at 4. Smoke will encompass the front door here towards A, but there are 2 defensive members for Stamina waiting for this, even though they lose first blood. Defensively, they're in a pretty solid spot, and Drari makes known his position, but it doesn't make a difference. Collects 2, long flank in the same breath. That was Grizz who found the player lurking top bedroom, and all of a sudden Asilium have nothing to work with in this 2v3.
Man, Faints is always watching the flank, and the fact that Grizz wins that gunfight is just like signing off the round for Asilium. Once that back end, you lose your sniper through your spawn, and not to mention 2 players already fell, and the push up to A bomb is down and out. This is going to be incredibly difficult for Jazz and Marvel.
Jazz may be an opportunity as he catches, well, very aggressive information on Grizz, who took shots at him from backside kitchen, but they will reset and move away. The thing about this is Stamina are very content just to hold on to basketball. I have to imagine
si Stamina gagne ce round, ils sont à la balle de match la prochaine manche. Et ça va être très stressant pour Asilium, sachant qu'ils ont déjà perdu la première game contre Stamina là. Et ouais, ça fait très mal là pour Asilium. Peu de chance que Marvel fasse le 1v3 là, on va pas se mentir. Il va se faire tuer par Inferno. Et c'est 5-4 pour Stamina. Et Stamina en balle de match. Hein. S'il gagne cette manche, ça va être 2-0 pour Stamina. Et ça sera la game 2 matchs après. S'ils font 3-0, ça ferait très mal pour Asilium. Et Asilium là sera disqualifié à tout jamais pour ce championnat de 2021. Aïe, ça commence mal pour Asilium, avec Grizz qui ouvre le kill contre Marvel, avec sa type 25, Drari qui est toujours monstrueux lui, avec 14 kills au compteur. Ce mec a un aimbot, aussi simple que ça. C'est la dérolle. Mec, c'est ce que j'allais dire, Victor. Le mec, il a pris une drogue là aux États-Unis. La dérolle. Ça permet de se concentrer 1000 fois mieux. Full concentration. Ou c'est juste que peut-être qu'il performe extrêmement bien lorsqu'il est sous pression. Il y a des gens qui marchent comme ça et qui fonctionnent comme ça. Oh, Drari qui est encore là. Et ça fait très mal. Oh, mais Drari, mais qu'est-ce qu'il est monstrueux. 4, oh aïe, mais non. 17 kills, mais what the fuck. Mais Drari, il est monstrueux. Oh, aïe.
He's the only defender nearby. And his teammates are a mile away. He really just needs to find 1 kill and make the second difficult. And he says, well, I'm at Tiki Bar. I'm the bartender here making up drinks. Hold this one as he finds the second and the third.
Aïe, Drari, rien à dire. Ce mec est on fire. Qu'est-ce qu'il a bouffé ce matin.
Now starting to crop up, and that's not good news
aïe.
You know, for Stamina, we were really questioning what their search is going to look like coming into today.
Dans le mal. Et qui a gagné 0 manche pour le moment. Et Stamina, s'il gagne la prochaine game, la prochaine map, c'est fini pour Asilium. Il terminerait 4ème de ce championnat. Et Stamina avancerait dans le loser bracket. Drari en ranked, il s'amuse. On a cette impression. Et pourtant il joue contre des pro players. Putain, Drari monstrueux. 17 kills Drari quoi. Mais quel monstre.
But they put together a defense that was immaculate of their own, and we turn our attention over to what's coming up next, a Summit domination. At the beginning of this series, I was looking at this map in particular to be the one that, hey,
il est tombé dans un mid dessus quoi, bah faut croire, hein. Faut croire, le mec il a bu de la potion magique avant de jouer aujourd'hui là. Mais Marvel aussi a fait des très beaux kills, malheureusement c'était pas assez.
Well, Faints constantly would be pre-aiming that back wall and Grizz 9 times out of 10 would take that gunfight with right face of the sniper. There's no reason you should be losing it, especially when you're expecting it, and having him running up your rear with Drari sitting your tiki, that's not the most favorable position to be in.
And hey, you know, we'll do a service to both Grizz and Drari. When it comes down to our opening of the show, we talked about possible MVP candidates. We were all looking at Inferno. And now we're starting to see maybe some of the catalyst behind these successful plays really does lie with what Grizz and Drari can do. We obviously said Drari's name a lot from what he was able to do versus their match versus Tribe. A big catalyst for success on a lot of the respawns, but now all of a sudden Grizz has made his establishment as what he could do in the search and destroy, especially when you can play him off the flank. So this is good news overall for Tribe if you were to look maybe in the future beyond this matchup. I know it's not really fair to do considering we still have a map at least to play, but hey, the fact that we've got more contestants in the mix besides just Inferno is great news for Stamina fans.
There's no better way to do it than a reverse sweep here, Asilium. Just, if I have one thing of advice to give you when it goes into
très bientôt pour le troisième match en 2 dominations. Asilium, c'est leur dernière chance, ils peuvent pas perdre celle-ci. Sinon, c'est la disqualification et ils termineraient en 4ème position, comme je l'ai dit. C'est dur pour Asilium, sachant qu'ils ont déjà perdu 3-0 contre ARP.
There were some brilliant moments
très, très
on
dur,
Crossfire, a map that historically and statistically was not at all their strongest, but the thing about it was there were still missteps and some miscommunications when it came down to when things got tight. Who's going to make that call as far as what we need to do? And that was what ended up foiling them versus ARP as we look back over their total statistics on the weekend. The big thing really, again, comes down to the slay pressure that really is the difference, and it reflects in the overall KDs between these two squads. Stamina holds a very convincing edge.
Asilium qui a quand même du mal en termes de KD, ils sont en dessous de 1. Stamina en termes de stats est au-dessus de Asilium. Et pour le moment, ça se confirme 2-0 pour Stamina. Yo la Trixa.
Well, we did see Drari popping off, we saw Inferno popping off, but now we're seeing a little bit more out of Grizz. And is it just because it's Asilium, or is it because they've woken up? Have they really realized the situation that they're in?
Drari, le 1v4 de la fin, c'était quand même impressionnant.
We have seen their cams throughout the way. There's the annual fist bumps we've seen before every single match, the complete calmness across the board. So
tu peux voir le mec Nax, il a un ventilateur sur son téléphone. Putain, c'est ouf.
And as you see it on your screens,
Mobile Gaming, le futur. C'est parti pour la 3ème game, les gars. 3ème balle de match pour Stamina.
Favorite side to start, and well, how about it? They're trying to get up to the second floor very quickly, met and matched largely by Asilium, but the thing about it is, no one's actually making a play for this B flag yet. It's all about high ground control to start.
Unfortunately, actually, it looked like Asilium just kind of sat back and let Stamina run into the pre-aim, and that seemed to actually put them out on top here for just a moment as they start getting
petit avantage pour Asilium, qui a pris presque la moitié du point B. Mais ce n'est que le début, et ça peut changer d'un coup. Très très serré à ce début du match.
Biggest problem right now is if anybody gets on top of B to cap it, that door is just free real estate for the likes of Stamina to just
Marvel qui attendait Nax arriver.
But Inferno, he looks like he was about to slide in for just a moment. Again, B is still neutral right now. A and C in the hands respectively of Spawns and Stamina and Asilium, but B finally gets capped for Asilium. That's going to be complete in, but that contest is still there. Shift is inside. If he plays his life here and waits him for cavalry, Inferno's actually going on a deep rotation in their spawn.
Très très bien joué par Shift. Mais c'est quand même Asilium qui a le point B pour le moment. Est-ce que ça va durer? Ça on ne sait pas. Mais Stamina là qui essaye de reprendre le point B, on le voit. 2 personnes dessus. Est-ce que ça sera assez? Non. Et Shark qui fait la triplette sur ce point B. Monstrueux du côté de Shark. Encore une fois, ils jouent leur vie là. Ils ne peuvent pas perdre cette game, sinon ils sont disqualifiés à tout jamais pour cette compétition.
In the A spawn, there's actually incredible split spawns right now, if nobody can tell. 3 blue players just spawned right next to the likes of Balance. He definitely wasn't expecting that, but Asilium still in the driver's seat, 41-20.
C'est la finale mondiale Western LSPW.
Starting to grow some legs. 2 players up top, 2 players from the front door. Inferno, Grizz, first eliminations. Faint needs to respond. And with Jazz, they will go 3 for 2. Not a bad trade whatsoever. Marvel up top,
Nouvelle avec 7/25. Et pour le moment, Asilium gère très très bien cette première manche. Sont très très bien placés pour garder ce point B pendant encore quelques temps. Jazz qui va presque faire le double kill, mais non, va se faire tuer par Shift. Faints qui reste sur ce petit point là. Jazz, encore un kill. Drake qui tue Jazz, Nars qui tue Balance. Mais pour le moment, le point B n'est toujours pas pris du côté de Stamina. Ce n'est pas assez pour eux. Asilium a très très bien joué en tout cas cette première manche, hein. Rien à dire. Rien à dire. Ce n'est pas terminé pour Stamina, on est d'accord. Non. Ils sont loser brackets.
They are down in the series 0-2 as we look at our KDs across the board. Faints 3 and 7, Jazz 10 and 5, and Marvel 10
c'est entre Stamina et Tribe la finale. Ah, je sais pas. Shark 17 kills, 8 morts. Tu sens que lui, il a pas envie de perdre 3-0 hein, contre la Stamina. C'est une question d'honneur aussi, je pense.
Asilium preferring to play from the outside of control. Jazz able to get the death machine in, but he gets countered by one of Grizz's. So flag stays neutral for now. Still more blue arrows than red.
Le comeback est possible, hein. Comme à chaque fois les gars, le comeback est possible. Marvel qui fait le double kill. Jazz qui fait le premier kill. Mais Drari va le tuer. Est-ce que Stamina va sortir? Oh. Drari qui fait le triple kill avec sa machine de guerre. Et c'est Stamina qui arrive à prendre le point B. Et c'est très dur pour Asilium. Il faut qu'ils le reprennent s'ils veulent pas perdre. Shark qui fait du très très beau jeu. Et pour le moment, Shift qui... Aïe aïe aïe. Asilium n'ont pas réussi à reprendre le point B. C'était très très serré.
To the seaside. I don't think anybody on Stamina has caught wind of this.
No one's died. No one's spawned, so they don't know that Faints is in the back line. But Stamina go 2 for 1, make it 3 for 1. And Sharks play on the back
Shark essaie de reprendre le point C. Malheureusement, pas assez. Stamina qui gère très très bien cette deuxième partie. Hein. Asilium a besoin de se bouger s'ils veulent pas perdre 3-0 contre Stamina. Ça ferait très très mal pour eux. Pour le moment, même si Asilium a plus de points, c'est du côté de Stamina que le point B et à eux. Shark qui prennent le point C. Mais Stamina a réussi à reprendre le point, donc c'est encore 2 points de domination pour du côté de Stamina. Très très bien joué du côté de Faints qui fait le double kill. Est-ce que ça c'est pour prendre le point B? Oui, peut-être. Et c'est Asilium. Mais ils vont essayer de reprendre le point B. Shark qui fait le triple kill. Extrêmement serré. Oh mon dieu, c'est tellement serré. Et Stamina reprend le point B sous les yeux effarés de Asilium. Oh, mon dieu, qu'est-ce que c'est serré. Ils ne peuvent pas perdre sur ça. Asilium ne peuvent pas perdre sur ça. Il y en a 2 qui arrivent sur le point B. Est-ce que c'est assez? Oui, je crois bien que c'est assez pour reprendre le point B du côté de Asilium. Asilium qui a l'avantage du coup maintenant. Et c'est sûrement Asilium qui va gagner cette map s'ils arrivent à garder ce point B pendant encore quelques secondes. Sinon, ils seront obligés de faire le triple cap du côté de Stamina s'ils veulent gagner cette map. Et ça me semble mal parti du côté de Stamina. Aïe 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 aïe. Et ils arrivent même pas à reprendre le point B du côté de Stamina et Fanes qui fait le triple kill avec la team 25. Aïe aïe aïe. Asylum qui respire un coup du coup et qui va pouvoir se rester dans cette qualification. Et ils ont encore 2 maps à faire et à gagner contre Stamina s'ils veulent se qualifier au loser bracket. Ça va être 2-1 pour Stamina maintenant. Stamina ne fera pas 3-0. Asylum qui voulait quand même garder leur honneur et qui pouvait pas perdre 3-0 contre Stamina.
In front of them as soon as we get to it.
Especially the fact that they took it being on the unfavorable side in the second half of the domination.
Yep.
That momentum
GG, GG aux deux teams qui jouent très très bien. Très très serré en effet avec Weston. C'est comme giveaway à 21h Levi.
They just kept flooding through the front. Asylum just wouldn't let them in. They just kept putting bodies in the front door. They sent maybe one person on rotation, and when that didn't work, we're just gonna force more bodies in the front, give Asylum streaks, give them their death machines, let them get all streaks down.
Très très bien joué sur ce coup.
And that initiative that you keep mentioning for Asylum is one of the reasons that they were able to be so darn successful in this game mode yesterday. They only dropped a single map, and that was against the likes of some major heavy hitters, of which we're actually seeing today. So hey, you know,
ça fait de la peine. Hein.
Yes,
j'ai envie de voir les deux se qualifier. Mais ça va pas être possible, il y en a une qui va être gagnante et une perdante. Et ce n'est qu'une question de minutes là pour savoir qui va se qualifier dans les loser brackets.
Something in this dom that I wish we would almost see way
Ça
more
marche,
out of a lot of these teams
GG Asylum, ouais.
is that they actually committed a lot to the flip out. They committed a lot to favorable spawns, which usually first half you get bad spawns, they kind of just suck it up. They're kind of just like, okay, well let's just
150 à 125 du côté des Asylum. Mais ont perdu 6-4 et 150 à 134 ces deux premières maps. Est-ce que Asylum va faire le full comeback et la remontada en gagnant et le hardpoint sur firing range et la recherche et destruction sur crossfire? Réponse dans quelques minutes les potos. Qui est pour Asylum, qui est pour Stamina les gars? Deux teams européennes, deux teams où il y a des Français dedans et des joueurs francophones. Assez dur, moi j'ai du mal à choisir les gars. Ce que je veux aussi, c'est que le truc que je kifferais le plus, c'est de voir une team européenne être vainqueur de ce championnat du monde.
We saw what they were able to do versus Strive on this map. Looked pretty darn solid on it, just missing out by maybe a couple of moments.
Et c'est parti, Asylum qui prend le premier point.
Can't count Asylum out just yet, even though this statistic is on firing range. S&D, they are
Marx qui a déjà pris la tower, qui est dans une très très bonne position, rien à dire.
Again, we're only on our first hill, but a big 2 out of Jari in here on P1, 9-5, 30 seconds still left. A bit of a split push actually from Asylum. Looks like they're going for spawns deep in the back, but that was easily read as 2 fall.
Yeah, it's a risky play, but it would have came with reward if you could have maybe taken Stamina a bit off guard.
Anti-XZ pour Stamina, Bad Mice pour Asylum. Donc vous avez pas les mêmes avis, hein. Stamina pour Ibeston.
The biggest issue right now is going to be Grizz, who's watching the rotation out from the spawns, and he's going to win one of those gunfights. He will get traded out, but
Non. Non. Putain, j'en ai trop marre de ces bugs de merde là.
He can zone off the reinforcements while the rest of his teammates start to push on forward, but can anyone take care of Grizz? Thumper comes out, tried to buy some time for the reload, and a stun actually kills Marvel.
Désolé gars. Encore un bug de YouTube, je pense, ou peut-être de ma 4G. Hein. Allez. Pourtant, moi, ça bug pas le live, donc je pense que c'est YouTube. Hein. Putain. Non, je veux pas rater.
We tried to go for the wall bang, stayed alive. 2 members from Asilium pushed in from mid, and at that exact moment that they dropped, Jazz and Marvel slide in for the trades. That
Les gars, je crois qu'il y a un gros problème. Mon iPad bug. Il veut pas regarder en 1080p, les gars. Bon, attendez 2 secondes. Là, c'est horrible. Ça bug sur le live ou pas? 61 contre 37, mais là, on voit rien du tout. La qualité est horrible.
big plays out Shark here, just watching that entire mid push again. This is trailer point. There's only so many places you can push in from, and right now it's all in favor of Asilium. 30 seconds
Asilium
left.
qui reprennent le dessus, mais je veux une qualité supérieure à ce truc-là. Si j'ai gagné 1 million, j'achèterai un bon PC, un iPad pour Dams. Moi aussi, mec. Moi aussi. Asilium qui prennent le dessus encore. Oh. Bon, vas-y, mais là, je peux pas rester avec cette qualité éclatée, les gars. Je suis désolé.
And a little bit of a scrappy battle may unfold here as the spawns for Stam.
Non mais vous foutez de ma gueule là. Pourquoi ça bug?
Smoke embellishes the front, and a little bit of a scrappy battle may unfold here as the spawns for Stamina will be over towards Bathroom. They've done exactly what has been needed, and all that came from Drari and Grizz is locking down spawns, and they will open up this
fourth hard point. Ouais, j'ai mis en 720p, je vais tester. Mais pour vous, ça va la qualité si je mets en 720p, les gars? Putain, j'ai vraiment un setup éclaté, ça me saoule.
Oh, no.
It's just score streaks galore, death machines galore, back and forth we go, 72 to 87, a very close matchup.
It's such an unfortunate team thumper that came out. It's just the fact I think Shift just walked right in front of her, something of the nature, and the teammate just blocked off the shot, forced the team kill, and with that number started to come out now for Asilium. 18 seconds to play for.
95 pour 72, hein, Asilium. Mec, je suis pas du tout fibré, Victor. J'utilise ma 4G pour faire le live et pour jouer sur code mobile et pour regarder les streams sur YouTube. Ah, c'est tellement la honte. Oh, c'est tellement serré. Je déteste les bugs, moi aussi, mon pote. Non, non, c'est bon, les gars, je pense que c'est bon là. On va rester comme ça. Pour le moment, ça passe.
Drari will step in, start to generate some score. Grizz up top, tough gunfight, wins it. Drari also makes safe the hit coming from Tires. Grizz now at assisting, just throwing shots through the smoke. Connects to allow some team shots to come out. Feints looking for
c'est tellement serré. Stamina qui reprennent le dessus avec Inferno et Grizz qui font les kills. Inferno qui fait un prédateur mais qui se gourre. Stamina Grizz qui fait du sale. Et c'est Asilium, c'est leur dernier moment pour ne pas être disqualifié.
They just wouldn't let them get past mid-map. This was huge time for Stamina. Only a 15-second difference, though. It's very easy. Asilium just needs one more.
Oh, c'est tellement serré, les gars. Le Goliath du côté de Inferno. Oh non, j'ai peur pour Asilium. J'essayais de remettre 180p, 1080p. Oh. Après cette game, les gars. Oh, non. Azilium qui va sûrement se faire éliminer. Mais est-ce que... Non, ce n'est pas terminé. Ce n'est pas terminé du côté de Azilium. Quoique, Shift retourne sur le point stratégique. Oh. Et ça sent pas bon. Ça sent pas bon. Et merde, Azilium. Azilium.
What a perfect hill for stamina, honestly. Those two Goliaths and the P2 money hill, there was just only so much that Asilium could have done in that situation. All the score sheets were caught on top of it. Other four members of stamina were just
Azilium se fera éliminer, il sera 4ème team champion du monde. Je sais pas combien c'est le cash prize pour la 4ème team, les gars.
It's tough, man. Asilium definitely put up a fight. Needed to see them make some corrections, and boy, do they provide.
Je suis en train de regarder si ça marche là. Oui, ça marche. Putain, ils se foutent de ma gueule. Ils m'ont disrespect. GG à Stamina, GG à Azilium. Bon, vas-y. Let's go. On lance une prochaine game, les potes. Je pense qu'on va attendre encore 5-10 minutes pour la prochaine map. Et là, ça sera contre Tribe Gaming. Putain, j'ai vraiment pas de connexion, c'est un truc de ouf. Hein. Prochaine map, Tribe Gaming contre ARP, les potes. Demi-finale. Vas-y, j'en ai marre de faire... Allez, stand-off. Comment il va le BG? Tu parles à moi? Je suis pas BG, mais ça va et toi? Let's go les potes. Tu vois, Ilhams, au final, même s'ils ont bien joué, ils se sont fait rouler dessus, la Ziliam. Rouler dessus, ouais, c'est pas... J'appelle pas ça rouler dessus, coup de cette mission. Par stamina, tu dis? À chaque fois, c'était extrêmement proche, le score. Hein.
Enemy in sight. Contact with enemy. Target.
Par derrière.
Target in sight. Enemy in sight.
Enemy taking B.
Target in sight. Contact with enemy. Changing mag. Cover me.
Mais non! Mais genre, je l'ai tué ce gars! Putain. Ça me saoule quand j'arrête de tirer alors que le mec n'est pas mort, alors que normalement il est censé être mort. C'est juste que ma connexion elle est toute pourrave. Oh aïe aïe le truc que j'ai fait. M'aidez pas du tout à capturer les points les gars, n'hésitez pas. Quelle bande de noobs. Je pouvais pas me baisser. Putain, le mec il a l'arme cinétique, il arrive même pas à me tuer.
Failing this mission. Recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is standing by.
Target in sight.
Capturing Bravo. Friendly Shock RC is ready.
Reloading. Cover me.
Friendly Shock RC is coming. UAV online.
Putain, je suis le seul encore sur le point, c'est un truc de ouf. Mais y'a personne sur le B. Mais putain, mais pourquoi je suis avec des sous-merdes, les gars? Pourquoi je suis que avec des sous-merdes?
Enemy contact.
Putain.
Target in sight.
Qu'est-ce qu'il est nul. Ça, c'est chaud.
Contact with enemy.
Hostiles have destroyed your sentry gun. Enemy has B.
Enemy in sight.
Je sais pas quoi faire, les potes.
Contact with enemy.
We're capturing B.
Je m'en fous, j'ai juste joué les kills, les gars, j'ai pas joué les points.
Tango down. Changing mag. Cover me.
Capturing C.
Cover me.
Recon ready for deployment. Losing Alpha. We captured C. UAV online. Losing Charlie.
C'est trop tentant, je suis obligé de jouer les points comme il n'y a aucun de mes coéquipiers qui sont dessus.
We lost C.
Enemy contact. Target in sight.
Dommage.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Capture the objectives. We're capturing Alpha. Enemy taking Charlie. UAV online.
Enemy contact.
Enemy has Charlie. We captured A. Recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is standing by. We lost the lead. Our UAV has been destroyed. UAV online.
Enemy contact. Enemy in
Capturing
sight.
C.
Enemy contact. Enemy.
Friendly orbital laser deployed.
Enemy contact. Enemy in sight.
Recon ready for deployment.
Contact with enemy.
Oh, j'ai failli le tuer alors que le mec avait 300 HP de plus que moi, quoi.
UAV online.
Target in sight. Enemy in sight. Contact with enemy. Shot. Changing mag. Cover me. Enemy contact. Contact with enemy.
Capturing Bravo.
Enemy contact.
Recon standing by. Repeat. Recon is standing by. Friendly Shock RC is ready. Friendly Shock RC is coming. Bravo.
Changing mag. Cover me.
UAV online. Losing Bravo.
Contact with the enemy. Target in sight.
Putain, je suis tellement pas serein, les gars.
Enemy in sight.
Advanced UAV is ready.
Cover me.
Tied for the lead. Advanced UAV is online. Heads up. Enemy's lightning strike incoming. Capturing C. Losing A. Losing B. We've taken the lead. Watch out. Enemy orbital laser deployed.
Enemy contact.
Lost Alpha.
Reloading. Cover me. Contact with the enemy.
It's too close. Fight her.
On est en train de perdre.
Losing Bravo. We're
J'ai un drone avancé, on est en train de perdre.
lost the lead. We captured Alpha. We're losing this fight. We captured A. Tied for the lead. We've taken the lead. Friendly aircraft incoming. Capturing
Putain, le mec il utilise persistance, ce putain de noob. Putain.
Targets in sight. Changing mag, cover me. Contact with enemy.
Recon standing by. Recon is standing by. Friendly shock RC is ready. Captured B. Friendly shock RC is coming. Friendly orbital laser deployed. UAV online.
Putain, le mec il était en train de tirer sur l'autre. Wouah, c'était tendu. Hein. Petit triple kill cam. Mec, persistance. Tout le monde l'utilise, mais mec, je vais l'utiliser. Hein. C'est que comme ça que je peux gagner. Grizzly. Le mec a 8 kills, il veut rejouer avec moi. Non merci mon pote. Bon, on a le temps d'en refaire une autre. Let's go. Je vais faire que recherche et destruction les gars. Ça marche Lucas. J'ai compris mec. T'es pas obligé de spammer frérot. BK il a la persistance sur son clavier lui. Ah tu m'as tué Rimdé. Ah non moi je suis obligé de traiter les joueurs de noob les gars. Boruto. Ah mais les joueurs pro ils ont le droit de dire que je suis une sous-merde hein. Si je joue mal, ils ont le droit total de dire que je suis nul. Mais j'avoue, je devrais pas, hein, mais c'est plus fort que moi. Ça me saoule de devoir toujours être le premier de la team. Si je veux gagner. En solo, c'est toujours comme ça, mec. Je suis désolé, mais... Pourquoi ça balance pas mon... Mais genre... Mais genre... Putain, j'ai essayé de prendre le spawn. Quel voleur de... Le voleur d'armes. Putain, mais... J'en ai trop marre. Faut changer le spawn, les gars.
Reloading. Cover me. Contact with enemy.
D'où ils ont encore le spawn?
UAV recon ready for deployment. Friendly shock RC is ready. Heads up, enemy UAV spotted. Taking the lead.
Je suis obligé de changer le spawn pour ma team, sinon on perd.
UAV online.
Mais non, ils arrivent pas à tuer le mec.
Changing mag.
Hostiles have the hard point. Friendly Predator missile inbound. Time for the lead. We lost the lead. UAV online.
Ils étaient deux sur moi.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested.
Reloading. Cover me.
Hardpoint contested. It's too
Changing mag.
close. Fight harder. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. We lost the lead.
Je suis obligé de jouer le point strat, mais putain, mais... Oh. Aïe 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 aïe.
Hardpoint locked down. UAV recon standing by. Repeat. UAV recon standing by. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Target in sight. Enemy in sight.
Hardpoint identified.
Reloading. Cover me.
UAV online. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Recon ready for deployment. Contested.
Mais non, j'ai mis mon bouclier d'invincibilité. Et je suis mort d'une termite.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested.
Changing mag. Enemy in sight.
UAV
Hein?
online. Hunter killer drone
Comment il m'a vu à travers le truc? Comment c'est possible?
hostile stealth chopper inbound. We tied for the lead.
Nous avons un joueur persistance.
We've taken the lead. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint is ours.
Target in sight.
Hardpoint contested.
Changing.
Attends,
Cover
mais...
me.
Hardpoint lost.
Putain, on est en train de perdre. Mais putain de chien de mort! Mais ça me...
Contact with enemy.
We've called in a lightning strike.
Putain de merde! J'ai mon armure cinétique et je mords d'un coup là, d'un coup. Oh, je vous jure, ça me...
Cover me.
Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours.
Oh les gars, vous trouvez pas que les chiens c'est cheaté? On les voit pas arriver, ils te sautent dessus.
It's too close. Fight harder. Hardpoint locked down. Friendly orbital laser deployed. We've taken the lead. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Tango down.
Enemy contact. Changing mag.
Need backup.
UAV online. UAV recon standing by. UAV standing by. Hardpoint contested.
Putain de
Friendly
chien.
shock RC is ready. Hostiles
Ce chien de mort, mec.
Friendly shock RC is coming. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested.
Target in sight.
UAV online. Hardpoint contested.
Mais quoi?
Target in sight.
Predator missile inbound.
Enemy contact.
Hostile vehicle inbound.
Et c'est parti pour la persistance. Oh mais ce jeu il est éclaté. Entre les chiens et persistance là les gars.
Friendly airstrike incoming.
Get shot. Changing mag.
Ils arrivent que me tuer avec des termites, les gars. Bravo. Et nous avons un joueur Vitol. No skill. Let's go. C'est quoi ça? Vous pouvez voir un bot dans son élément là. Vous pouvez le voir, VG Midas, qui a l'air totalement perdu. Ouais, j'aimerais bien sauter s'il te plaît. Ouais. Il est ultra low. Bon bah 52 kills les gars. Mec, je hais les chiens à cause de Call of Duty Mobile, alors que j'adorais les chiens avant. Maintenant je vois un chien dans la rue, j'ai peur. J'ai peur de me faire bouffer. Voilà. Je vais traduire en justice Call of Duty Mobile à cause des chiens. Mais comment on peut être aussi proche de perdre? Je comprends pas. Allez. On retourne sur Tribe Gaming, ARP Gaming, les gars.
Oh, you see Tribe having a little bit of an edge, but it's still too early to tell. As a very solid hold right now in P3.
J'ai juste confirmé que c'est bien 1080p.
Still intact, but you can see here the push finally coming in from Tribe.
Oh,
ouais, c'est bien 1080p. Pour le moment, Tribe, c'est très serré entre les deux. Est-ce que vous voulez qu'on fasse, après la finale, vous voulez qu'on fasse une partie privée, les gars? C'est très serré entre Tribe et ARP, là.
ARP already on that rotation toward next. Not necessarily in the positive on all the gunfights, but looking really good. They got to be aware of Bolu, who looks like he's on a streak right now.
Just as I thought that with Tribe Gaming, they had a very strong hold into the trailer.
Je pourrais faire une vidéo sur la Team 25, ouais, j'en ferai une, les gars, j'en ferai une. Idams, bientôt dans les maps, tu glisseras sur des merdes de chiens, tu perdras de la vie. Ah, tu m'as tué, gros. Tu m'as tué. Oh, je suis mort. Je suis mort, mec. Il m'a tué. Dams, pourquoi tu fais pas de vidéo sur Rocket League Sideswap? Il est en train de cartonner le jeu. Qui joue à Rocket League Sideswap, les gars, ici? Dites-moi dans le chat, oui ou non? Qui veut que je fasse des vidéos sur Rocket League Sideswap, le jeu mobile de Rocket League? Je crois pas qu'il y en a beaucoup qui vont dire oui. Je sais pas.
Bowler's on 5-3. He doesn't even care about kills at this point. He said, "I'm just gonna sit on the OBJ and let my team do their thing," and they're absolutely doing it.
Je pourrais changer le cerveau. Je pourrais changer le cerveau en fondu papy. Et à part ça, cerveau, j'ai bouffé une fondue là. Tu connais le Maillard à la chaux de fond? Parce que toi, t'es de Chaux, toi, t'es de Neuchâtel, non? Tu connais le Maillard? C'est un resto un petit peu au-dessus sur la colline de la Chaux. De la Chaux. C'était sympa. On s'est fait une petite fondue là avec les autres potes.
Because you know when one comes, you know another is going to be in the horizon, especially going to P1. A very open hard point. The reset finally coming through. That is going to be very difficult to go and hold. You need to bring out the
très très dur pour ARP là. 140 à 63.
Game here so far, absolutely cracked here in day number 2 of the playoffs.
Yeah, there's
les mecs, je suis désolé, le Goliath c'est tellement relou les potes. Mais les monstres, ils sont monstrueux, Tribe. Ils sont monstrueux. C'était beaucoup moins serré qu'avec contre les teams européennes, par ça.
You can give up that early time and they do that every time
Non,
on
non,
P1
c'est un jeu de dés, wesh. Ouais, je sais que c'est un jeu de dés, Victor. Rocket League. Side swap sur mobile.
2 pieces, 3 pieces, 4 pieces. But you see ARP's heart shattering into absolutely 1,000
10 voitures qui poussent une baballe, je suis mort.
At all. Tribe showed it up. Once you give Tribe the chance
Porte plainte pour tentative de haine envers les animaux. C'est ce que je vais faire, Dynasty. Je vais porter plainte contre Activision. Je vais dire que maintenant, à cause d'eux, les chiens ils me traumatisent dans la vraie vie. Et que j'ai des énormes problèmes de stress et que j'arrive plus à dormir à cause d'eux. Et blam, je me fais $1 million. S'il est sorti sur iPad en tout cas. Il est déjà sorti sur iPad. Tu traînes au calme dans la rue à 19h et le chien il te bouffe comme ça, ouais.
The players on Tribe knowing their roles so well. I think that's a lot of it. You take a look at Bolu, not worried about getting kills at all.
En légendaire cette saison, t'es obligé de jouer persistance malheureusement. Oh non. Dis pas ça le cerveau, dis pas ça. Ne dis pas que tu joues persistance. J'ai peur de ta réponse.
I was actually about to mention, Bolu said a while ago in his interview, when it comes down to
putain, l'eau de la chaux de fond, elle est dégueulasse par contre. Hein. Je crois que j'ai m'acheter de l'eau minérale, hein, parce que là, ça va plus du tout. Putain, si Tribe Gaming gagne 3-0 contre ARP, c'est un truc de ouf.
But with ARP, they need to slow it down yet again. Like we saw a Stamina Tribe a while ago. This is where they can actually go and make the play.
I know you guys have talked a lot about how strong Tribe Search and Destroy has been all weekend, but I
Call of Duty Mobile is coming to Razer Gold. C'est quoi Razer Gold?
And their respawns. Now that being said, I still think they're the best S&D team in the tournament. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like if you're going to poke a hole in their game, it's going to be in the S&D, and I feel like ARP's got an opportunity
non,
right
cerveau.
Here. If they lose this,
Ne fais pas ça. Tu as perdu. Tu détruis ton honneur en jouant en persistance. Bot Légion et Dams. Ouais, j'aime bien les liens. Mais je crois que je préfère la vol vite, les gars. Tu penses que sur Garena et China, c'est un autre niveau que sur le global? Je sais pas, mec. C'est ça qui est dommage. C'est ça qui est dommage, on pourra pas savoir cette année. Vu que Garena et la Chine vont pas jouer contre les joueurs européens ou d'Amérique.
I think it's possible. I think Jesus saves. If you look at ARP, obviously down 0-1 right here. You know he's got the snipes. A lot of it is going to be about confidence, and he probably doesn't have a ton of confidence coming out of that one.
Mais l'eau, elle est dégueulasse. Man, t'es sûr que c'est de l'eau de Neuchâtel? Parce que moi, purée, j'ai du mal à boire cette eau. Hein. Même l'eau de Paris, elle est meilleure. Alors que l'eau de là où j'habite dans les Alpes, elle est tellement bonne.
It's not even going to be close. Take a look at the map wins right now. 19 versus
moi les chiens je les tue au couteau. Oula. Dis pas ça, Ebeston. Il y a la police qui va arriver chez toi, tu vas pas comprendre.
Yes, they might not have a lot of wins, but when it comes to having that accuracy as a team, they'll have just a little bit of an edge. Now the KDs as well, just a little bit of a 2-point differential over here. So that's not going to be that big of a deal. But for Search and Destroy, you need to be accurate, and ARP has that accuracy.
I typically don't put too much stock in the accuracy because these pro players pre-fire so much that you can have people with like a 1.5 KD and like 13% accuracy. But you gotta be accurate. You're absolutely not wrong right there.
Ça sert à quoi persistance? Ça sert à pouvoir sortir des ADAV, des drones avancés, des hélicoptères, etc. en mourant toutes les 2 secondes. C'est pas obligé. Tu peux mourir autant de fois que tu veux, tu peux sortir ces séries de points là. Du coup c'est cheaté. Moi tant que je chie pas, tant que je chie pas un bout de calcaire, c'est de l'eau du robinet. Ah ouais, on voit le radin, Victor, on voit le radin.
Maybe take off another map in Tribe and hopefully get that momentum in this competition, getting search and destroy, getting possibly a domination win. I'm really looking forward to that domination. Not gonna lie, Crossfire, that is their playground.
Yannick et Hanzu, ils sont très chauds sur Garena réseau.
ARP might actually do a really good job there. But before we actually go into domination, search and destroy. That is the name.
Ce serait bien si tu pouvais leur donner des steaks comme ça, ils t'attaquent pas. Ah ouais, clairement. T'imagines, tu vois un chien de courser sur code mobile, tu sors de ton sac à dos un petit steak et il te laisse en plan. Ça serait cool ça. Ça te plaît ton stage? Ouais, c'est sympa, ça se passe bien. Je m'entends bien avec les collègues. Non, c'est cool.
This is too much right now.
I love it.
Here's the thing. Give me a telestrator because
Et l'autre truc qui est cool, c'est que dans mon stage là, chez Quartier, il y a plein d'autres stagiaires qui sont arrivés au même moment que moi, qui habitent dans le même immeuble que moi en fait. Du coup, on se retrouve assez souvent ensemble pour se faire des bouffes et tout. Là, je peux être ton avocat, ouais, mais on va perdre si t'es mon avocat. Je suis trop méchant.
Oh my gosh, that is not allowed, and I owe you 20 bucks for actually making that reference. And here we go. That caught me off guard. Dear Lord Jesus saves the day. Who will be saving ARP today? Tribe Gaming, really solid in this competition here so far, but a search and destroy seems to be
Je sais pas ce qu'elle a dit, mais elle est partie en couille, la commentatrice. Putain, ils sont tous trop chauds chez Tribe. Ils sont juste trop chauds chez Tribe, c'est un truc de ouf. Sachant qu'il y a de grandes chances qu'ils prennent Veig, qui est trop jeune là pour participer au championnat du monde. Avec Veig en plus dans cette team Tribe, mon dieu, ils seront inarrêtables ces gars.
That bomb down, that is just very, very unfortunate. If you have bomb down right
C'est comment la nanodame? Là, je fais pas de la nanotechnologie. Hein. Là, je suis en train de travailler sur les montres chez Quartier. Enfin, non. C'est bien plus compliqué que ça. Mon stage, c'est sur la digitalisation chez Quartier. Mais bref. Mais ça se passe bien. Vive la QQ9. C'est ton arme préférée, la QQ9, Lucas? Dommage, ils font pas de tournoi mondial avec toutes les régions, NA, EU, Asie, etc. Ouais, mais c'était trop compliqué à cause du Covid cette année à Skip. Mais j'avoue, c'est très très dommage. Tribe Gaming qui sont encore en avantage, 4 vs 2. Et c'est Jesus Save qui va se faire tuer. Pepe qui arrive à faire un kill, mais n'arrivera pas à faire le deuxième. Oh aïe aïe, Tribe ils sont trop chauds les gars. Il faut les calmer, il faut les calmer. And all they need is just one player to stay there. Everyone else will just go for the hunt. And I feel like for ARP, when the bomb did go down, they were just a little bit too far away for them to go in for the defense, allowing Tribe to go and infiltrate and hunt them down one by one. They don't even have any control from the back end, allowing one player, which is going to be Marshy, to take one. But then just like that, dropping like flies, ARP, it's gonna be Pourquoi tu dis ça, Sénat? Qui ça? C'est qui? Moi? Il fabrique des chiens robots. Ouais, faut croire. Hein. 3-0, purée, mais c'est un truc de ouf.
That's just gotta be discouraging. I mean, look at the scoreboard. You only got 2 players with a kill, and we're 3 rounds in. You look at Child 6-1, Band 5-1.
Garena, c'est le surnom de CODM en Asie, je pense. Je sais pas ce que ça veut dire Garena, mais ouais, c'est... C'est l'Asie du Sud-Est qui font partie de Garena, si je ne m'abuse.
every single turn.
Genre Thaïlande, Singapour, je sais pas, Indonésie.
Why don't you make some sort of adjustment early game? And I know they probably did that now, but they still lost the gunfights. You're still leaving such a big gap here into the middle. You have your bomb carrier.
Le cerveau, c'est le mentor de la commu FR. Le cerveau, c'est la voix de la sagesse, de la sagesse, les gars. Écoutez-le. Mais j'aimerais bien qu'il renomme son pseudo à Fondu Papy. Oh, mais Tribe, c'est en train de les violer. 3-0 et là, c'est du 5 versus 1. Mais qu'est-ce qui se passe du côté de ARP? Ils sont en train de... Oh, mon dieu, c'est le viol total, là. Ouais, mais c'était les votes du tout début, c'est bien. Vas-y, on va refaire un sondage, les gars, on va refaire un sondage. Attends, je veux voir les votes. Asylum 34%, Stapina 28%, Tribe Gaming 28%, ARP 11%. Ok. On va refaire un sondage, les potes.
Finally, a good hold going into Alpha, but just as I said, that Child's really just getting rid of an essential player. Pepe goes down. Finally, I like this play. They keep going in for that split push that doesn't really happen, that doesn't really work for an attacker's side. They play more defensively here, and that's what I'm hoping to see at the switch up, if they can actually go and defend a little bit better, because I feel like attacking is just not their strong suit.
Yep. We got a 4-4 right here. They got the bomb down. I think that's the first time the bomb's gone down. And that might be
the first kill for Mago, so
potentially a big opening is they find themselves with a man advantage for the first time. And we are, what, 4 rounds into the game. Ban's going to find another one there. No surprise. Envy finds another. Getting picked apart, but Jesus Saves is there.
Première fois, ils ont l'avantage du côté de RP.
Almost goes in. Jesus Saves. Barely saves the day.
Barely.
GG pour la première round qui gagne. Putain, mais Bolou, il est très nul, hein. 0 kill. C'est du 4v5. C'est du 4v5 et ils sont quand même en 4-1. Bolou, il était pas exceptionnel hein, aujourd'hui. Il s'est vraiment fait carrer par ses autres coéquipiers. Oh, mon dieu, mais c'est horrible du côté des RP, ils sont en train de se faire défoncer, il y a 0. En tout cas, peut-être qu'il y aura une remontada, mais là, depuis le début, 150 à 60, et là, ils sont à 4-1. Désavantage de ce round en plus. Trymarchi s'est suicidé? Qu'est-ce qu'il a foutu?
I don't know if, oh, you might be able to see name tags through that. I'm not entirely sure. Ban taking shots in the back. Opportunity for ARP. It's a 2v2 right here, but Bolu's waiting. He misses the snipe. That's a big missed opportunity right there. Player's going to flood on into the bomb site. Envy's waiting. He's got to be able to win this gunfight. Missing shots left and right. Envy not going to be able to
hit avantage à RP. Le double kill de Bolu.
Really just going through minion through statue just in time to stop the plant, and they line up perfectly for him.
La
is the play of the tournament. Bolu, oh Captain Bolu, Captain, oh Captain, sit down, the Captain.
Ces deux premiers kills sont en collatéral. Ok.
That's just got to be absolutely crushing if you're ARP. Pangy pushing up, finds an opener. But his teammates dropping like flies.
Mais c'est gagné, c'est gagné pour Tribe Gaming. Tribe Gaming sont en train de littéralement exploser. RP pour le moment. Tribe Gaming à 55% pour le moment. Et ça ne m'étonne pas, mais rien n'est joué encore.
Trying to slowly make his way across. Jesus Saves might have a hop on Bolu right here if he gets the timing right. Doesn't
Bolu
make
qui est
any
derrière.
type of noise, but he's not going to go to top side. And now, time ticking down. They are losing options by the second, especially
mon
with
dieu,
Mago
mais c'est la fin, c'est la fin.
Bolu should be able to get the information. Finds
C'est
one,
la fin.
can't make it
6 à 1. Oh, mais c'est incroyable. Asylum qui a perdu 3-0 contre ARP. Tribe Gaming est pour le moment en train de oblitérer ARP. Ils sont dans la bonne voie de faire du 3-0. Mon dieu. Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Yup, that was
Qu'est-ce qui se passe du côté de chez Tribe? Est-ce qu'on les a tous drogués? Je veux une réponse.
Obviously, the next map is their one hope. Crossfire domination, undefeated on the weekend. If there's going to be any map mode where they're able to take one off of Tribe, it's going to be this.
Non, non, pas du tout, Servo. Bolo, c'est clairement pas celui qui a le meilleur KD. Je crois. Je crois qu'il y a déjà Marchi qui a le plus haut KD du tournoi total. Et ensuite, il y en avait un autre avant Bolo encore. Faudrait regarder, mais je crois pas que Bolo a le KD le plus élevé. Clairement. En tout cas, c'est clairement pas celui qui a le KD le plus élevé du tournoi. Surtout avec les games d'aujourd'hui.
Wow, that timing was just impeccable.
Yeah, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Unfortunately for Bolu, those guys were
on est pour
stacked
qui,
on
nous?
top of each other.
Théoriquement, on est pour Stamina parce que c'est la seule équipe européenne qui a encore qui joue le top 3. Pour le moment, Stamina va être minimum 3ème et maximum première. Mais bon. Ce serait plus heureux qu'elle soit première, mais... Ouais, j'ai vu ce sniper, c'était impressionnant. Aïe aïe aïe, les Tribe, j'ai pas les mots, frère, j'ai pas les mots. Ils sont full Adderall, plus caféine, plus Red Bull, plus cocaïne, plus morphine pour pas te stresser, je sais pas. Ils ont tous pris une ligne avec cette game. Avant chaque game, ils se prennent une petite ligne, les gars. Ah, c'est ce qu'on entendait là dans le micro de Bolu. T'entendais le... Genre, tu disais qu'il sniffait bien quelque chose, je pensais qu'il était en train de boire, mais en fait, non, il était en train de sniffer un truc. Ah oui, putain, Bolu il a 1,49, mais je crois que Marché a un KD plus élevé que Bolu. Jesus Save qui a une accuracy qui est plus élevée que Bolu, mais qui a un KD inférieur. J'ai vu avant sur la chaîne CODM. Comment Tribe peuvent être si dominateurs? Ah, je sais pas. Là, je sais pas pourquoi. Je pourrais pas expliquer. Non, ils ont pas perdu Stamina, ils sont en loser bracket, les gars. Moi, je pense que Activision, ils sont en train de donner une meilleure co pour les Américains. Parce qu'ils sont anti-européens, peut-être. Non, je déconne, j'en ai aucune idée, les gars. Peut-être qu'ils sont juste trop forts, hein. Ils sont peut-être juste trop forts. C'est parti pour la game de match. Si Tribe Gaming gagne celle-ci, ce serait... J'aurais pas les mots, les gars. Ça veut dire qu'ils ont perdu uniquement 2 games. Tribe Gaming a perdu uniquement 2 games depuis le début de ce tournoi, depuis hier. Et ces 2 games ont été perdus une fois contre Asylum, une team européenne, et une autre fois contre Stamina, qui est une autre team européenne. Donc il faut croire que Tribe a plus du mal à jouer contre les équipes européennes, mais bon. Même avec ces 2 games perdus, ils ont quand même gagné 3-1 contre Stamina et 3-1 contre Asylum, ce qui est quand même très impressionnant. Pour le moment, c'est ARP Gaming qui a pris le dessus. Et il y a du C qui essaye de le capturer, mais ce sera trop tard. Ce sera pas assez. Mais Bolu, ça m'étonne, regardez encore son KD, 0 kill 4 morts. Bolu, je crois qu'il se bourre sur leur KD. Hein. Ok, il fait son premier kill là, mais il a du mal aujourd'hui. Hein. Il a du mal aujourd'hui, Bolu. C'est celui qui a un... C'est clairement pas le top fragger aujourd'hui. Quand tu le vois jouer, quand tu vois le nombre de kills. C'est leur complémentarité, bah ça je pense, de 1. Ils s'entendent aussi très très bien. C'est d'abord des potes. Ils sont tous individuellement meilleurs et individuellement ils sont monstrueux aussi. Ça c'est sûr. Ça c'est sûr. Les iPads sont kick, les iPads ne sont pas autorisés. parce qu'il y a un seul téléphone qui est autorisé, c'est le Sony Xperia.
Allowing Charlie to be very open, allowing that flip onto Alpha. But still a very strong hold, though, as Sia is actually winning a lot of his gunfights here in through central building. But then unfortunately for them, there's going to be a very heavy stack. A storm is going to be brewing here, but it's a good thing a stop was made. But taking a look at the pinch that's going to be happening right now. Now that is going to be very difficult to stop.
Now, right now, a little bit of a slow spot for Tribe. Quite a few players in the negative right now. Marshy clears out the top side. There's a player right in front of him. He's going to be able to get the kill mid-trophy system throw.
Enfin, Tribe arrive à reprendre le point B.
Control right there, and ARP now looking to make the cross. It looks like they're trying to flip strong side back in their favor, but Tribe with a little bit of a better read and could very well end up being that Delhi control is the X factor in this game.
Tribe qui reprennent le dessus. J'ai aussi l'impression que niveau stratégie, ils sont monstrueux aussi, Tribe. Une fois qu'ils ont les points, ils savent comment les garder. Ils ont toujours le dos de leur coéquipier aussi, j'ai l'impression. Il y a un coéquipier qui se fait tuer, il y a l'autre qui tue l'ennemi. Je sais pas, peut-être ils ont un cinquième sens, hein, les gars. Un sixième sens, je veux dire. Un sixième sens entre eux, ils se communiquent par télépathie, hein, qui sait. Peut-être c'est les 5 aliens qui viennent de la planète Tatooine de Star Wars et on pense que c'est des humains, mais non.
73 and 68, CNB hold for Tribe. A very strong start, as we can see here. And now they're starting at the strong side, Bobby.
Yeah, it's... I want to think that ARP can find a way to make it happen, but taking B from weak side is not quite as easy against Tribe as it is other teams. They've got an opportunity right here. They got to make it happen. Let's hop into our Xperia dial-in with ARP.
ARP, ils sont assez bons en domination, peut-être que... Ah, je sais pas. Très bon, l'air bon partout. Hein. On entend la communication de chez ARP. Vous pensez que ma théorie sur les aliens est plausible, les gars, ou pas? T'as ARP qui joue très bien le début de cette partie, mais ils n'arrivent pas à prendre le point B. Et il va être sûrement cap par Tribe. Ils sont 3 dessus, je crois. ARP qui arrive à faire le double kill sur le point B. Ce qui les sauve du cap B du côté de Tribe. Mais bon, est-ce que c'est assez? Je ne sais pas. Shia là qui est en train de faire du très très sale avec son triple kill. Et ARP qui arrive à reprendre le point B là, qui est en train de le cap. Magnifique du côté de ARP. Peut-être qu'ils vont gagner enfin cette game. Et Mago aussi qui fait du sale. Hein. Tu sens qu'ils sont... qu'ils donnent tout là pour gagner cette partie. Ah ça gueule, hein, ça gueule les gars. Ah ouais mais quand je dis ça gueule, je sais pas si vous entendez vu qu'on n'entend pas très bien. Mais ça gueule les gars. Après en même temps moi aussi je gueule hein, quand je suis à 200 000 300 000 balles que je peux gagner. Oh ça serait un truc de ouf si ARP arrive à faire la remontada les gars. Ouais, ça tient la route. Je suis mort, Slay. Oui, les aliens, c'est vraiment une analyse rationnelle. Mais ouais, je suis assez rationnel comme gars.
It's all him. It's all Jesus.
Ils sont en
And you
triple
can
cap.
see here, 131
Ils
to
doivent
110
triple
is going
cap.
to be a little bit too late for Tribe. I think with my math is correct, right? For them to go in for the win.
Ils sont obligés de triple cap Tribe
and we know
s'ils
that
veulent gagner.
ARP knows that very well. They're just positioning right now, taking a look. We need
Donc
to see that
là,
corner
ils ont un petit avantage ARP, parce que c'est quand même très dur de triple cap, on va pas se mentir.
But still, doesn't matter. We see one person though. Marshy is going to be right outside here. 138 and 123. It's going to be a little bit slow here for the side of ARP. I feel like it's going to be the longest match of your life.
Je pense que ça va être pas le
right now,
cas.
if you're ARP, you just got to avoid the mistake of playing too slow and giving up a bunch of kills to Tribe. If you let them get some score streaks, things can get a little bit dicey, but you can see the setup for ARP. They've got all their angles covered. Marshy's not going to there's a player back in the corner. More than likely, that kill going to seal the deal. Tribe spawning all the way.
Très bien joué de ARP pour la fin, rien à dire. Ils ont aucune chance, comme dirait Bobby Plays, de réussir à prendre le point. Ils sont 5 sur le point. ARP qui va gagner cette map sur cette Crossfire Domination. Et Jesus Saves qui... On le voit le sourire. Ce n'est pas fini pour ARP. GG à eux.
Into the competition, and yes, obviously they would still probably be in that, you know, lower bracket run, but you don't want that. You want to be sitting very comfortably into the grand finals, and now they have a chance to go in for a beautiful reverse sweep against Tribe
Putain, ils vont
Gaming.
tous avoir mal à la gorge demain, en effet.
They were at the weak side. They kept on going for that weak side push, and they still pulled through.
It's just so bizarre.
150, 146. Aïe aïe aïe, c'est serré.
Favors the bottom side, but ARP just loves the top
J'ai 20%, faut
side.
que je charge mon
Right
iPad.
there, even though they had some struggles when they got flipped to that side. I think largely that was dependent on the momentum that Tribe had and the gunfights they were winning combined with the operators.
Oh non, ça bug. Bon, c'est pas grave, c'est pas important cette partie. Putain, je sais pas quand je charge mon... Attendez les gars, 2 secondes. Petit problème technique.
Alive. That's going to move them to Summit Hardpoint. Last time we saw Tribe on Summit Hardpoint, Envy went
Le stream revient, ne vous inquiétez pas.
37 kills. Do you think they're...
J'espère qu'il n'y aura pas de nouveau ce bug.
That is just so impressive to see, and I'm actually pretty glad that we went in that Xperia dial-up at the right moment, that things were turning around
là, on s'en peut se faire une petite idée. Lucas, tu m'as tellement posé cette question que, oui, je suis chaud de faire un 1v1 avec toi une prochaine fois sur le live. Mais pour le moment, je suis en train de regarder cette finale, parce que je trouve ça très intéressant. Donc non, pas pour le moment, mais une fois si tu veux. C'est quoi ton pseudo, Lucas, pour que je t'ajoute?
So even if you won the gunfight, if you lost the gunfight, whatever it is, giving your teammates that information and letting them read the map a little bit more, I think especially as you go into the Summit Hardpoint, that's going to be absolutely crucial.
Les deux teams ont bien joué, ouais.
And actually, it really just boiled down to one play that I saw, and I know we kept on talking about Jesus.
ARP qui a... comment... C'est quoi le terme en français, accuracy? Ah, j'ai oublié le terme en français. Accuracy. Précision, c'est précision. ARP, même s'ils ont un KD inférieur à celui de Tribe Gaming, ils ont une précision meilleure que celle de Tribe Gaming. Ça veut dire qu'ils ratent moins leurs balles. Et ils touchent plus leurs balles sur les joueurs. Ce qui est pas mal. Putain, si ARP fait la full remontada, c'est un truc de ouf.
First hardpoint was rough. I think it was like 67 to 150 or something like that. One of the bigger blowouts that we've seen on the weekend. What mistakes do you feel like they were making right there that maybe they can correct on?
Jésus, c'est un gars sympa, très croyant. Ouais. Après moi, je pensais que c'est tout ce qui est religion ou quoi que ce soit, c'est interdit dans les pseudos. C'est comme si le mec il s'appelait Islam is best religion, quoi. Genre Allah is best. Je sais pas.
Obviously, not really that good for ARP, but this is the reset that we need. And this is the reset that we deserve. Summit, Hardpoint, Tribe needs to go down, but it's not going to be very easy for ARP.
En effet, la précision, les gars, j'ai retrouvé le terme, merci.
Right now in the initial gunfights, looks like ARP going to be able to win at least one of those.
Et c'est reparti, les gars. Encore game de match pour Tribe, s'il la gagne. ARP se retrouve en loser bracket contre Stamina. ARP qui commence très très bien sur cette début de point strat. Putain, Chia qui a envoyé 4 grenades, le gars, j'ai l'impression. Ok, Tribe là qui fait du sale.
It feels like a lot of their success just as a result of patience. You can see a lot of times where you could potentially hop in the hard point. Bolu and Envy just sitting in those back power control corners, not wanting to give those up, and ultimately it does lead to more hard point time for them. So Envy gonna get beat to the top side. ARP with the lead off the start, but this is not the first time that we've seen that.
But essentially, ARP actually did a really good job in that first hill, just funneling through every single team, really just having a buddy system. And that's what you need against a team like Tribe. If you can't really win those solo plays, make sure you have your buddy right.
Oula, ça bug. Non, ne me dis pas que c'est moi qui bug. Oh, j'ai trop le seum. Ah, ça me saoule. J'ai 4G. J'ai une très bonne 4G, là. Putain, pas pendant la game.
So far, you see Childs with the double major assist from the top side. The break goes in for Tribe. And that's where you start to see the nerf to the MX-9 a little bit more. That is not the gunfight that you want to be taking. We do have the contest going in. Jesus saves, trying to creep in, but banned. Thumper in hand. Pepe, Zia, all
la qualité
hopping on top of their
bien, les gars.
heads.
En espérant que ça bug pas. Je suis désolé.
ARP is going to be able to maintain that lead for now.
Wow, I'm pretty surprised with how the way things are going right now, but
désolé pour ce bug. Je sais pas pourquoi ça me fait ça, ça m'arrive pas normalement. Sur ce mid-tribe, ils sont bons et en hardpoint en plus. Tu connais Raging, non? Comment on fait pour donner des CP même si on n'est pas dans la même région? Tu peux pas. Ils unissent cette type 25 pour le Iron Sight. Ils unissent cette type 25 pour le Iron Sight. Quel type 25? La type 25 légendaire qui réduit en sorte de fumée orange, tu parles? Je parle de laquelle, quel type 25? La type 25 légendaire.
This Jesus saves on the point. Nade's going on out, trying to keep the Tribe boys out as long as they can.
ARP Gaming qui garde, hein, qui sont en train de gérer le point là pour le moment. Très très serré, hein, bien plus serré que les games d'avant. Tribe qui arrive à reprendre le point là, mais ils ont que 10 secondes pour ce prochain point. Et ARP qui gère très très bien, tu vois toute la team qui est préparée pour le prochain point stratégique. Hein. Tribe qui aura du mal à rentrer, ça va prendre en tout cas un peu de temps pour eux. Oh, très très bien joué par Mago. Vont-ils gagner cette deuxième game et ça va être un 2v2? Tribe qui arrive à reprendre le point. Et c'est très très serré les gars. Oui, la rouge légendaire, ouais, je pense que c'est pour l'Iron Sight en effet.
Bolu with the death machine has the read. Zia gonna ego chow right there and he wins it. He had half HP. Bolu had a death machine. It doesn't matter. Huge gunfight win for Zia.
15 seconds left on the clock and it's head
to head right now. Qui a le lead, hein, qui garde ce lead jusqu'au bout.
Final game possibly of ARP if they do lose this one, but it doesn't seem like they want that to happen. And
C'est très très serré là. Hein. ARP qui clairement joue bien mieux que les deux premières games. Ils ont perdu à plat de couture contre Tribe. Ah, et c'est Tribe là qui rejoue très bien aussi. Oh, qu'est-ce que c'est serré. 92 contre 95 là. Tribe qui reprend le dessus de 2 points.
He's gonna drop that operator out of the picture. Not a good sign, but somehow ARP still has the hard point.
99 to 98. This is just the
Marchi qui fait du sale avec sa machine de guerre.
Marchi 21 with a death machine can flush out everyone, but unfortunately for him doesn't really spot one. Finally gets one, but no, Mago actually goes in there for the defense, and essentially they get the scrap points. And now the reset needs to go into Catwalk.
Petit avantage pour ARP, 110 contre 103. Pour le moment, la game n'est pas du tout confirmée qui va gagner là. Les deux teams jouent très très bien.
It makes absolutely no sense that ARP is winning right now. There are 0 players on ARP that are going positive, and they're beating Tribe by 7 points right now. It's going to be Tribe with the break right there, but Zia hops on in, Marchi there for the trade. This could be where Tribe finally turns the tides, but typically they bank a lot on being able to get those score streaks, but they haven't been able to get any big streaks so far. Neither team really has, and it's resulted in a much different playstyle for both of these guys. Jesus saves on the flank, trying to push on in. He's going to be able to do it.
Oh, ça joue très très bien du côté de ARP.
Break once again, and a huge spree for Jesus saves. I'm pretty sure we looked and he was like 5 and 17 a second ago. He's on a 7 spree now. This could be a game changer. He gets a Goliath. If they get spawns, they could win.
I've seen this happen before.
Oh mon dieu, le Goliath sorti de ARP.
Didn't have a lot of kills. They can still actually go and get the matchup. And now Jesus saves with the incredible XS1 Goliath that will change the tides. But having a lot of Tribe people going in there for the kill with the thumpers, but no, it's actually absolutely denied. It's a Mago needs to win this big gunfight. But
et le Goliath qui décrit d'un coup. Tellement bien joué de Bolou qui fait la triplette. Mais Tribe monstrueux. Oh aïe 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 aïe. Mon dieu, c'est tellement bien joué du côté de Bolou. Oh, on est à un point. On est à un point. Oh non.
They've got an opportunity right here. It's 131. Tribe pushing on in. They don't see the player in the corner. Jesus saves is the only one. He can't make the play.
Wow, c'était tellement serré et ils ont tellement bien dégommé le Goliath. Mon dieu. C'était tellement bien joué de leur part.
I'm gutted with what happened. Jesus saves with that Goliath could have been a really big game changer, and what we keep saying. It was
ARP qui se retrouve donc contre Stamina pour cette prochaine game, les gars. Mais non, très très bien joué de la part de Tribe pour détruire ce Goliath en quelques secondes uniquement. Vous voyez, ils étaient tous focus sur ce Goliath. Je pense que Jesus Saves aurait pu le mettre derrière, tout au fond de la map, et il n'y aurait pas eu ce problème. Malheureusement, c'est trop tard.
Yep, and that was, oh man, there's so many good plays out of
ouais, Tribe a très très bien joué, les gars. Bon, vas-y, on va faire une game en attendant la prochaine. C'est bon, là j'ai vu des pro joueurs, des pro players. Ah non. Je déteste Crossfire en point strat, les gars. Aidam, si tu peux m'offrir le pass de combat? Ouais. Donne-moi ton numéro de carte bancaire, s'il te plaît, mec, et je te fais un virement. Avec le code derrière aussi, le code confidentiel à 3 chiffres, s'il te plaît. Je te fais un virement de 100 € même si tu veux. Allez, c'est parti les potes. C'est parti. Quoi? Ah dommage les Milo. C'est quoi cette... Ah c'est la K47. Oh ce laser! Je savais pas où il spawnait, j'ai mal regardé, j'aurais pas dû être en plein milieu de la map, c'est de ma faute. Je l'ai vu, mec, les skins en noir, ils sont invisibles sur ce jeu. Tu vois pas les joueurs en noir. Peut-être c'est que j'ai des yeux de merde qui arrivent pas à voir la couleur noire, mais j'ai vraiment du mal à les différencier. Mais mec, quel gros noob! Mais genre, mais quelle grosse merde! Mais comment? Vas-y, j'y crois pas. Vas-y, je vais aller au next. Hein. Mec, je suis mort 2 fois par un putain de campeur avec une FHG qui bougeait pas. C'est chaud quand même.
Tied for the lead. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. We've taken the lead. We lost the lead.
Mais genre, il est là. Genre, je suis tellement nul.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
J'ai préparé au next. Hein. Sinon on va perdre.
Be advised, hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint locked down. The enemy is jamming our radar. It's too close. Fight harder. We've taken the lead.
Je prends mon temps. Moi je vais camper comme l'autre gars là. D'où j'ai pas le kill.
Hardpoint identified. Stealth chopper on standby. Friendly stealth chopper inbound. Orbital laser deployed. Hardpoint lost. Swarm ready.
Changing mag. Sniper.
Advanced UAV is ready. Hardpoint is ours. Advanced UAV is online.
Mais le mec est invincible ou c'est comment? C'est quoi cette type 25 éclatée? Je suis mort. Non, je veux pas ce nunchaku.
Friendly airstrike incoming. Hardpoint lost. Be advised, hostile sentry gun spotted.
Get down, sniper! Target inside!
Enemy airstrike incoming. Be careful.
Target inside!
Oh aïe aïe aïe, ce truc no skill.
Enemy inside! Target inside!
Putain.
Get down, sniper!
Mais mec, mais pourquoi? Pourquoi on perd à chaque fois? J'ai besoin de me faire carry, s'il vous plaît les gars.
Tied for the lead.
Enemy contact!
We lost the lead. Be careful. Enemy swarm activated.
Changing mag! Get down! Get inside!
Hardpoint is ours. Watch out. Enemy orbital laser deployed. Close. Fight hard. Enemy shock RC is coming.
GG. J'étais méga en train de laguer.
Changing mag, cover me! Contact with enemy!
Tidididi.
Good job.
Juste la finale de la finale est finie, c'est oui qui a gagné. Non, c'est pas fini. Regarde, 2 secs, si on regarde maintenant, dans 3 minutes. Donc on a encore le temps pour une game. Putain, ça prend du temps entre les games, c'est un truc de ouf. Putain, mais c'est quoi ces deux maps horribles à jouer là? Je sais pas, je crois que les deux maps, je les déteste tout autant, les gars.
Hardpoint identified. It's too close. Fight harder. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. We lost the lead. Hardpoint locked down.
Oh, le voleur.
We tied for the lead. UAV online. We've taken the lead.
Contact with enemy!
Counter UAV up. Blind.
Une petite spawn de l'autre côté. Ah, dommage.
UAV online.
Il y en a un qui est là, je crois. Ouais, c'est bien ce que je disais.
Hardpoint identified.
Allez, next.
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Enemy contact.
Target down.
Ils sont deux sur moi. Le mec avait l'armure cinétique, sinon il serait déjà mort depuis un long moment. Ça, je comprends pas comment. Oh, ils sont 4, ils sont 4. Mais qu'est-ce qu'il fout? Oh, le mec avec son nunchaku là, qui est complètement perdu. Hein? J'ai même pas eu le temps de bouger. Mon pauvre téléphone.
Hardpoint identified.
Enemy contact.
Wesh, comment mon...
Hardpoint is ours. UAV online.
Contact with enemy.
Friendly Predator missile inbound.
Enemy contact. Changing mag.
Oh, mon iPad il lag tellement.
Predator missile inbound.
Contact with enemy. Changing mag. Cover me.
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Enemy in sight.
Already. Stealth chopper on standby. Hard point identified. Stealth chopper inbound. Swarm activated. Advanced UAV is ready. Hard point locked down.
Target in sight.
No stealth chopper has been destroyed. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint is ours. Advanced UAVs online. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. UAV online. Hardpoint locked down.
Enemy contact. Target in sight. Changing mag. Cover me.
Il est ultra low, le gars.
Changing mag.
Hostiles have a hardpoint identified.
Reloading. Cover me. Target in sight.
Hardpoint lost.
Changing mag.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested.
Enemy contact.
Hostiles have a hardpoint.
Target in sight.
Friendly airstrike incoming. UAV online.
Enemy in sight.
Hardpoint locked down. Keep on this one. Friendly Predator missile inbound.
Rip le mec.
Enemy contact. Tango down.
Enemy airstrike incoming.
Ok,
Careful.
non.
Reloading.
Hardpoint contested.
Oh, comment je lag sur mon tel.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Enemy
Mais
airstrike
genre, on
incoming.
est à
Careful.
une seconde du truc, quoi.
Hostiles
Oh,
have
c'est
destroyed
scandale.
your sentry gun. Watch out. Enemy orbital laser deployed. Hardpoint lost. Predator missile inbound. Careful. Enemy swarm activated. Hardpoint is ours.
GG. Un iPad tout vieux. Bon bah GG. C'est reparti. Oh, le timing parfait. Oh, le timing parfait. Stamina contre ARP. Oula, ça commence mal.
ARP just essentially copy-pasted Tribe's break-off right there. 3 players around the backside of trailer, 2 just kind of bide their time mid-map. It works out, they get the spawn flip, now they can focus on the hill itself. But Inferno up top, big power position for him with the SKS. He's been great with it all weekend long. One of our most sturdy players with this weapon. But ARP looking to put their numbers back in. They find him, get the kill. Jesus saves down low.
Très bien joué de la part de ARP.
Start scoring.
Jesus Saves looking to continue his run here after we saw him at the end of that domination. As he finds 3 of his own to break into this hill. 13 seconds left on this hardpoint, and on rotation, it's actually going to be ARP Gaming. Stamina did have spots, but with the pressure from Zaya on the other side of the map and a streak getting called in, Jesus Saves 4-1. Zaya is 7-0, finally will fall, but this should be the first couple of seconds going in the hands of ARP Gaming.
A brilliant start for ARP, and one of the things that we were watching on the desk, we were talking about Zia, he just needs to get more involved. He's making the right rotations, but take that extra step, and how about it? Taking more than an extra step, almost like one of those things you give an inch, he takes a mile with the 7 in a row, and then comes back with the second leg with a double. Looking to streak once more, and Jesus Saves now on 7 straight. So ARP playing a little bit more heads up, the awareness very high, the discipline.
Pour le moment,
also
ARP est
right
un
there
timide
with it,
comparé à Stamina.
Stamina just brute forces their way on in. They actually find their way into a break.
Jesus and Zaya show is the name of this hardpoint right now as streaks are starting to get called in for this final 30 seconds. Jesus finds 2 with the Storm. Stamina, though, still able to break in. However, they are still stuck in these deep spawns with 3 members of ARP Gaming watching over the rotation. Mama finds 2 with the streak as well. Although the score is pretty even, it feels like ARP Gaming's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Jesus has done exactly what he needs to do, play his life. That'll give him now 9 in a row, but he's done the work. He's gotten himself the Goliath. Just comes down to at what point do you want to actually use it? Likely would not be right here as there's already 3 members ready to go for trailer. Stamina looking to break from the top side of the map. Thumbers looking to get a little bit of damage in, little poking, prodding, softening up this break. But Drari, first blood from the side. Gravity Vortex gun comes out, concussion out, but not going to make a difference. Jesus still able to find it and still holding on to a thumper while him and Pengy just continue to soak up time.
Inferno and Shift, though, they're looking to do something on the other side, and as soon as I say that, they get absolutely pieced by Mago in the back. 20 seconds in the pocket of ARP Gaming, but the contest comes in from Stamina to slide in, but Pengy manages to stay alive on his own. How much longer can this last?
Putain, Pengy, tu fais du sale.
Just Pengy and Hill Grizz finally gets the trade out. This 30 seconds should get contested, but he's ready and waiting for it. Such a close map, 167 to 60, but once again, it's going to be ARP Gaming with the initial, but Stamina has proven they can break in.
And they're not in a full setup around wood at the moment. The spawns are good for ARP, but there's still time here to soak up for Stamina. They're happy to do that and then turn their attention on rotation. A lot of it coming right through the middle of the map while Trailer is still in their possession, and it just comes down to who can find the entry. Narc's able to get one. Right there with him is Grizz, trying to work out for a spawn flip, and they do get Drari to spawn close. Now the Gravity Vortex guns coming out. We haven't seen a lot of them today because they've largely been banned away, but you give them the chance to play with it, they will start to find a way to impact it. There's ARP, Pengy for 2, Pepe for the 3rd, and the break will be there for ARP once they had the spawns.
I know ARP's in the driver's seat right now for this hill now, but for a second there was 3 members of them just looking down trailer lane, waiting for the rotation out of old with only 1 player in wood for initial. So right off the bat, they actually lost the first couple of seconds because there was just no pressure into wood, but the collapse comes through from the split spawns. Now Stamina is spawning on the deep P2 side, having to try and force their way in while Pepe is watching down the length. He slides out in greens too. Pepe has 2 streaks under his belt, not going to invest them just yet as we're looking to break the 100-point mark here.
Stamina needs to have a good back 20 here and then a great initial 20 coming up, because we have to remember that Jesus Saves still has the ability to pull in a Goliath if he wants to. With a lot of these gravity guns being used already, how would you counter that? I think is the biggest question. We'll have to wait and see. Drone will come out first though, as Jesus will tally up what's exactly happening in the middle of the map. Good assists coming through with Stamina, still able to work their way in towards 10. The setup is largely good. You just need to find these kills, and like I mentioned, find a way to open this hard point to your name.
And that was a big gunfight for Inferno. He needed to win that because he was pushing out into Old Wood to try and get some mid control here, but he gets taken down by Pengy. Now Pengy's coming up the rear for Stamina. He doesn't find anybody, but it's just enough time for Stamina to have to turn around and deal with it. Zia finds another 2. 21 and 9, might I add. Jesus Saves sitting right behind them at 17 and 2. Once again, the Goliath still under his belt.
It's just been those two. I mean, it hasn't just been those two, but let's be honest, a lot of the streaks that have come through have been because of the plays from Zia early. Jesus Saves in a multitude of different times, and now the lead starting to become maybe a bit unapproachable. As Stamina have to find a way to break. Jesus able to pull the Goliath in as he's going to use this to try to zone off the rotation. And dude, this may be a little bit early. If Stamina can find a way to break the hard point and deal with this Goliath, it'll come up pretty much nullified. That said, a lot would still need to happen for that to occur. And while this is all being said, Pengy's still on the hard point, soaking up the back 10 seconds.
Inferno comes right up behind Jesus Saves and gets rid of the Goliath. Now with 5 seconds on ult, you have no Goliath to invest in this, but only 10 seconds needed. So really,
ça va être tendu pour Stamina.
They are a little late on
RP a que besoin de 5 secondes pour gagner cette première manche. Première game, première map.
But ARP Gaming, one of the top teams in our Western region finals, not letting any foothold on the side of Stamina.
The hard point opens. Break attempt comes through.
Putain, Stamina, s'ils font le comeback, c'est un truc de ouf.
No, they don't. Jesus Saves goes on in. He had a gravity gun to use and just does not even bother with it. And with that, look at the spawn. They're all the way back over towards Wood. So Stamina's going to soak up some free time. Pengy trying to hit a bit of a pinch. Shift denied.
Oh,
now wait a second. Who's going to go in next? Mago says, I'll go, but this is a 1v4 situation that Inferno turns down.
Dieu.
Stamina have absolutely the ability to come back into this game because ARP are just throwing it away.
Wait for your teammates. Why are you throwing bodies up the hill? This is a money hill. Why are you trying to 1v5? You need 5 seconds. Calm down. Hit it together. Mago comes in for the save from the back. Spawns go in their favor. 2 more seconds. ARP Gaming trying to close it out.
Dommage, j'y ai cru, les gars.
That was scary there for just a moment. They were just throwing one person at the hill at a time as they were spawning cross map.
Yeah, look, we've seen that a handful of times today, and well, Allie, I'll just tell you, I can hear it in your voice. It's starting to become a little bit frustrating at this level with our top 3 teams left. You know, the thing about it is, ARP, literally, their break-off looked almost copy-paste from what Tribe likes to do. Keep a couple players mid-map, contest to make sure that hard point stays relatively contested or neutral, get everybody else around trailer, flip the map around, take 10, take the hill. Really smart stuff, worked out for them beautifully in the front end of the map, and largely that's the lead that they would have needed to get over the hurdle of the Stamina team early.
I know as casters we see everything that unfortunately the players don't see, but you would have to think in those comms, you know, I'm spawning across the map, wait for us to slide in. You have to think at some point the call out says, oh man, I'm gonna chow the hill 1v5, oh, I died, I'm spawning out across map, oh, I'm gonna chow it too, I'm also gonna die and spawn out across the map. That was really scary for a minute there, and there cannot be little mistakes like that in this Western final. You're in some of the, top team. Top 4 of our Western Finals Championship, $300,000 on the line in first place. You can't make little mistakes like that.
Here's the thing though, ARP coming out as a #1 seed from stage 4, they were largely riding the Jesus Saves train, but this weekend, 16-8 in their overall maps, and a lot of it in this last map came out of Zia. Not a player that we've said his name a lot so far on the weekend. Massive plays to go on a couple of streaks to kind of help match Jesus, and that's great stuff there overall.
Well, we do have to still give some kudos to Stamina. I love the EU region, and I know they said they might get smoked out by ERP here, but 16-12.
Quatrième place, $75,000.
In their Stamina is
Troisième
very good
place,
when it comes to
$125,000.
longevity, when it comes to these series. So the fact that they were able to push that map one so far when it was so heavily favored in ARP's favor and come back with that 50-point deficit, I'm a little more hopeful coming to S&D.
C'est pas mal.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. And for both of these two squads, S&D
Les RP sont trop forts, ouais, mais Tribe Gaming sont encore plus forts, j'ai l'impression.
It hasn't really been a strong point for either of these two squads. The other big caveat on top of that point is the fact that we've seen very limited amounts of Summit Search and Destroy. You would have to feel like largely these two teams are kind of, I won't say covering up, but it's just down to who's got better prep here. You've got snipers that could definitely become a major factor, but largely I'm still keeping my eye on players that are not necessarily holding the long range. Who's going to get up front, up close and nitty gritty, because a lot of the gunfights around the bomb sites themselves do happen at close quarters.
Ouais, je sais,
naturally, as we load in, looking on the side of Stamina, as we have all day, we are going to be keeping our eyes out for Drari and Inferno.
Vous êtes pour qui, les gars? Stamina et RP ou Tribe?
That's going to be in the hands of Pengi already looking for some serious gunfights in mid here. Has a lot of aggression out of both sides.
I was wondering about this. Will the R9 come back out again here for Stamina, and Grizz will give us our answer. Tallies up first blood with it from a pretty significant range as well. And how about it? You mentioned it. Drari and Grizz like to sit on the flank. Oh, give me a knife kill. Give me a backstabbing knife kill. Not going to happen. Jesus Saves actually nearly snapped in time for it. I think he was trying to back up and realize he was being blocked. But with that flank, this has become very difficult for Stamina to try to recover through.
ARP, Pepe and Pengi find 2 respectively.
Inferno qui a très bien géré avec le double kill là.
Great answer to them. Inferno actually finds 3 right there. That's exactly what we were expecting out of the 2 duo.
Oh, Pengi qui a failli se suicider avec les thumpers.
Right? If anybody's going to take me out, it's going to be myself.
Well, he's going to sit down here for a minute. 50 seconds on the clock, plenty of time. The big question is, how much have you actually seen of Stamina over towards this A site? Because obviously we're getting the information through the observer feed that there is nothing over at B, but the cross is being launched by Narcs. You hear the vocal call up. Pengi gonna rotate back over, gets a look, but can't finish the kill. Now help has arrived from the side door. Pengi for one, gets the reload. Double checks to see if he's getting pushed. Narcs over the head, he finds the kill. 1v1. Pengi
Inferno, where are you at?
finds Inferno long range, but no! The shrieks of Allie nearly sent the energy through.
Il a failli faire un V3 là. C'était très très chaud.
Didn't push up, he pushed back steps for the hope for a trade. I'm stressed out.
Yeah, me too.
I'm stressed out.
I don't think I've ever heard you made that noise before.
Bomb in the hand of Pengi once again. This time a B push though, a lot of aggression. Only 2 players. Stamina going to be here. Stamina Grizz finds the first blood and plays his life. But Jesus saves across the map, finds a snipe on Drari. That's a big player to get out of play.
Grizz is going to be the subject of some big frustration. Just due to this R9, he's just going to reposition, you would feel like almost every single break off just to see what he could do to sneak away a kill. The snipers exchanging eliminations as we go into a 3v3. Bomb still lurking around the B site, but Grizz in a position with this shotgun to potentially do more damage. Pepe respecting it, and all that separates them is a little bit of aluminum between these barrels. 2
Oh, il s'est gouré, Grizz. Oh non, il a choc.
Narcs also gets
il aurait dû gagner. Narcs qui fait le 1v1.
I don't know why he's crawling through the snow there, hoping for the camouflage, but Narcs gets the information, but lets himself go with the missing snipe shot.
Oh no.
Trying to run away, but Pepe catches him off guard and gets the kill, puts ARP on the board.
Frustration. One of the first times we've seen either of these 2 teams showcase that sort of emotion. But you saw the play, he was trying to escape, just down off into the ski lift.
Narcs got choc aussi.
He got hung up on a piece of the environment. Pepe gets a free look at the second shot, so 1-1 we go. Next offense run through, and oh, how about it? Narcs gets Sia, but the immediate response, these 3 scopes have been.
Pourquoi il n'utilise pas le bouclier sur cette map? C'est une recherche et destruction, mec. Tu peux pas débloquer une série de points. Ni un spécialiste. Oh, ça c'est tellement pas de chance par derrière.
Drari, one of the big players out of play once again, but Inferno is still up. Shift and Grizz as well. Grizz has been heating up a little bit here lately. Not doing any deep flanking. Currently, he's actually still in spawn. Jesus Saves gets a big snipe out on lift. Bomb still has yet to go down. A minute on the clock. Plenty of time here to work with. Shift! Spoiler, though, he finds a kill and gets away with his life. That's a big one to put it in a 2v2.
Jesus Saves, the vanguard of this push.
2v2. Tellement serré.
Comes through. Pengi trying to work down low. Shift has not fully gotten out the back. Oh, they go for the stop.
Et encore par le back. Ah, c'est chaud.
Brilliant piece of duality of the utility coming out, and now it's just down to Grizz, and he's going to hold.
Je comprends pas pourquoi il joue.
The rotation not fully committing to his
il joue si éloigné, Grizz et l'autre là qui vient de mourir.
Perfect timing here and checking this bomb. Wonder if he's playing for a sound cue. Jesus actually pushes up, but Jesus plays aggressive here. He can get picked off for free by Grizz. This is a chow, but Jesus is the one that wins the gunfight before bomb even has to go down. I respect the play out of Grizz. I mean, that was the right call to make. Just sit there and wait. You knew they were rotating to the B site and just try to get timing on the hop up. Just unfortunately, Jesus happened to be looking right at him.
The mental chess that's going on between both of these 2 teams in these opening breakoffs has been a real treat to watch. This time, Jesus Saves not going to take that initial sniper battle mid-map. And actually, similarly so, neither are stamina. They're going with a pure 3-2
Narx encore qui ouvre le kill contre Mago.
able to lock down Mago
GG à lui.
on one side of the map. And ARP, you can see they're still looking around saying, okay, Stamina has contested us here every single break-off. Where are they?
Narx quickly made that rotation, though. He left the A side up to shift Inferno and quickly went in this line to go for the scope battle. Jesus, he might catch it. Narx can back up for just a second. This might be a scope battle here on Outer. No, he backs up. This is a really slow round. Nobody's fallen out just yet. There's been one blood on ARP Gaming. It's going to be Meg out of play, but Grizz finds one from mid, 4v4.
I love that from ARP. You get the middle of the map for free, use it. And boy, have they, Pepe.
Par le back,
catches ship looking the wrong way. And as Jesus Saves takes care of Drari, a second chance for Pepe to double down, and boy, will he. 2 kills in the round, 1 more to find, and there he is at long range. Narx cannot connect. And ARP break this back and forth deadlock as they go up 3-1.
Still seeing fist bumps. I'm still seeing fist bumps on the side of Stamina. So they're not down and out yet. The hope is not all lost, but they are down 3-1 and 1-0 in the series. Shift he just can't find his foot holding today.
Yeah.
He has not been anything of a showing. A lot of aggression here in top.
Yeah, Stamina just decided to go quickly, but Jesus Saves watching over the top of this. Even trade so far. Mago from the middle of the map. It's the sniper rifles of ARP that respond to the aggression from Stamina. Oh, it's a curveball that comes out of left field, but ARP, deal with it, knock it out of the park. Still doable, though. 3v2 situation. The bomb has to make a decision as Inferno has a free look at the bomb carrier. And okay, now all of a sudden these forward positions from Stamina could be used to their advantage.
I was worried for a moment because Inferno and Shift were so split, but unfortunately that aggressive push, he got a free player in the back, and now look, they're all stacked up each other. They don't know the other ones here. The ones that are closer to each other are going to be ARP, Mago, and Jesus. They got information on one. He's kind of just stuck in this U here between these 2 players, and unfortunately I don't think Shift's going to make it there in time, but he doesn't need to because he wins the 1v1, but he's trying to get both. Jesus will get taken down. That was a big win by Inferno.
Almost with the pistol, though. Would have been miraculous, to say the least. We swapped the sides, a 3-2 half. And now it's Stamina's turn to see what they've got cooked up for their first offense. Will they try to go with that same aggression we just saw from their defensive side, or will they pay some respect to the sniper rifles that are largely doing all the damage here for ARP? Nades down the middle of the map. Pretty heavy stack defensively for ARP up top, but Grizz opens up as Mago was just completely caught off guard and completely isolated.
Ça met direct la honte sur
and now they can get the bomb down at A for free, but little do they know, number 3, it's going to be Inferno's out in mid. He will get traded. Unfortunately, I respect the play. Panky misses the jump. 4v3, bomb planted, 30 seconds on the clock. Narx kind of out of play here as he's still deep in spawn, so they could force this like a 3v3 should the trades go in their favor.
Pepe gets the freedom to find the first, but the trades are just too good.
Très bien joué.
Beautiful post plan. And look, this is kind of what I wanted to see from ARP. They had the middle of the map for free on their offense. They just kind of stood there and waited. This time, Stamina says, hey, if you're going to give this to us, we're just going to run at you at A. You can't have everybody over here. And so they just use the numbers, overwhelm, get the bomb down immediately, and then a beautiful post plant setup gets us back to a tied up 3-3 game. What's next now? Stamina looking to once again play the middle of the map. Jesus Saves, aggressive peek. That's Narx who's watching over the top of him, but he gets dealt with by another. I believe that was Pepe who finds the kill, and then saved by Jesus himself. 3-for-1 exchange, and ARP of the numbers.
Allez.
Drari is trying to control this mid here, but bomb is down, and the 3 players ARP can just back up.
C'est possible, c'est
They know
possible.
they have to pick up bomb. Zia is just sitting here waiting for any sort of sound cue for the bomb. And they're so far apart. Grizz and Drari are nowhere near each other, so should they get into a gunfight, they're not going to have any help.
Allez, Drari. Le monstre. Le monstre de stamina.
Bomb is still down and out, though. It has to get picked up.
They saw Jesus Saves. They pushed him off the angle to help that cross. So Drari will take the mantle up top, pick it up. But Jesus Saves has completely repositioned over towards B. He could still contest this bomb. It would be an aggressive challenge to really contest the plan itself, but he may still get a look here.
Faites gaffe.
Goes with the pistol, finds the kill. Second challenger, waiting for a little bit of help. And Drari will back down very wisely as he still holds on to the bomb, but now wants to go back in for the 1v2. Does he realize the second player is to his left? Well, now it's actually the second player on top of him. It's Mago on the high ground, and Drari's going to get him for free. You know where Jesus is. This should be a call to full rotate, but he's going to hold his ground and maybe see if he can catch Jesus off guard.
Allez, Drari.
They know where he is. Jesus actually already went on the full rotation to get this angle on the B bomb. Jari, I guess.
Recharge, mec.
That Jesus is no longer there and he's going on the hunt. He has 18 seconds to put this bomb down. He obviously has to put it at B now. It's too late to make the rotation, and Jesus is there. He's just waiting for it.
Gonna stay safe from any angles, though. Jesus not gonna see this. Bomb will get planted.
He's pushing up.
He hops off of it?
Oh non, il s'est gouré.
Does he have enough to still plant? He doesn't have enough to... Oh my goodness, it's by the skin of his teeth, and then takes
Oh,
the
le
challenge.
monstre.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, le monstre.
I don't even know if I would have fingernails left if you
Oh,
continue
le
to play
monstre.
like this. That was
Il a
way
raté
too
sa
close for
bombe.
comfort.
C'était
I can't
tellement
believe he
proche.
dropped it. I guess he assumed Jesus was making the push-up. I guess he got a sound cue or something, or maybe it was just a finger slip. I don't know how you defuse the bomb as you played the bomb in this game, but wow, that was by the skin of his teeth. Now up 4-3 in the search and destroy. Let's see what ARP has to say.
Narc sees one cross into PC. That's Pangy, who finds first blood and stays alive. ARP has been so good getting in, and then he just walks out. Oh, missed opportunity here. Now Grizz with the shotgun will get isolated, trying to chase him down with Zia, but not quite able to capitalize. So Grizz keeps his life, and for all intents and purposes, that's enough to hopefully keep stamina in this round, because the first two kills were quick. The third would have been likely the end of the round.
Aïe, ah, ça fait mal pour Stamina là.
Well.
Ça va être compliqué là, du côté de Stamina.
Do not like going down. The second that they are at a disadvantage, that's when I feel like we really see them start to turn up.
These last two players stuck in Pengy's read this.
Non, c'est mort,
no
c'est mort.
C'est
mort.
Wow. And
Allez,
it's just one of those
4v4.
things that Pengy just
4
gets
rounds
on
contre
into
4.
PC with a kill, stays alive, and then walks right back out again. It's
Stamina
not often
doit
you're
gagner
going to see
celle-ci.
that happen, but Narc's coming up empty on 2 separate shots allows ARP some very early favor. We go back to 4-4, and this would be the round that I would say if Stamina's going to try something cheeky, it would probably be here just based on how they've gone in the past, but they're trying to overnade the middle of the map, and Jesus saves, gets a blessed piece of timing, also then a hit marker with the flank, still comes out from topside PC, even exchange coming out, Jesus with the pistol, able to turn it into a 3v1
Oh là là, Jesus saves monstrueux.
I can't believe that was a hit marker. I'm glad he was able to finish it up. Zai will find the last kill now for match point. ARP Gaming to go up 2-0 in the series. And you know what? Stamina has been pushing the limit here. Shift, sure, he's 3-7, but we talked about how it's all the Inferno and Ferrari show. But now Narcs and Grizz have joined the conversation, 6 and 8 respectively. But they gotta shut down Jesus' snipes. He's 11 and 5, getting free pick after free pick.
Oh, there you go. That'll work. Grizz finds one. Same breath. Mago and Pengy will fall collectively. Grizz gets away. Bomb being planted. And this one,
Allez, Stamina.
you would think would have round 11 written all over it. But look at the players that are still alive.
Putain,
one of them is Jesus saves, the other is Pepe. Those are your 2 top kill leaders right now for ARP. And they're going to catch off 2 kills. 3v3 all of a sudden.
Frérot.
And really, ARP is all over the map. Do you read this? The answer, no. Jesus on the opposite side finds the kill. Narcs just walks through the smoke and Pepe turns on him. Now it's just down to Shift. This would be a 1v3. Diffuse, possibly coming through. And it is. The kill comes out to you, Check. Yeah!
Putain, Shift.
Shift greater than you in his tag.
Oh mon Dieu.
Proves why with a 1v3.
Oh mon Dieu.
Curse. That is not the second I bring up
Oh la
somebody's
chance.
KD.
Enfin la chance, le skill,
Prove
qu'est-ce que
me
vous voulez?
wrong.
Oh.
Shift with the
What
giant
the
3
hell,
to
ce
keep
qui vient de
themselves
se
in this
passer là?
S&D round 11. The
Qu'est-ce qui vient
2v4
de
was
se
there. It was
passer?
incredible, but it got shut down. Now some serious aggression pushed out the B side.
Oh,
They're
mais
pushing all the way through.
non,
Pengy and
mais
Jesus
non.
find the first 2, 3v5 stamina. The
Non,
aggression
ils
is
peuvent pas
not
perdre
paying
après
off
ce
here
truc
in
de ouf
top
qu'ils ont
middle.
fait.
Bomb cut out in mid. They are
Non,
gonna
non,
get
c'est
picked
mort,
apart.
c'est
Maga
mort.
finds one with a pistol
C'est
on
mort.
Inferno.
Allez.
Shift increase the last alive. It is not impossible, but 2v5, excuse me,
C'est mort.
1v5.
C'est mort.
Pepe gets a free kill on Grizz
2-0
on
pour
Outer.
ARP. Putain.
First kill comes out clean.
Si Shift fait un V5...
Going to Zia,
non.
but no, not going to happen. Cannot one-up himself as Shift. And oh, it's electric to send it to round 11, but it's ARP up to 0. And
Aïe, aïe, aïe,
they're
c'est
going
chaud.
into their best game mode next.
I want everybody to breathe with me on a 4 count. 1, 2, 3, 4, and out. 2, 3,
Oh
4.
my
You know what?
Ah, c'est tellement dommage après le truc qu'ils ont fait juste avant, wesh. Aïe, 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 j'y croyais.
See the fights out of Grizz and Shift that we were waiting for. Narcs
Ah, le
as well.
seum.
But now I'm thinking, is this peak stamina? Is this the peak we are seeing, and it just is not good enough to close out the games against ARP?
That's totally fair point. And on the opposite side, you know, the big storyline narrative around ARP was, did they kind of just get a free bracket through stage 4? Maybe they had the easier group going into yesterday, but they've now been able to find ways to take off some of the major squads across Call of Duty Mobile globally here in the Western Finals, and it was a back and forth tug of war throughout all this search and destroy, and you thought that maybe Jesus Saves would be the enlightened one that ARP would need to get over the hurdle. Shift had other designs in mind for round 11, but it's just ARP are playing a little bit different in the search today than they were yesterday.
And now we're going to be heading into the domination. Stamina, what we just saw on S&D, I feel like all these players firing on all cylinders. ARP, though, still able to shut it down in the round 11. Now we head into their best game mode, 4-0 on domination. Stamina, I feel like I haven't heard a whole lot about them when it comes to Dom, especially Respawn overall in general. I feel like it's a little shaky in that conversation. Do we see ARP taking it 3-0?
Man, it's really hard because we've seen Standoff Dom like twice this weekend.
That's fair.
So it's a really oddball pick coming into the mix. You know, we talk about ARP, we talk about what they've done on Crossfire domination. Stamina has been, you know, rightfully served on Dom as well. It's just we don't have much to go off of because the last time these two teams played, they, I believe, played on Raid. So it's a little bit of a different look here when you talk about what Standoff has to provide as a venue. And I think the biggest curious thing that I have in mind here is Inferno with that SKS could be a huge impact over the middle of the map, especially when you talk about that influence across the B flag.
I will say Stamina is 4-0 on Standoff Hardpoint. Obviously, we are heading into domination.
Sure, yep.
But that is still a better statistic.
Allez, allez, on y croit, les gars. Un
comeback
du turfu de la part de Stamina, là. Je veux du 3-2 pour Stamina.
At least heading into the domination, there's a little light at the end of the tunnel because it means they have enough reps on this map, that they're good at this map, they know its ins and outs. So maybe heading into this domination, a reverse sweep is not impossible. It has to start here.
And look, here's the thing. You want to talk about efficiency from ARP. How about the gun skill? Yeah, we talked about a couple of their players being high on the KD leaderboard. How about the overall accuracy leaderboard? And Bobby's right, let's be honest. There's a lot of pre-firing that happens in COD Mobile, so those numbers are a bit deflated a touch. But the fact that they still find themselves on the top, you have to feel like a lot of that is credit to the snipers that continue to find one-shot, one-kills continuously time and time again.
Oh, you know, I'm thinking of Jesus. The second that I see that scoreline, I'm like, that's all Jesus is written all over it. But now I want to look at the map.
Meilleure précision.
Loss. ARP sitting at 17-8. Stamina 16-13. The amount of reps this team has gone in. Again, we talked about longevity.
Gaming, ils
sont
vraiment au-dessus, c'est un
this
truc
is
de
something
ouf.
they have done plenty of times before.
Tribe
They've
Gaming
gone to 4-5.
21-3.
They've made the full run.
21 games gagnés, 3 perdus.
ARP again,
C'est
17-8. That is a crazy map loss ratio. Stamina. Domination, you have to get it here. You need to shut down Jesus. You need to do
c'est maintenant ou jamais
something
pour
different.
Stamina, les gars. Et si Stamina perd cette prochaine game, c'est bon. Les teams auront peine. Se disqualifier. Aziliam est déjà parti.
Need him to show up in a major way right here, right now. Reverse sweep is not easy to come by, let alone against the caliber of opponent that ARP happens to be right here. Especially considering that we continue to really praise ARP and their statistics on domination. We've seen them, we've credited them on Crossfire from playing from the weaker side, just by overall understanding which positions they need to fulfill. So Stamina is going to have to come out with that kind of awareness. And for a map like Standoff, I'm really curious here to see if Stamina are going to have the ability to know when to play for spawn flips, because this map is really sticky when it comes to the spawns.
Again, this is our losers final. Whoever loses this is out of our Western finals, still pocketing a lot of cash, of course, but whoever wins is meeting the undefeated tribe in winners finals. Now that is a giant to kill. We just saw ARP go up against them and end up falling. Stamina looking to possibly get 3-0'd here, but don't count them out just yet.
There's one of two ways you can look at it. If ARP find a way to 3-0, their energy is going to be over the moon coming back to play up against Tribe. On the opposite foot, if Stamina
Attends, ils gagnent combien déjà les quatrièmes là? Aziliam a gagné combien? C'est parti les gars. Domination sur ma map préférée, Standoff. C'est parti.
Stamina starting off from the top right corner in the blue trunks, and then in the red, ARP from the bottom left as we get our mad dash over the middle of the street.
I like that analogy. Count your chickens before they hatch. It's a little gruesome,
a little
but I like it. Anyway, B.
Allez, Stamina.
B, still uncontested. I'm blocking out the right side of me right now. Number one, Grizz, what are you doing? He's at the C flag.
Yeah.
He's playing spoiler on the back of ARP Gaming right now, just getting free kills. At the right, he finds two. Grizz, what in the world? 4-0, just playing the map for
C'est pas terminé les gars, c'est clairement pas terminé.
But wait a second, number 5 in red was Pepe. He also put some pressure down towards A.
Stamina qui arrive déjà à prendre le point B, magnifique du côté de Grise, qui reste dans le point C comme ça. Les ennemis arrivent pas à se concentrer sur le point B et les autres coéquipiers de Grise arrivent à prendre le point B comme ça, de manière assez simple. Très très bien joué. B qui est en train d'être pris, Grise qui prend son temps.
Pepe trying to put some mid-map control on his back. He finds a couple, but unfortunately the help just is not there. Grizz once again behind enemy lines.
Ils vont essayer de prendre le point A, si je ne m'abuse. Non, c'est bon, c'est bon. Ils ne pourront pas.
Whatsoever, but on the opposite side of things, Zai was actually able to push up into the A-bomb site, but unfortunately gets taken down very quickly by Drari here. Stamina actually with a really hot start, 35 to 19. B and A control and
très très bien joué de la part de Drari.
Drari's so annoying, dude. Someone get rid of him.
Il le tue alors que le mec est flashé.
He's just played his life boxes. And Narix has gotten freed up to actually come help him if he needs it. This is such indomitable control from Stamina. A runaway first half starts to look pretty plausible here for our boys in blue.
ARP is just playing so spread out. I love the confidence in your gunfights, but when there's two players with stamina going in for the trade, the hope dwindles a little bit further. Number 5, that's actually going to be Pepe trying to, again, go through mid-map, go through the spawn to get a couple kills. Finally, Summer going in the way of stamina. They do get flipped out. Grizz is still playing C-side though, number 4. That's going to be Zai going for the A flag. Now maybe a split cap here. They're also getting B.
Très très bien joué de la part de Grizz.
Absolutely locks things down from the top rafters with the double, clears off the B point, and all of this play. At a moment here, I was thinking maybe it's just a little bit too much. You're biting off more than you can chew, and we're starting to kind of see that come through in a way. The B flag not going to get captured. Number 3 in red is Peggy. He's trying to make a solo play for A, but everybody from Stamina starts to turn. They've got good help. Inferno's watching over the B flag, and they will hold on for now. One more chance, but Drari shuts it down. And as we get close to the end of the first half, Stamina, they mitigate the chaos. They work through it, and they've got a very dominant lead.
Wow.
Ils ont très très bien géré la première
manche. Into a dom. That's definitely not really in your favor. And go first half 75 to 39. Complete control of A and B. Drari is 16 and 6. We talk about Manaz and DA, but
putain, mais Drari, le mec est on fire. Hein. 16-6 les gars.
Team on the back currently. We're going to be on board with him for a little bit as they're going for the street control. Actually completely ignoring B, holding the angles. Number 1, Grizz, once again being as annoying as he possibly can. Going behind the likes of ARP Gaming. He doesn't find any kills, so unfortunately,
ARP qui va prendre le point B.
Okay, ARP.
Très très rapide aussi, dès le début de la deuxième manche. Oh non, Mago le triple kill avec le Gravity. Ah, ça fait tellement mal ça. Les 4e positions, ils gagnent 75 000 $, ok.
Let's just tell it how it is. They're right back in this game at the moment.
Grizz, he's trying to get on this A flag, but he can't finish this kill. He will find one, but the trade is there with Pengy. No B presence thus far. It literally looks like we just took a flip from the first half of our domination, but will it be enough? Stamina playing incredibly spread out here. They're standing like 3 players, one at a time, over to the A side for a mid push, and maybe 2 up street to Statue, and it's just not working out for them.
Stamina, you gotta slow down and start putting something together here. This is getting a little bit too loose. Pepe up top and Brown for 1. Once again, number 4 in red is Zia. Finds his way around the back towards boxes. Mago up top from Tractor, able to get a read on to Drari. Help should be there for the trade, and it is. And Stamina's got no room to work with. Yeah, you've got Inferno playing the backside of A, and he will reveal himself by finding this kill. Steps on over towards the A flag, and the spawns, for some reason, are actually still over by gas station here. The Mad
allez, c'est le moment de prendre B.
If ARP can find a way to contest
allez, Stamina. Allez, le triple cap de Stamina. Les monstres.
That was the biggest kill of this entire game. Mago, I don't know why didn't push the A flag with their teammate. There was 2 of them that spawned there. I believe it was Zai and Mago that had the free kill push up on the A side, but only one of them ended up going in Inferno wins the gunfight, which in turn gives them the triple kill.
No.
Et le Predator qui détruit les gens qui essayent de reprendre le point. Oh le monstre. Let's go Stamina, montrer qui c'est les patrons là.
Still holding on to all 3 flags.
On disrespecte pas l'Europe comme ça, les gars.
This is unbelievable. This is losers finals, and the trip cap has been here for a minute and a half.
Le mec s'est suicidé, Narx. Non, bon, par contre, faut pas.
We're watching a different series right now. I'm convinced.
That is one.
Oh, le triple cap. Oh, let's go. Stamina triple cap jusqu'au bout.
It was what, 75-66 or something, and it's going to end 150-84.
Oh, les monstres. Stamina, c'est ce que je veux voir.
Unreal. I don't have the words. I've been casting COD Mobile now for the better part of the year. I haven't seen a triple cap that long, and the fact that we get it at World Championships in the lower finals, calling me surprised.
Ah, ça fait plaisir de voir ça, là.
I know I'm eating my own words from on the desk right now, but I couldn't be more happy to be
Oh, Stamina qui a regardé le triple cap pendant tellement longtemps. Quelle bande de génie.
And what a way to do it. 150 to like 84, 86. It doesn't matter. They didn't even get to triple. I gotta watch the highlights of what happened. Why did ARP fall apart so much in the second half?
Ils ont le choc là. Ils ont le choc ARP à la fin.
The ability for somebody to look at a kill feed and say, hey, we've got numbers, I'm going rogue. Get him a backpack. Jari, Grizz, both just unbelievable stuff coming through. Their timing of when they wanted to make a play to be a nuisance in the back line of ARP was flawless. The decision making was flawless.
You know what? I hate to point fingers. I hate to point fingers, but the two members of ARP that spawned on C, they both were making the path over to it. Inferno was the only player there for the cap. Whatever one branched off, whatever one, I understand trusting your teammates to win the 1v1, me too. But whoever branched off, man, Inferno wins that 1v1. All hell breaks loose.
Yeah.
There's nobody there to contest him. He gets the free cap. Now you have to suddenly backtrack your way over to your own home flag. You're losing progression at A and B as well. You've lost all pressure mid-map. And Stamina runs with it.
Look, here's the thing. We want to talk about cause and effect. At that same exact moment that you mentioned about Inferno winning the 1v1, just previous to that, ARP were trying to put pressure everywhere off their respawn from gas station. They had players that...
Allez, Stamina, là, on veut ce comeback. On veut ce 3-2, là.
Just get something. This is lower finals against an incredible squad. Don't get too greedy. And, well, greed came through, and it got punished. So with that in mind, we saw the series layout. We're going to a takeoff hardpoint. And I don't know if either of these two teams have a ton of reps on the weekend for this map, but we'll see what they have to offer here because it's going to be largely focused on what happens between
le bot, des fois, il part un petit peu en couille, mon Jerry, je suis désolé.
If you win those two hardpoints back to back, you may well just put the map out of reach.
Who do you think is going to win, Chef?
I'm not answering that question. That's cute, but no. I'm just here for a good time.
Here for a good time, not a long time. Unlock Stamina who makes the longevity happen.
Si on voit Stamina gagner cette map, les gars, il y a clairement moyen qu'on gagne. Que Stamina gagne le loser vainqueur contre ARP, on y croit, les gars, on y croit. Allez là. Allez, allez. Je veux de la hype, je veux de la hype dans le chat. Hypez-moi le chat, les gars. Spammez les emojis, spammez tout ce que vous voulez. Spammez Stamina. Allez.
Jari trying to find the trade, decides maybe not to chase it down as Inferno
allez.
Yeah, okay, 36 seconds out of the first 60. That's great news for Stamina. Finally, ARP gets something on the board.
Stamina's on rotation. There's already two people there. All 5 members of ARP Gaming are caught out in mid, getting this dwindling time from old 36 to 10. Two players should be able to sneak up steps here. It looks like all of Stamina is a little too worried about the person pushing into the back, and that was going to be Penny. He will get shut down. Control is in the hands of ARP Gaming thus far. Pepe when he plays Spoiler at 5 and 4. But look at cross shift 5 and 1. Yep. Inferno 4 and 2. Drari 5 and 3. It looks like all members of Stamina are starting to heat up.
All of
Allez Narx, j'y crois là. Mago qui fait un double kill avec le Thumper. Ça fait mal.
Pepe on 3 in a row, looking for now streaks of his own. Watches one player walk past, but does not expect the second to his left. ARP
ça sent pas bon par contre là.
Controlling space and finding time. This is a really nice way to bounce back after a very poor first hill.
I completely agree. However, Stamina still managed to find himself.
Drari avec le triple quadruple avec Narx.
That's every player down, and not only that, they're spawning right on top of the hill. They have early rotations as well. Stamina across the map now can set up for new 50 to 35. Still completely doable. We've seen ARP break a hill like this before, and they'll do it again. Actually spawned out is going to be 1 and 3. Grizz and Drari, they could play the backside here, but number 4 needs to play their life, and that's going to be Shift. He just needs to stay alive.
Allez Drari, allez Drari, on a besoin de toi là. On a besoin de la puissance de Dieu de tes mains, de ton aimbot. On a besoin de ça. Aïe, Gravity Vortex. Allez, allez. Allez, Drari. Let's go, Stamina.
Win heavy control over the third hill with 30 seconds to play.
I mean, this is absolute chaos. Stamina still in control. 30
Allez,
seconds
Stamina.
left in this hard point. A big amount of
Allez,
time,
Stamina.
especially if you're ARP.
On y croit, on y croit. Les gars, je veux le hype dans le chat.
A little bit of an investment here from Stamina. Some streaks get called out as well. We haven't seen yet a rotation out of them. It looks like they're trying to fight for this final 10, but it is in the hands of ARP Gaming. We're going to be on board with Narcs here, trying to make it across the map.
C'est trop serré, ça me fait peur.
See if they can find a kill or two. It's going to be Inferno with the first engagement.
You know, it's an interesting conversation point to throw this in the back of your mind. We don't have death machines. I have to imagine they're probably banned out. And you saw ARP trying to use the Vortex guns as if they were death machines, just trying to feel out corners with it. You don't get the same amount of ammunition with the Vortex gun as you do with death machines. So now all of a sudden, there's an opportunity for Stamina to use some operators of their own. They make their way out in, and Jesus saves
le triple kill, mais non, c'est quoi ce truc de merde là?
I really thought that was about to be in the hands of Stamina. They started calling on the Eagles and started using it, but it just didn't connect on anybody, and Jesus just stops the entire flood in. I almost wish somebody would push out through mid and come in through the other side of the door, because this is just way too easy for ERP to just pre-in the flood.
Ah, ça sent pas bon là. Ils ont tellement bien Ils gèrent tellement bien ce point ARP.
ARP good in the exchange. Shift gonna give it the good old college try, and as he forces his way forward,
c'est tellement serré.
Score generated 89-87. But Peggy and Mago for 3 straight. Just need to take care of Inferno. Holding a corner. Mago feels it out. Slide chows. Beautiful little camera breaking finesse.
Oh, c'est tellement serré. Allez, Steam Stamina, là, on y croit, les gars.
For the open coming hill on statue.
Inferno, a player we've talked about a lot today, struggling to really get on his feet at 9 and 16. Everybody has bad games, but it can't be. And losers finals down 2-1 in the series with an amazing comeback, and the domination. Merely 10 points separates these teams right now in our hard point. 48 seconds on the clock. No serious control on either side.
C'est tellement serré, bordel de merde. PP qui fait le kill, mais c'est pas bon pour Stamina ça. ARP qui gratte les points là. Et on voit plus Stamina sur le... Allez les gars, mais non, mais... Les gars, concentrez-vous Stamina.
What a beautiful hold from ARP Gaming in that P1 that usually you can't get that much time off him, and Stamina now has to worry about the rotation, but Jesus finds 2. Will he find the 30? He also has a streak to use here as well. This could be the biggest hill of the game right now. 110 to 108. You see all the red on your minimap collapsing onto the hill, but nobody's able to get to the back, so they will have far away spawns, but one was able to slip by. That's going to be Drari. That's the last person you want shooting you in your back. He will get picked off, but the trade's going through. It's going to be Mago, last in hill, getting some of this time.
Trying to fight for the spawns,
ah, ça sent pas bon.
Trying to lock things up. Jesus saves is going on a long flank, and he's actually pulled his team to spawn with him. 125-108. Still in the hard point is ARP. And Pepe, how are you still alive? Someone put a final bullet into this guy. Are you kidding me? And now Peggy just says, wait a minute, I'm not done. Take this gravity vortex as he doubles up and gives his team a chance to put the game away here.
Stamina can do it. They need to contest this for 5 more seconds. That's all they're doing. They just need to contest and get on rotation. They are still able to do this. You need to contest this thing for another second. I don't think they're safe yet. Okay, they contested a little bit more. I think they're okay. I don't think they went off this. They hit the rotation. That's going to be Grizz.
Ça sent pas bon du tout.
And if these 3 players can stay pushed out and win all these gunfights,
allez, Inferno.
They could get the full 60 here on rotation and steal this map from under ARP Gaming. You only need 11 seconds to win not only the map but the series.
Last chance saloon for Stamina. comes down to a third hard point. Keep an eye
Ah
on
putain, c'est stressant.
out, takes a couple of shots and gets denied. So Stamina have made safe the rotation. They open up the hill.
Allez, allez.
Situation. Does it get red? Jesus
Allez.
for one, but nothing more. Trade
No.
will come through, but Stamina are going to recognize the threat. Pepe trying to keep the play alive.
Allez,
Inferno
Inferno.
denies. Now to the front.
Allez,
Taking
allez.
on the entry. Not going to find
Allez,
anything.
Drari.
Destroy.
Allez, les gars.
Shuts it down.
Allez, les gars.
We've got a tie game.
Allez,
Only one
Stamina.
place they can
Oh
come from. They're
putain.
all spawning
Allez,
at
allez,
the
les
back,
gars.
and you see all the
Allez.
arrows free, aiming the fire. 9 more seconds. It's uncontested. Who got off? Get back in there. It's all up to
No.
Zai. Zai finds one. Will get
Allez,
traded out.
Stamina.
There's a couple spawning on it, but only 4 more seconds needed. Pepe
Allez,
trying
Stamina.
forcefully aiming
Let's
at
go.
the squads. Aren't there? Stamina
Oh, le
pushing
truc de
to
ouf.
a game.
Le truc de
But
ouf.
S&D, the reverse sweep is
Oh,
happening
le truc
too.
de ouf, les gars.
Oh, watch the reactions here.
Oh,
Hold on a
yes.
second. This is a brilliant capture.
Oh,
Camera breaks.
yes.
Excitement all over the place. Throw the setup if you have.
Oh,
No, don't.
yes.
Still one more map to play.
Oh, il y a
But
des
I thought for a
décalages.
second that
Il y a des
Jesus
décalages.
Saint was once again
Il y a des
gonna get
décalages.
activated and just take over the map. Nearly did for ARP.
Les gars, je veux cette hype pour Stamina là. On veut le 3-2, les gars. On veut le 3-2. Let's go.
Enough on that second hard point to extend the map to a third.
Oh putain de merde.
Game 5. We're heading into Game 5. I don't know what could be a better situation for our losers final. Stamina. The fact that Inferno, one of their key
Je veux le
players,
hype
a
là.
lot of this
Je veux cette
tournament,
hype.
actually had a really slow
Stamina,
start.
je veux ce
Obviously,
comeback.
will
Moi
go
j'y
for
crois,
the
les gars.
play goal to contest that
Oh, let's
kill
go.
and play for spots in the deep back for Grizz to
Putain,
be
les
the
gars,
first
c'est un
initial
truc de
player, and
ouf.
then just
C'est
winning
tellement
their
bon.
gunfights from there on out. Beautiful, beautiful hard point out of them, and I can hope they can take this momentum and run it through this Game 5 S&D.
Oh putain, c'est un truc de ouf, les
We can
gars.
go back and rewatch this map from the start if you guys
Bordel
really
de
want to.
merde.
I mean, I think we're all on board for it, but my goodness, so
Ce
many key
comeback
moments
du
because
Turfu,
Stamina
les
off the
gars.
rip looks like
J'y
they were just gonna
croyais
take
pas à
this
la
back by
fin.
the
J'étais,
haunches
mais
and just
non,
never
c'est
let ARP back
magnifique.
in. But Jesus saves,
Oh
able to
putain,
put
mais...
together an incredible vortex gun, shuts down major sprees from Stamina, earns some of his own. But there were a couple of key moments in response where Stamina get that contest through P2. Zia goes huge, denying the rotation. They get a read on the spawns, and then from there, as they
Oh,
say,
aïe aïe,
with
c'est
hit rate
magnifique.
150,
C'est
139,
magnifique ce qu'on voit.
reverse sweep
Là, ce qu'il faut, c'est que Stamina
trying
gagne.
to save their tournament lives or ARP by doing
Let's
it
go.
through raid, search, and destroy.
Allez,
Oh
Stamina
man,
là.
what do you say about this? The
Allez,
good news
allez,
here,
allez.
if you're an ARP fan, one of their most preferred search and destroy picks. That said, though, Stamina is looking pretty darn solid in their own right.
Yes,
C'est la
unfortunately,
demi-finale là.
Raid, search, and destroy is a big
Demi-finale,
ARP
loser,
pick
c'est la finale du
going
loser
into
bracket là, les gars.
3-0
Finale
on
du loser
that
bracket.
map alone.
La team qui gagne
However,
passe en
Stamina was
finale
able to push them
contre
to
Trap
around
Gaming.
11 on Summit Search and Destroy earlier and going, and they
C'est
were down to
incroyable,
1 already in
magnifique.
this
Ah,
game.
tellement,
Going
les
into
gars.
this after
Et
2
Stamina, ils vont jusqu'au bout.
unbelievable clutches,
Ils
2
ne lâchent rien
unbelievable
du tout.
maps. Going in the
Le
Search and
triple
Destroy,
cap
there
de
is no
domination,
reason they can't steal
c'est
this
le
one.
changement.
How about this, though, for a little bit of history?
La remontada
Last time these
est
two
prête.
teams played, raid, search, and destroy. Round 11 that ARP won. That's what we have maybe to look forward to again. Oh, trust me, I'm not normally a biased caster, but if there's ever a time I could use my caster energy, right now, give me that round 11 map 5 for the reverse sweep. I'm here for it.
I'm gonna let you bias right now. Stamina is turning me into a fangirl in the past 2 matches. I'm sorry, I am completely a fangirl of Stamina right now. I love the reverse sweep. I love the storylines. I love the resilience that they've
Hyper égale Idals égale Stamina. Ouais, t'as fait des parallèles assez chelous, Jérémy, mais ok.
Thank you, Ali.
Idal,
We
je
are
lui
so
donne la classe
excited
pour la
here
team
on the
25, ouais, je
Teste
te la
because we
donne,
are seeing the
Xenox.
Game 5. If you
T'inquiète
look
pas.
at the group stages, this was a 3-0, a very tight 3-0, but
Bobby
a 3-0.
Plays, il est en train de mourir là.
Coming to life in that game 3, then they just perform here in game 4, and we had a player making a statement here. It's a Razor making a statement play. It's all about the Vortex here. Let's take a look at some of these big ones here. Bobby, the gravity bombs, just dominating.
Putain, mais le Gravity Vortex là, le triple kill, c'était scandaleux là. Mec, moi j'ai cru que c'était la fin là. J'ai cru que c'était la fin à ce moment là, mais non. Mais mec, Stamina, c'est les dieux des comebacks les gars. S'il y a une team qui fait les comebacks, c'est bien Stamina.
Fun fact, they've all gone to round 11. What's weird about Raid, though, in the group stages, It was ARP up 5-2 before they let their opponent take them to a round 11.
Bonsoir à tous les petits coups, un petit pépère de 56 ans, la soirée se passe bien et bonsoir la star. Salut Fredo, ça va?
It was absolutely nuts, and this is the ending that we
Mais
deserve.
non, ils ont toujours pas gagné Stamina comme Lucifer. Faut qu'ils gagnent cette prochaine game Stamina pour qu'ils jouent contre Tribe Gaming encore une fois.
Now it's all up to Stamina if they want to go and reverse everything. Everything's up to their cards, but the momentum.
Putain, mais c'est un truc de fou.
Up to them.
Stamina 2-2. Faut y croire les gars, faut y croire. C'est maintenant ou jamais. Et là, niveau...
I think we're going 11 rounds. I said coming into this, I thought that Stamina had a real shot. I knew they were not going to get 3-0'd. I knew without a shadow of a doubt. I'm looking at Drari. This man has been the X factor for
Drari, qui était monstrueux aussi.
Impeccable all day.
Yep.
He's going to make some plays.
We mentioned it, Drari there in the bottom left of your screen.
Allez, Stamina. Allez, Stamina. Allez, mon petit Narx. Allez, mon petit Drari. Il est francophone, Drari. Il est belge aussi.
Go to round 11 earlier in this matchup. It's time to find out, will he be the MVP of Game 5 as we are live underway. We send it back over to I Hold Shift and Alley Cat.
Well, let's go, baby. Round 5.
Oh, Narx qui a fait le hit marker.
Map 5, rather. And Grizz looking to get aggressive. Here's the thing. We've seen Stamina play this map. They do love to push the envelope from the defensive side, and so far it results in a very early exchange, giving us a 4v4, but the pressure is absolutely starting to amount here for Stamina.
La pression là des deux teams, les gars, c'est un truc de ouf. Pour le moment, il y a Tribe Gaming qui est sûr en finale, et maintenant, l'autre team qui va être en finale, c'est soit Stamina, soit RP Gaming, que tu vois actuellement sur ton écran.
Little doesn't know Drari is on the other side of this rock though.
Shiv se fait tuer par Pépé, c'est pas bon ça. Non, c'était pas bon ça.
If there were to be any sort of a contest, but watch the long lurk from Pepe. There's so much time here. He can just open up the entire back of this play, and he's going to walk up right behind Inferno.
Par derrière, là, ça va être très compliqué pour Narx.
1v4 is not possible. Palm still has yet to go down, but Narx does have a sniper in hand. This is about to be the nastiest clip I have ever seen, especially in the past 2 days. Should he be able to pull this off? Mago, though, is actually going to be the one that hits the scope. Up 1-0 in the S&D yet. Nothing scary yet, but definitely an aggressive opening.
Here's the thing, though. ARP just absolutely told Stamina we're having none of this aggressive defense that you're trying to throw at us.
Allez.
It was only the first blood they found. That was it. No other kill were to be there to follow.
Aidams qui va gagner? Bah j'en ai aucune idée là, je suis en train de regarder comme toi, tu vois.
Shots through Zig, nothing will connect. Two players still playing defensively over towards B, but this time there will be help. As Drari is going to be playing sort of at least relatively close to Inferno over towards A. This is a more reserved defensive setup than we're normally used to.
Allez, ah merde, Narx se fait tuer par Chia.
Big kill on Narx here. Pepe's actually completely
ah non, les gars, c'est pas le moment.
Big gunfight to win here, but Inferno actually is the one that shuts him down. Jesus, though, does connect with a sniper.
C'est pas le moment, les gars. C'est pas le moment là.
Down in lives currently. Bomb making its way up towards pool. It's about
c'est le moment de montrer qui c'est les patrons là. C'est pas le moment de se relâcher là. Vous avez fait 2 trucs du turfu. Ah, Inferno qui a failli sortir. Allez, Inferno.
That will slow down this potential offensive hit. Mago just outside Tiki. Pinky trying to get on in towards Bart. And there is help here. Grizz is holding a corner. If he just goes 1-for-1, that would be okay. And respect starting to be shown from ARPs are still biding their time.
Something Inferno doesn't realize is that if he keeps holding that window, he would gain all the information he needed. He would know if they pushed out of Tiki onto the A side, he would know if they were going for the bomb plant, and he would know if they were going for rotation, but unfortunately he gives it up at just the wrong time. However, does make the full rotation onto the B site to check this bomb, and that looks about where the bomb seems to be heading. A slow push into mid, 30 seconds still, not a whole lot to work with.
Inferno just has to hit one
ils sont en train de prendre leur temps là. Ils ont plus que 20 secondes pour planter la bombe. Mais c'est assez dangereux. Inferno qui non. Allez Inferno. Allez. Let's go, GG. GG Stamina. Allez.
Is that the first round we've seen on time where the bomb just wasn't planted? Yep, that's the first time.
Première fois que la bombe n'a pas réussi à être plantée hein, depuis le début de ce tournoi. Oui, il y a 2 Français, il y a 2 francophones dans l'équipe Stamina. C'est pour ça que je suis pour l'équipe Stamina. D'autant plus qu'ils étaient en train de perdre 0-2 et ils sont en train de faire un comeback magnifique là. 2-2. Allez, allez. Allez. 3-3, ah merde. Là, ça sent pas bon. Drake qui se fait sniper contre Jesus Saves. Mais non, c'est tellement dommage. Dams, je stresse, moi aussi je stresse, mec. Je peux pas te faire déstresser parce que je suis méga stressé aussi. GG Narx. Non, par derrière, tu l'as pas vu.
Just some serious unfortunate timing there. He hops out and just doesn't catch the little glimpse that we did. So he gets a shot to the back. Again, not impossible. 2-1. ARP Gaming are up across the board. Pepe sitting at 5-2 right now. Finding a lot of aggressive kills, pushing out through mid, going through the back. A big bomb push here through B though.
Stamina is changing up their strat. It's still Narx who's watching mid-map, but they try to throw players through open stairs, and look where they've gotten Inferno to. He's already bottom bedroom. Mago's just playing a
Gris qui ouvre le kill, ce qui est bien. Petit avantage pour Samina. Peggy qui passe à Mago qui tue Gris. C'est pas très bon. Narx qui ouvre le kill contre Mago. Mais là, on passe par le back et ça fait très très peur.
That ARP win this round of my mind.
Ça fait très très peur.
I love that play out of Stamina. They actually sandwiched Mago in mid. There were 3 members, and the fact that Shift is still alive right now is actually mind-blowing because he's between all 3 of these ARP players.
Non,
he will
Shift,
get taken down with the pistol, but that's all the information Stamina needed. They can still make this rotation, get the bomb off the plane.
Alors que le mec avec un pistolet.
Everything that you could possibly want through A. You won the middle of the map. You won bedroom, and nobody came to help Shift. Now Inferno's going to get red over through Lambo Drive.
Non, c'est pas bon ça.
Inferno should have held his gunny there as he did not connect enough shots to finish that kill, which gave Jesus the opportunity to help his teammate.
Ils sont en full head glitch, ils jouent très très bien.
Yeah.
Oh, il a des scopes quand il a vu le gars. Ah non, c'est mort. Allez, Stamina là, putain. Il n'y a plus que 13 secondes.
It's just little mistakes that Stamina is making, just little missed calls, little timings that are just not going in their favor. We've seen it enough with Norris right now. A lot of his snipes were in the right place, but just wrong time. 3-1. ARP looking to take this bomb is going to be on Pengy. Another B push. You'd think Stamina would be used to this by now, but actually 1-3. Mago and Zai are pushed up pool steps already, looking to play spoiler.
Yeah, Grizz with this R9 is going to stay up here in our.
Ah, Narx, il va se faire tuer dès le début. C'est pas bon ça non plus. Allez Grizz, let's go. 4v2 pour Stamina, c'est très très beau là.
Stack, they need to start playing together. There's 2 pairs, 2 duos. Stack.
Allez Drari, c'est le moment là. Il a 0 kill encore Drari, c'est pas le moment de tomber là.
However, Jesus saves and Zai on the other side of things. Jesus is trying to make his way towards the bomb. The problem is Zai is stuck mid-map, mid-pool map, so has to now backtrack to the back of spawn to tag up with Jesus to try and get this bomb without losing any lives.
Honestly speaking, for a 2v4, this is doable for ARP because you've got 2 separate 2v2s. The big question is, can you get through Grizz's shotgun? And he backs off of Arts. The bomb could be collected here. It's all about the timing. Jesus watching the side door, frees Zia up as he slides in. That'll be good, you would think, for the bomb to get collected.
Gonna pick it up?
And now it's down to where do you want to go. Grizz is watching topside. Art has not seen any of this, by the way. Takes his look down.
Allez, mon Grizz.
Comes out. Jesus falls.
Allez, monstrueux Grizz.
Another double for Grizz.
Let's go. Allez, Stamina. 4 kills de la part de Grizz avec son shotgun là, monstrueux.
Drari with a slow start, but it's fine because Grizz is making up for it. He said, you know what? You have carried me through the past 2 days. Time for me to take over the backpack. 8 and 3. Bomb makes its way over to the B side. A lot of aggression out of Inferno actually gets the first blood. Huge mid control out of them. Bomb should get planted for free. Grizz tries to get the kill. Gets traded out for V3. Bomb should get laid here.
Can Jesus find another miraculous pick? Maybe on the exit. He's holding laundry with no help whatsoever.
GG, GG. GG Drari. Allez les gars, stamina, allez. 4v2 pour stamina.
Looking to tie this up at 3. Pengi opportunity but missed.
GG. 1v3.
All falls on to the sniper for ARP. Tagged up at
Mago qui est sous pression.
Knows where he's at and there's no reason for Stamina to even bother moving.
Allez stamina. Ça sent bon, continuez comme ça les gars.
Gets to the backside of ring. Ring around the Rosie with shift.
GG, magnifique. Allez, on continue, on continue.
Snipes have been incredibly on point from what we've seen out of ARP Gaming today. Stamina though, hanging in there. Inferno sitting at 5 and 3. Big opening pick out of them. That aggression actually ended up falling into their favor. I guess they're going to look to do that once again. Bomb making its way towards the B site. 2 players going in through mid. Should get the play on the Mago, but if he hits a snipe, it's all she wrote. Still 5v5. A couple of engagements going down. A couple of smokes away.
On voit rien du tout. Oh, Stamina qui fait le triple kill. Let's go.
Side of ARP Gaming on the backs of Grizz and Inferno.
I love this setup from Stamina. It's
Stamina.
Double smoke and then let the shotgun go to work. ARP, a difficult retake now, essentially required in a 2v5. Pengi does not get
2v5,
drop inside of Art, and Mago has to pay respect to all the different amount of corners that could be around the backside here. Although Grizz's shotgun
Allez,
comes
Grizz.
up the first time, it will
Allez,
not
mon
be
Grizz.
missed the second.
Et Nart qui fait 5 versus 0 dans ce round. Et c'est 4-3. Avantage pour Stamina. On y croit les gars. On y croit.
11 and 4. Tripled his kills from the last S&D that we've seen out of him. Bomb will go to the B side once again. This time, ARP Gaming are going to try and set up for it. This time, we're going to see some serious aggression. 2 players already down.
Pour Stamina qui ont pris très cher là.
Saves and Mago find 2.
Allez.
Drari and Inferno answer with 2 of their own. 1v3 those. They start getting picked apart. Drari left on his own. A great defense out of ARP Gaming.
C'est tellement serré.
But they threw like 18 trophies. And 3 smokes of their own just to say, all right, Grizz, you want to push through smoke, come through our smoke, not yours. And the question would be, now that those trophies are out,
they're still going to do it.
Are they still going to do it? Exactly. So we'll see how things unfold. It's a 4-man defensive stack for ARP. Same position. There's the smoke down. Grizz, same route. Why not? First blood almost every single time. And he gets around the back. Is there a trade anywhere?
Allez, Grizz.
Somebody turn and kill Grizz. He's got 3 finally. Jesus tallies the kill. And in the same moment, there is enough of an exchange here to where it makes it maybe manageable for Jesus as he's got a 1v2 to work through.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Narks was the one pushed up Van right next to
Allez,
him.
Stamina.
And he just played his life after getting that information, which allows him to find 2 through the smoke and then just plays his own life, sucking him in a 1v2. Bomb does still need to go down. He can isolate this gunfight against Inferno. They don't know that they're right next to each other on the other side of the wall.
Ils sont juste à côté.
He needs to do this now, though, before Narks catches up. The rotation over to B goes down. It should be a free lay.
Ah, ils vont planter sur B. Let's go.
But now he will very quickly realize as the trophy system will be in the kill feed, or at least in the points feed.
Allez, allez les gars. Allez, Stamina.
What is the post plant setup for Stamina? They plant this to play off ring.
C'est maintenant ou jamais.
Position to be in, considering that Jesus is going to have the ability to have a scope. And honestly, he may be looking for a rifle before he makes the play.
Ne regardez pas, ne regardez. Non, non. Regarde de l'autre côté. Regarde de l'autre côté. Non.
First shot. Patient.
Non, 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 putain. Allez, let's go, Inferno.
1 round away.
Let's go. Let's go.
I was sweating for a second. They were both
On y croit jusqu'au
looking at
bout.
the exact same lane. I was like, guys, please somebody turn around. Jesus is known for getting behind enemy lines. There's no reason he wouldn't do it now.
Il est en train de prier, Grizz.
7 and 8 and 9 and 5.
Il est en train de prier.
The round's just not going their way. A full A push out of the likes of Stamina. This could be free real estate. There's only 1 player in basketball. Should they get the kill, this could be a free plant.
Ah, but Mago finds the first blood, and they completely kept Stamina off in no man's land. Still doable though, 2v3.
They have to get a pick.
Putain, mais mec, c'est un truc de
Before bomb
ouf.
goes down, they have to get a pick.
I mean, Mago's in a great spot to watch over this bomb site. He just needs to make sure he's safe through middle, and Zia's going to be able to provide that.
Et merde,
We saw it in the
putain.
group stage.
I'm gonna freak out.
Will we see round 11 again? Drury,
Ça va, 11e round, mais qu'est-ce que se passe, les gars? C'est
he
horrible.
would be right here.
Oh putain de merde, Drari, fais-moi un
He
V3.
has a minute to work with.
Yeah.
He could literally
Fais-moi un
just sit here
V3.
and not move. Mago, though, Jari is going to get the information. He knows he's there. That's a big kill. It doesn't get
Allez.
traded out. He plays his
Allez.
life 1v2. Still doable. A minute on the clock. Jari versus Zion. Jesus saves.
Allez, allez.
They're going to opt to play this.
Why are they so
They're just going to surround him at A.
Allez,
They're gonna
Drari,
force him to
fais-nous
make
le,
the
fais-nous le
rotation or
rêve.
commit to the plant and take two different gunfights, but Drury does not want to play for the plant. Zia holding a corner
Fais-nous
inside the
rêver.
kitchen.
Non, non, fais gaffe.
Taking his time, staying very silent, but he's not going to commit for a full roto.
Oh putain, je suis
Saves on the
stressé.
outside, playing the heady on the fringe. Gets a look. Drury gonna commit for the plant. And here comes Zia. They're gonna try to hit this together. What's the exit for Drury? He's gonna go
Allez, Drari,
towards the cubby.
fais-nous rêver, frérot.
Stick this.
Oh, je suis en train de stresser ma
For
daronne.
the reverse sweep and
Oh
final.
non,
No, Jesus
oh non,
saves.
c'était tellement proche.
He
Ooh,
read
round
it.
11.
He read it, but the gunfight was just not in his
Putain de
favor.
merde, c'était
Round
tellement
11,
proche.
Game 5. Staminas to win in the reverse sweep for
Putain de
grand
merde.
finals.
Oh, c'est
I'm gonna throw
horrible,
up.
frère.
Please
C'est
stop.
horrible.
Here we go. ARP will now be on to the offense.
Mec, j'y crois pas. J'y crois pas. 11e round. 2v2. Allez, Stamina. Allez, Stamina. Ah putain, je suis stressé, les gars.
Stalemate right now. All stamina is so spread out currently. It's all gonna hit on this first pick.
Allez, Grise, allez, Grise.
All the members of ARP Gaming are pushed up in pool right now. No information anywhere.
Allez, Grise, fais-nous du tur.
The positioning to give them a look at what this is going to do.
Ah putain, je suis stressé, sa mère.
Got mid control with number 2 Narcissus watching this with a
Mec,
sniper.
mon cœur, il bat comme jamais, les gars.
He needs to get one. That's it. Pepe comes through. Shots
No.
come out. Drury whiffs. Takes a second challenge. Gets the kill. Stamina. Maybe an opportunity. 4v4. Inferno trying to force for the
Allez.
trade and finds it. The bomb
No.
though is able to get back onto the
Mais
side.
non,
And Narc
Narcs.
will fall.
Mais
3v2,
non.
but they're not going to commit. They're going to back out. And they're going to back out right towards Grizz. He's still got a shotgun. Jesus, watch out behind you.
Allez,
Later,
allez,
thanks
Grise.
for playing. Now an opportunity to go
Non.
for the scope, but
Mago,
Mago
mais
denies.
non.
1v2 for
Putain,
Shift.
Shift, il va chier dessus, mec.
1v3 to
Shift.
Summit to send it to a round 11. Can he 1v2 to get the reverse sweep? Gets a first look, but backs
Oh non,
down.
non, 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 putain
45
de
seconds, the
merde.
bomb will make a play over towards B.
He made the wrong
Oh
read. He went
putain,
towards A side.
qu'est-ce qui se
Mago's
passe?
snipe was so important there. He instantly snapped to window for the trade. Bomb goes down.
Et merde,
In a
putain, je le sens
1v2.
pas
There
bon,
is
ça
no
sent pas
way
bon.
ARP choke this.
Ça sent pas bon.
Mago with the scope. Shift will get the call. Go prone. Army crawls his way towards largely some sort of safety.
Ça sent pas
He's going to take the
bon.
play through Art. Pengi playing the outside side of driveway. Shift 20 seconds. Does he get a timing? He's going to have them both lined up. There's the first.
Allez.
Finds Mago 1v1 for the
Mais
reverse
non.
sweep. No!
Oh,
ARP
putain de merde.
denies! And they will
Putain
get
de
a North
merde.
American Grand Finals matchup
Ça me
versus
casse les
Tribe.
couilles. Putain, c'est tellement relou,
My
frère.
MVP for that series has to be Mago. Mago's snipes have been so
Putain, Mago là qui a fait des
detrimental for
snipers.
the success of ARP because Mago
Ah
didn't hit that
putain de
snipe
merde.
drop window
Et mec,
there.
si
That's a
Stamina
very
avait gagné
different
contre
story. That is a
ARP,
very different round 11.
franchement, Tribe
Wow,
Gaming,
what a way to end Losers
ils seraient sous
Finals
pression.
round
C'était la
11,
team la plus compliquée pour Tribe
1v1.
Gaming
Props to
Stamina.
Shift, though, for even getting that
Oh la
first kill.
tristesse, les
Yeah,
gars, la
really,
tristesse.
you're absolutely right. It's a very difficult second gunfight and even more impossible third, and you gotta look at it. But not quite enough in the tank to
Vas-y,
secure
j'ai
the
trop le seum.
reverse sweep, so it's a round 11 map 5 save for ARP. And as mentioned, that will send them to the grand finals with a rematch waiting versus Tribe.
Vas-y.
I don't know
Bon,
how we would
rip.
begin to try to break this one down except for just sitting here and enjoying
J'ai
the
envie de
moment, 'cause that
pleurer,
was
les
an
gars.
unbelievable
J'ai envie de pleurer. Bon, merci pour le live, les potes. Merci pour le live. Ça sera la finale, grande finale, mais ça sera Track Gaming contre ARP, ça m'intéresse pas. C'est pas que ça m'intéresse pas, je vais regarder, mais il faut que je me fasse à bouffer et tout. Demain, je taffe. Du coup, je vais arrêter le live. Et comme il n'y a pas Stamina ni Asilium, ça m'intéresse. Enfin, je vais pas faire de live, les gars. Tribe a gagné là, du coup, ouais. Franchement, si ARP gagne contre Tribe, non. Non, non. Ça m'étonnerait. Mais bon, si ARP gagne contre Tribe, ça serait un truc de ouf. Mais ça m'étonnerait, sachant qu'ils ont pris 3-0 et ils ont pris très très cher contre Tribe sur la game d'avant. Bon, méga dommage pour Stamina, putain. J'aurais tellement aimé les voir contre Tribe. Franchement, ça fait énormément de peine. Énormément de peine. Mais ils sont allés jusqu'au bout. C'était tellement beau, les gars. C'était le match le plus stylé, j'irai depuis ce début du tournoi. Tellement dommage que Stamina soit disqualifié sur le dernier round alors qu'ils étaient en train de lead 5 contre 4. Oh putain, j'ai envie de pleurer. Bon allez, GG à vous tous les potos. Merci à vous d'être venus sur le live. Mais moi j'arrête maintenant. Plus de 5 heures de live. Faut que je fasse à bouffer. Il faut que... presque 6 heures de live, les gars. Bon vas-y. Bye bye les gars. Tellement dommage pour Stamina. Très très bien joué de leur part. Ils méritaient de gagner. Hein.